This video will go through Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire and show you everything the movie left out. When referencing events from the books, we'll use artwork. For example, the movie left out the House Elves plotline, the backstory to Barty Crouch Jr., Sirius Black sneaking into Hogsmeade to visit Harry, and being a good godfather, which is important for the next book. Cornelius Fudge killing Barty Crouch Jr. with a Dementor's kiss, Hermione and Victor's relationship, and a few scenes between Harry and Cho. With all that in mind, let's begin. Chapter 1. The Riddle House. The village of Little Hangleton lies in quiet obscurity, its houses scattered across the landscape like forgotten toys nestled among rolling hills. At the heart of the town looms the Riddle House, an abandoned mansion that stands as a relic of a darker past. Once the grandest building for miles, it now falls into decay, with darkened windows and walls covered in ivy, casting an unsettling presence over the village. Despite its emptiness, the house continues to command attention, its ominous air deterring anyone from approaching. The older villagers remember the Riddle House in a different light. Back when the wealthy Riddle family, Mr. and Mrs. Riddle, along with their son Tom, lived there. 50 years ago, the mansion was a hub of social activity, with parties and well-dressed guests coming and going. The Riddles, however, were known for their arrogance and kept themselves apart from the villagers. This disdain made their mysterious deaths all the more shocking. One summer morning, the maid entered the drawing room and fled in terror, discovering the bodies of the Riddle family. The three were lying dead, dressed in their evening finery as if they had been interrupted during a grand dinner. Their eyes were wide open, frozen in expressions of horror. Yet there were no visible injuries or signs of struggle, leaving the village to wonder what could have caused such an eerie scene. The news of the Riddles' death spread rapidly through Little Hangleton. By midday, the village buzzed with speculation, and whispers of poison or curse filled the air. Although the Riddles were wealthy and influential, they were not well liked by the villagers, making the tragedy more intriguing than sorrowful for most. Tom Riddle, the son, was especially despised for his arrogance, further fueling rumors that the family might have been victims of foul play. The police from Great Hangleton arrived to investigate, questioning villagers and searching for any sign of intruders. Yet, they found no evidence of poisoning, violence, or any other cause of death. The doctors were baffled, concluding that the Riddles had simply died from fright, though this explanation only heightened the mystery. The village pub, the Hanged Man, became a hub of activity that evening, filled with locals eager to share their theories. The atmosphere was charged with curiosity, each person trying to outdo the other with their ideas of what might have happened. As the villagers speculated, one name began circulating: Frank Bryce, the Riddles' gardener. Frank was a reclusive war veteran who had lived in the village for years but never quite fit in. He preferred solitude, rarely socializing with the locals, and was often regarded as odd or unfriendly. His isolation and the fact that he had been in close proximity to the Riddle family made him a prime target for suspicion. That night, the cook from the Riddle household further stoked the villagers' suspicions by recounting how Frank had always been strange, turning down her offers of tea and keeping to himself. By the end of the night, most of the village had decided that Frank Bryce must have been responsible for the Riddles' deaths. The police, acting on this widespread theory, arrested him the next day. However, the investigation hit a dead end when the autopsy results revealed no physical cause of death. The Riddles' hearts had simply stopped. There was no trace of poison, no sign of trauma, and no medical explanation other than the bizarre conclusion that they had died of fright. Lacking evidence, the police were forced to release Frank, but his life in Little Hangleton was forever altered. Although legally cleared, the villagers continued to treat him with suspicion. Many believed that Frank had somehow caused the Riddles' deaths, even if they couldn't prove it. Frank returned to his small cottage on the Riddle estate and resumed his duties as the gardener. The Riddle house, meanwhile, fell into further disrepair. Families moved in briefly, but always left, claiming the house was haunted or cursed. Rumors of ghosts and strange occurrences swirled around the old mansion, and none could stay there for long. Despite the house's abandoned state, Frank remained, paid by the property's wealthy owner to maintain the grounds. Now, in his 70s, Frank continues to work on the estate despite his age and the lingering pain in his leg from an old war injury. Knowing of the old man's solitary existence, the local boys take pleasure in tormenting him, riding their bicycles across the lawns and breaking into the house as part of their dares. Frank believes their mischief is driven by more than just youthful play. He suspects that many villagers still think he is guilty of the Riddles' deaths. Frank awakens one warm August night with a sharp pain in his leg. Limping downstairs to make himself a cup of tea, he notices something strange. Lights flickering inside the Riddle house. No one has been inside the house for years, and Frank immediately assumes the village boys have broken in again, perhaps causing even more trouble this time. Distrustful of the police after his past experience, Frank decides to investigate on his own. He retrieves the old key to the house, grabs his walking stick, and makes his way through the darkness to the mansion. Inside, the house is as he remembers, cold, dark, and coated with dust. He creeps upstairs, following the faint flickering light and voices. As he nears the top of the staircase, Frank overhears a conversation between two men. One voice is fearful and pleading, while the other is cold and commanding. The trembling man, Wormtail, is speaking to his master, whose tone sends chills down Frank's spine. The two discuss strange things, a boy named Harry Potter and something about a Quidditch World Cup. Though Frank has no idea what they are talking about, he knows he has stumbled upon something dangerous. Suddenly, Frank notices a large snake slither past him and into the room ahead. The cold-voiced man begins speaking in a hissing language that Frank does not understand, but it fills him with dread. Frank realizes that he is in far more danger than he has imagined. Before he can retreat, the cold-voiced man senses Frank's presence. Wormtail is ordered to bring him into the room, where Frank finally comes face to face with Lord Voldemort. Though Voldemort remains hidden in the shadows, his malevolent presence is unmistakable. Frank, though terrified, tries to stand his ground. He accuses Voldemort of murder, threatening to report him to the authorities. But Voldemort, amused by the old man's defiance, responds with chilling indifference. He declares that he is no man at all. With a flick of his wand, Voldemort casts the deadly spell. A flash of green light fills the room, and Frank Bryce falls to the ground, lifeless before he even hits the floor. Far away in the dead of night, Harry Potter awakens with a sharp pain in his scar, his heart pounding. The film adaptation of Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire begins with a brief version of Frank Bryce's discovery of lights in the Riddle house and his subsequent encounter with Voldemort and Wormtail. However, much of the village's backstory, including the mysterious deaths of the Riddle family and the suspicion surrounding Frank, is omitted. The film quickly moves to Frank's overhearing of Voldemort's conversation with Wormtail and Barty Crouch Jr., who is present in the film but absent from the book scene. His inclusion here helps set up his larger role in the story, whereas the book reveals his involvement later on. This chapter showcases one of the very few Harry Potter books that doesn't begin with Harry himself. Instead, it introduces readers to a dark and mysterious event from the past, giving a deeper glimpse into Voldemort's story. In addition, the green flash of light used for the killing curse, which appears in this chapter with Frank Bryce's death, is a recurring visual element in the films. Chapter 2. Harry wakes from a vivid and unsettling dream. His chest is heaving as though he's just run a long distance, and his hand is pressed tightly against his lightning-shaped scar. The pain is sharp and burning, much like a fresh wound. Groggy and confused, he fumbles for his glasses in the dark, slips them on, and looks around the dimly lit room. The soft orange glow of a street lamp filters through the curtains, bathing his bedroom at the Dursleys' house in an eerie light. Harry rubs his scar, which is still throbbing, and struggles to remember the details of his dream. Although it feels shockingly real, the specifics are already fading from his mind. He recalls a dim room, a giant snake coiled on a hearth rug, and two figures, Wormtail, whom Harry knows as Peter Pettigrew, and a man whose cold, high-pitched voice is unmistakably Voldemort's. A chill runs through him at the thought of the Dark Lord, whose voice had filled Harry with dread during the dream. He can't remember much of what they discussed, but one fact stands out. They were plotting to kill someone, and Harry has an uneasy feeling that he might be the target. Harry sits up, trying to force himself to recall more. He can faintly remember seeing an old man fall lifeless to the floor and feeling a surge of horror. He wonders if the shock of seeing Voldemort or the pain in his scar woke him. Unable to stay still, Harry rises from his bed and begins pacing around the room, trying to clear his mind. His room is cluttered with the familiar remnants of his life at Hogwarts. His school trunk, broomstick, and a pile of spellbooks he still hasn't opened for the new school year. Normally, these items give him comfort, reminders of his true home, but tonight they seem out of place, unable to distract him from the gnawing sense of dread that refuses to leave him. Even a glance at his Quidditch book, usually a guaranteed distraction, does nothing to lift his spirits. Crossing to the window, Harry peers into the quiet street of Privet Drive. Everything appears calm, with no signs of movement except for the occasional flicker of a car's headlights in the distance. The stillness of the suburban neighborhood only heightens the unease Harry feels. Despite the ordinary scene before him, he can't shake off the feeling that something is terribly wrong. Back on his bed, Harry rubs his scar absent-mindedly and lets his mind wander back to other times he's been in pain. There was the time he broke his arm in a Quidditch match and the disastrous incident when all the bones in his arm disappeared entirely, courtesy of a bungled healing spell. And then there was the venomous bite from a giant basilisk that nearly killed him. The pain wasn't foreign to Harry, but this time was different. His scar wasn't hurting because of a superficial injury, it was because of Voldemort, and that fact unsettled him more than he wanted to admit. Voldemort had been nearby the last time his scar hurt this badly, but surely that couldn't be the case now. Harry listens carefully to the house's silence, straining to hear anything unusual. But aside from the rhythmic snoring of his cousin Dudley in the next room, there is nothing out of place. Still, the irrational fear refuses to leave. He tries to convince himself that Voldemort can't be here in this quiet, ordinary place. Yet, as his thoughts wander back to Voldemort, Harry is reminded once more of how much he's lost because of the Dark Lord. It was Voldemort who had killed his parents, and it was Voldemort who had left him with the lightning-shaped scar. More than a decade had passed since that fateful night, but Harry's life had been forever changed. The entire wizarding world may have celebrated Voldemort's downfall, but Harry had been left to live with the Dursleys, who barely tolerated him. Thinking about the Dursleys, Harry knows there is no point in trying to talk to them about what's bothering him. His aunt and uncle detest everything related to magic, and they certainly wouldn't care about Harry's scar hurting. They'd never shown any sympathy for his problems, magical or otherwise, and Harry had long since stopped expecting any. As Harry considers what to do next, his thoughts turn to his friends. He could write to Hermione or Ron, though both were abroad on holiday. Hermione would likely panic and insist on sending a letter straight to Professor Dumbledore. She'd probably launch into a lecture about curse scars and dark magic, citing facts from the dozens of books she always seemed to have on hand. On the other hand, Ron would probably brush it off, saying that a bit of pain in the scar didn't necessarily mean Voldemort was nearby. But as much as Harry trusted his friends, he didn't want to burden them with his worries, not when there might not even be anything to worry about. What Harry really wanted was advice from someone older, someone who had experience dealing with Voldemort's kind of dark magic, and that thought brought his mind to Sirius Black, his godfather. Since learning the truth about Sirius's innocence, Harry has come to see him as the closest thing he has to a parent. Sirius had always told Harry to contact him if he needed help, and Harry figured that if there was ever a time for advice, this was it. Feeling more resolute, Harry reaches for a piece of parchment and begins to write. He starts with a casual tone, mentioning the Dursleys and Dudley's failed diet, before hesitantly bringing up the fact that his scar had hurt again. He doesn't go into great detail about the dream, trying not to seem overly concerned, but he hopes Sirius will have some insight into why his scar might be reacting this way. As he finishes the letter, Harry feels a small sense of relief. He still has no answers, but at least he's taken the first step in trying to find them. He sets the letter aside, ready to send it with Hedwig when she returns from hunting. All he can do now is wait, and he hopes that Sirius will have some answers. The movie actually did film scenes of Harry up in the middle of the night at the Dursleys' house in a specially designed set. However, the film decided not to include these scenes. J.K. Rowling crafted this chapter to subtly hint at Voldemort's growing power and Harry's crucial role in the Dark Lord's plan long before Harry fully understands the significance of his scar's pain. Chapter 3. Harry starts his day the same way he has for weeks, a dreary breakfast with the Dursleys. As he steps into the kitchen, the same scene greets him. Uncle Vernon buried behind his Daily Mail, Aunt Petunia bustling about with her back turned, and Dudley sulking at the table, his face locked in a perpetual scowl. The air is thick with the usual awkward tension, none even glancing in Harry's direction. Dudley's foul mood has cast a long shadow over the household all summer, and Harry knows why. It all started with Dudley's school report, which not only mentioned poor grades, but also complaints of bullying. Aunt Petunia, defensive as ever, had dismissed it all, insisting that Dudley was misunderstood and gifted. However, even she couldn't ignore the real bombshell, the note from the school nurse concerned about Dudley's increasing weight. That nurse's note had changed everything. Despite Aunt Petunia's protests that Dudley was just big-boned and carrying a bit of puppy fat, it was clear that his size had become a serious issue. A strict new diet was introduced into the household, one that turned life in the Dursley kitchen upside down. Gone were Dudley's usual piles of sweets, chocolates, and fizzy drinks. In their place were fruits, vegetables, and what Uncle Vernon derisively called rabbit food. To keep Dudley's spirits up, Aunt Petunia had insisted that the entire family follow the diet, though Harry quickly noticed that Dudley always received slightly larger portions than everyone else. This morning's breakfast is no different. Aunt Petunia slices up a grapefruit into quarters and hands out portions. Harry's share is predictably smaller than Dudley's, but Harry doesn't mind. He's relying on something other than the Dursleys' rations to get through the summer. Unbeknownst to Aunt Petunia, Harry has taken matters into his own hands. Just days after the new diet was enforced, Harry had written letters to his friends requesting supplies. The responses had been swift. Hermione, ever practical, sent a box of sugar-free snacks. Hagrid, well-meaning but not exceptionally talented in the kitchen, had sent his infamous rock cakes, though Harry wisely decided not to eat them. The best contribution came from Mrs. Weasley, who had sent a fruitcake and an assortment of hearty meat pies. Harry had carefully hidden these treats under a loose floorboard in his room, ensuring that he wouldn't have to suffer through the Dursleys' meager meals. As Harry picks at his grapefruit, he reflects on how his birthday had passed just a few days earlier without a word from the Dursleys. It wasn't surprising, of course. They had never celebrated his birthday, but thanks to his friends, Harry had still received gifts. 4 birthday cakes, to be exact. 1 from Ron, 1 from Hermione, 1 from Hagrid, and 1 from his godfather Sirius. 2 of those cakes are still waiting under the floorboard, making the prospect of returning to his room after breakfast much more appealing. While the Dursleys treat him like an unwanted guest, Harry takes comfort in knowing that people in the magical world care about him, even from afar. The meal drags on, with Uncle Vernon finally lowering his newspaper to grumble about the size of the grapefruit portions. Dudley, having finished his own share, stares longingly at Harry's plate, his piggy eyes flicking between the remaining pieces of fruit. Harry holds back a sigh, fully expecting Dudley to snatch his portion at any moment. But before Dudley can act, the doorbell rings. Uncle Vernon grumbles as he gets up to answer it, leaving Dudley to swipe the rest of his father's grapefruit as soon as his back is turned. It's a small, petty rebellion, revealing the mounting frustration within the Dursley household. Harry hears the muffled sound of voices and the rustle of letters being sorted from the living room. Moments later, Uncle Vernon returns, looking absolutely livid. He clutches a letter in his hand, an envelope so covered in postage stamps that it's nearly unreadable. His face is red and furious as he thrusts the letter in Harry's direction. The envelope is written in purple ink, and Harry immediately recognizes the handwriting. It's from Mrs. Weasley. Without a word, Uncle Vernon marches back into the living room, signaling for Harry to follow. Confused, but with a growing sense of dread, Harry trails behind him, bracing for whatever new outrage is about to be unleashed. Once inside, Uncle Vernon tears open the envelope and begins to read aloud, mockingly. The letter from Mrs. Weasley explains that her family has secured tickets to the Quidditch World Cup, and she warmly invites Harry to join them for the event. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, as Britain hasn't hosted the tournament in decades. Mrs. Weasley suggests that Harry stay with the family for the summer. Uncle Vernon's face grows darker with each word. The mere mention of Quidditch, a sport he neither understands nor cares about, grates on his nerves. But the natural source of his anger is the envelope itself. Mrs. Weasley, unfamiliar with Muggle Post, had plastered it with so many stamps that the postman had found it hilarious. He even rang the doorbell to comment on it, much to Uncle Vernon's embarrassment. After finishing the letter, Uncle Vernon glares at Harry as though the invitation is somehow his fault. For a long moment, he says nothing, clearly weighing his options. Harry, sensing his chance, cautiously asks if he can go. Uncle Vernon grumbles, still muttering about that Quidditch nonsense. Harry knows better than to press the issue, but he decides to play his trump card. He casually mentions Sirius Black, his godfather, and, in Uncle Vernon's eyes, a convicted murderer. Though Harry knows the truth about Sirius, his uncle doesn't, and the mere mention of him is enough to strike fear into Uncle Vernon's heart. Harry hints that if anything were to go wrong while staying at Privet Drive, Sirius might not be pleased. The effect is immediate. Uncle Vernon's expression shifts from anger to apprehension. He doesn't want Harry to attend the Quidditch World Cup, but upsetting Sirius is even less appealing. With a final grumble, he reluctantly agrees to let Harry go, but not without setting strict conditions. The Weasleys will have to come and pick Harry up themselves, and Vernon will have nothing to do with any of the travel arrangements. Harry, barely able to suppress his excitement, agrees to the terms without hesitation. Back in his room, Harry finds a small owl, Pigwidgeon, waiting with a letter from Ron. Ron's note confirms the details. Mr. Weasley has indeed secured tickets to the World Cup, and the Weasleys will pick Harry up, regardless of the Dursleys' approval. Harry grins as he reads, relieved that nothing can stand in the way of his summer plans. He quickly pens a reply, attaches it to Pigwidgeon, and sends the little owl back to Ron. Next, Harry turns to Hedwig, who is watching him expectantly. He writes another letter, this time to Sirius, updating him on his plans to attend the Quidditch World Cup and spend the rest of the summer with the Weasleys. Hedwig, as dignified as ever, stretches her wings as Harry ties the letter to her leg. With a soft hoot, she takes flight, soaring out into the bright summer sky. As Harry watches her disappear into the distance, he feels a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Not only has he secured permission to leave Privet Drive early, but he's also about to attend the Quidditch World Cup, a dream come true, and with 2 birthday cakes still hidden under the floorboard, Harry feels like he's won a small victory over the Dursleys. For once, everything seems to be going his way. The rest of the day passes in a blur of excitement. As night falls, Harry indulges in a slice of birthday cake, savoring every bite. Tomorrow he'll leave Privet Drive behind and re-enter the magical world where his true adventures await. The thought of the Quidditch World Cup and reuniting with his friends fills him with anticipation. Despite the looming threats of dark forces, Harry allows himself to feel something he hasn't felt in a while: hope. For the first time in weeks, the future looks bright. Chapter 3 is primarily condensed or omitted. The film skips over the Dursleys' storyline entirely, including their diet, Dudley's frustrations, and Mrs. Weasley's amusing overuse of stamps on her letter. Instead, it directly moves to Harry joining the Weasleys for the Quidditch World Cup, leaving out the build-up around the Dursleys and their reluctant agreement. The interactions with Pigwidgeon, Ron's playful letter, and Harry's correspondence with Sirius are also excluded. A fun fact about Chapter 3 of the Goblet of Fire is that the Dursleys' scenes, including Mrs. Weasley's letter covered in stamps, were scripted and filmed but later cut from the movie's final version. Actor Richard Griffiths, who portrayed Uncle Vernon, shared in interviews that he was disappointed that the Dursleys' scenes were removed because they added a lot of humor and insight into the tense dynamic between Harry and his relatives. Chapter 4. By midday, Harry is already packed. His trunk stands ready by the door, stuffed with all the essentials: spellbooks, cauldron, robes, and his most prized possessions. His invisibility cloak lies folded neatly beside his broomstick, the firebolt, a gift from Sirius, and the Marauder's map, which Fred and George had mischievously handed him last year. These items are more than just tools or gifts. They are symbols of the life Harry yearns to return to, the life waiting for him outside the Dursleys' walls. He scours the room one last time, ensuring he leaves nothing behind, even taking down a hand-drawn chart that counts the days to September 1st, the day Hogwarts opens its doors once more. Meanwhile, the Dursleys are on edge. The impending arrival of wizards at number 4, Privet Drive, unnerves Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia, and Dudley. They've never been comfortable around magic, and the idea of actual wizards stepping foot inside their meticulously normal home is enough to send them into a spiral of anxiety. Uncle Vernon, in particular, is irritable, pacing about the house with a scowl, demanding Harry confirm if those people will be dressed in proper attire. "They're not going to show up in those ridiculous robes, are they?" he growls, every word dripping with disdain. Appearances are everything to the Dursleys, and Vernon's greatest fear is that their neighbours will catch sight of the Weasleys in all their eccentric wizarding glory. Harry suppresses his nerves. He knows Mr. Weasley's fascination with Muggle attire often results in questionable choices, and the thought of how his aunt and uncle will react to any eccentric wizarding outfits doesn't help. But Harry's not concerned about how the Weasleys look. Rather, he's worried about how the Dursleys will treat them. He's lived long enough with his aunt and uncle to know their disdain for anything magical, and he braces himself for the inevitable clash of worlds. Dudley, on the other hand, is anxious for different reasons. Ever since Hagrid once gave him a pig's tail, Dudley has been terrified of magic. His steps are awkward, shuffling sideways through the house as if trying to shield himself from any unexpected spell that might come his way. The sight of Dudley cautiously tiptoeing past every room would be comical as the tension in the house did not feel so suffocating. Lunch is a tense affair. Aunt Petunia, always unnerved by anything out of the ordinary, barely touches her food. Her lips are pursed in disapproval, her eyes flicking toward the clock with increasing frequency. Dudley pushes cottage cheese and celery around his plate without enthusiasm, casting wary glances at Harry, while Uncle Vernon sits stiffly, dressed in his finest suit, his face set in a grim scowl. He wants to exude control, but the undercurrent of unease is palpable. As the hours drag on, Harry escapes to his bedroom, unable to stand the oppressive atmosphere any longer. The clock ticks relentlessly, inching toward 5 o'clock, the designated time for the Weasleys' arrival. Harry hasn't given Uncle Vernon any details about how they'll arrive, mostly because he doesn't know them himself. As the hour approaches, excitement and dread mingle in his chest, making it impossible to sit still. At 4:45, Harry makes his way downstairs, heart pounding. The Dursleys are gathered in the living room, their unease palpable. Uncle Vernon clutches his newspaper, but his eyes remain fixed and unmoving, the pages untouched. Aunt Petunia flutters about the room, straightening cushions obsessively, while Dudley is practically wedged into an armchair, still holding onto his backside as though expecting it to sprout a tail at any moment. The tension in the room builds with every passing minute, and Harry, finding it unbearable, slips out and sits on the stairs, waiting. 5 o'clock comes and goes. The Weasleys are nowhere to be seen. Uncle Vernon's frustration grows, his eyes narrowing as he mutters about wizards and their lack of punctuality. Harry's excuses about traffic or confusion sound increasingly weak, and by 5:30, the atmosphere has reached a boiling point. Aunt Petunia glances out the window as if expecting a parade of oddly dressed wizards to march up the driveway. Just as Uncle Vernon sneers another remark about their kind, a deafening crash echoes from the living room. Dudley hurtles out, his face white with terror, unable to speak. Harry rushes in to find the source of the commotion. The Weasleys are trying to enter the house via flue powder. The Dursleys, having replaced their fireplace with an electric one, have inadvertently blocked the magical entrance. Mr. Weasley's voice echoes from behind the sealed fireplace, followed by the frustrated tones of Fred, George, and Ron. Harry stifles a laugh as he explains to the Dursleys what's happening, though they are too shocked to comprehend the situation. As the Weasleys continue to bang on the block chimney, Harry calls out to Mr. Weasley, informing him of the Dursleys' renovation. Mr. Weasley, baffled by the idea of an electric fireplace, expresses an eager curiosity to see it, much to the Dursleys' growing horror. After some back and forth, Mr. Weasley concludes that the only solution is to blast open the fireplace. Ignoring Uncle Vernon's protests, he waves his wand, sending the electric fire skidding the room in a shower of dust and rubble. The Dursleys stand frozen in disbelief as Mr. Weasley, followed by Fred, George, and Ron, steps out of the wrecked fireplace, brushing soot from their wizarding robes. Aunt Petunia shrieks, and Uncle Vernon, covered in white dust, is too stunned to speak. Mr. Weasley, always polite, offers a cheery greeting, extending a hand to Uncle Vernon. The Dursleys, however, are in no state to respond. They gape at the Weasleys, eyes wide with shock, as the wizard family begins gathering Harry's belongings. Despite the chaos, Harry is amused. The Dursleys are entirely out of their depth, their world turned upside down by the arrival of wizards. Mr. Weasley, fascinated by Muggle artifacts, begins examining the Dursleys' appliances with childlike wonder, much to their further distress. Then, just as the Weasleys are about to leave, Fred and George's final prank unfolds. One of the twins accidentally drops a bag of magical toffees, and Dudley, ever the glutton, snatches one up without a second thought. Within moments, his tongue swells, stretching to an absurd length. Panic erupts. Aunt Petunia desperately tugs at Dudley's tongue, while Uncle Vernon bellows in fury. Mr. Weasley tries to intervene, apologizing for his son's prank. But the Dursleys are beyond reason. Aunt Petunia shields Dudley from Mr. Weasley's wand, while Uncle Vernon hurls objects across the room in a blind rage. Amidst the pandemonium, Harry takes his chance to escape. With a quick goodbye, he steps into the green flames of the Floo powder, leaving Privet Drive and its chaos behind. His last glimpse of the Dursleys is one of pure madness. Aunt Petunia screaming, Uncle Vernon throwing ornaments, and Dudley's enormous tongue lolling out of his mouth. As Harry disappears into the magical flames, he can't help but smile, knowing he is finally on his way back to the Burrow, back to the wizarding world and to the people who treat him like family. This entire chapter is omitted in the film, which is a shame because Fred and George's prank on Dudley with the enchanted toffee that causes his tongue to enlarge is quite funny. This chapter showcases Arthur Weasley's fascination with Muggles that we don't really get as much in the films until later. However, this book is almost double the length of Prisoner of Azkaban at 190,000 words, so it makes sense that the film would cut all of this. James and Oliver Phelps, who played Fred and George, were known for their prankster-like behavior off-screen as well. During breaks, they often engaged in playful antics with the cast and crew. Chapter 5, Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. Harry spins through the Floo network, feeling the familiar dizziness and disorientation as he's hurled through a whirlwind of green flames. His world blurs until he finally tumbles out of the fireplace, landing unceremoniously in the Weasleys' cozy kitchen. Before he can fully gather himself, Fred Weasley pulls him up, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Without missing a beat, Fred immediately asks if Harry saw Dudley Dursley eat the toffee. Harry, still slightly disoriented, confirms that Dudley did eat it. Fred, clearly pleased, grins and proudly reveals that it was a Ton-Tongue toffee, one of the twins' joke sweets. It causes Dudley's tongue to grow to an enormous size, a detail that sends Fred and George into peals of laughter. Harry, though initially shocked, can't help but laugh along with them, imagining the scene. The kitchen fills with the sound of their shared laughter, contrasting the tension he's left behind at Privet Drive. As the laughter dies down, Harry's attention is drawn to two figures seated at the table. Ron's older brothers, Bill and Charlie, are home, and this is Harry's first meeting them. Bill, the eldest Weasley sibling, immediately strikes Harry as different from what he imagined. With his long hair tied in a ponytail, a fang earring, and dragonhide boots, Bill has a laid-back, almost rock star air about him. Harry had expected him to be more like Percy, prim and proper. Charlie, stockier and covered in burn marks from working with dragons, is just as fascinating. His rough exterior speaks to the dangerous work he does in Romania. The atmosphere in the kitchen is lively as the Weasley brothers catch up, and Harry feels at home surrounded by their easy banter. He listens to their stories, marveling at how different each of the Weasley siblings is from one another. The cheerful mood shifts abruptly when Mr. Weasley arrives home. His usually kind and easygoing expression is gone, replaced by a look of anger. His eyes immediately lock on Fred and George, and without any preamble, he starts scolding them for their latest prank. Mr. Weasley's frustration runs more profound than usual. His job at the Ministry of Magic, specifically in the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office, is built around maintaining harmony between the magical and Muggle worlds. The twins' prank on Dudley, while funny to them, risks damaging that fragile balance. Fred and George defend their actions, pointing out that Dudley deserved it for being a bully. Though Mr. Weasley doesn't entirely disagree with their assessment of Dudley's character, he remains firm, stressing the importance of acting responsibly, especially regarding Muggles. His scolding continues, and the twins' smirks fade. Just then, Mrs. Weasley sweeps into the kitchen. Her motherly instincts immediately pick up on the tension, but her face softens when she spots Harry. She greets him warmly, making him feel instantly welcome. But the warmth vanishes as quickly as it came when she turns back to her husband, demanding to know what has happened. Mr. Weasley hesitates, clearly not eager to expose Fred and George's latest antics to their mother, knowing how fiercely she disapproves of their constant pranks. Before the argument can escalate, two more familiar faces appear. Hermione Granger and Ginny Weasley step into the room. Hermione, always practical, suggests they show Harry to his room, offering Mr. Weasley a chance to avoid telling Mrs. Weasley the full story for the time being. The group quickly agrees, and they all head upstairs, leaving the adults to settle the brewing tension. As they climb the narrow, rickety staircase of the Burrow, Harry takes in the familiar, chaotic charm of the Weasley home. There's something incredibly comforting about the mismatched furniture, the cluttered hallways, and the warmth that radiates from every corner. Along the way, Ron and Ginny fill Harry in on the ongoing feud between Fred, George, and their mother. It turns out that the twins are working on a line of joke products called Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, which they hope to sell at Hogwarts. Their ambition to open a joke shop infuriates Mrs. Weasley, who has always expected her children to follow more traditional career paths like their father at the Ministry. As they reach the landing, Ron casually mentions that Fred and George didn't do well on their OWLs, the standardized exams taken at Hogwarts. Mrs. Weasley's disappointment in their poor performance only fuels her frustration with their lack of seriousness. Harry can sense the ongoing tension between the twins and their mother, as Ron describes it. Just as they're about to enter Ron's room, Percy's head pokes out from his room, his face filled with irritation. He's been working on a report for the Ministry's Department of International Magical Cooperation, and the noise is clearly bothering him. Percy, as serious as ever, takes the opportunity to boast about the importance of his work, particularly his project on standardizing cauldron thickness. Ron, ever the Joker, immediately mocks Percy's obsession with his task, making a sarcastic comment about the potential world-shattering consequences of cauldron leaks. Inside Ron's room, Harry is struck by how little has changed since his last visit. The orange posters of the Chudley Cannons, Ron's favorite Quidditch team, still cover the walls, and Pigwidgeon, Ron's tiny and overly excitable owl, flits madly around the room. Despite Ron's half-hearted complaints about the hyperactive bird, Harry knows he's fond of the little owl. The conversation shifts to lighter topics as they settle in, and Hermione asks how Harry's summer has been. Harry thanks them for the food they sent, which kept him sane during his stay with the Dursleys. Ron tries to steer the conversation towards Sirius Black, Harry's godfather, but Hermione quickly hushes him, reminding Ron that Ginny doesn't know the whole truth about Sirius. Instead, the group chats about more trivial matters like Crookshanks, Hermione's cat, who has been amusing himself by chasing gnomes in the Weasleys' garden. Before long, it's time for dinner. As they head downstairs, they hear Mrs. Weasley muttering to herself in the kitchen, still fuming about Fred and George. She busies herself magically preparing dinner, though her irritation causes a few spells to go awry. Potatoes zoom across the room and dishes clatter. Sensing her frustration, the group wisely decides to steer clear and heads outside to help Bill and Charlie set up the garden for dinner. In the garden, Bill and Charlie are making quick work of the setup, using magic to levitate the old tables into place. Bill, ever the Joker, turns it into a game, making the tables clash mid-air like dueling knights. Fred and George cheer them on, enjoying the spectacle, while Percy pokes his head out of the window, irritated by the noise. Bill takes the opportunity to tease Percy about his report, much to Percy's annoyance, though the atmosphere remains playful. Dinner in the garden is as lively and warm as Harry remembers. Mrs. Weasley's frustration with Fred and George seems to have cooled, and the conversation soon turns to the Quidditch World Cup, a much-anticipated event in the wizarding world. Bill and Charlie debate the merits of the competing teams, with Bill rooting for Ireland and Fred and George singing the praises of Bulgaria's starseeker, Victor Krum. Even Percy, usually uninterested in sports, joins the conversation, though he can't help steering it back to his work at the Ministry. The topic of the World Cup isn't the only thing discussed. Percy proudly mentions the disappearance of Bertha Jorkins, a Ministry employee, and expresses concern over her prolonged absence. While Percy sees this as a serious issue, his boss, Ludo Bagman, is more dismissive, treating it as another case of Bertha getting lost. Mr. Weasley shares his thoughts, offering mild concern, but Percy is adamant that Mr. Crouch, his other boss, is taking the matter very seriously. Percy's admiration for Mr. Crouch is evident, and he doesn't miss the chance to compare him favorably to the more carefree Bagman. As the evening progresses, the conversation lightens, and Harry finds himself swept up in the warmth and camaraderie of the Weasley family. Fred and George speculate wildly about the outcome of the Quidditch World Cup, while Mrs. Weasley playfully scolds Bill for his long hair and earrings. Ginny is always ready to defend her brothers and sides with Bill, teasing her mother for being old-fashioned. The playful banter continues over dessert, with the whole family taking part. After dinner, as the night grows cooler, Mr. Weasley conjures candles to light the garden. Harry sits back, enjoying the peaceful atmosphere. The gnomes scurry through the flower beds, chased by Crookshanks, and for the first time all summer, Harry feels at ease. As the evening winds down, Ron quietly asks if Harry has heard from Sirius. Harry nods, mentioning the letters he's received from his godfather, though he hesitates to bring up the pain in his scar or his strange dream recently, not wanting to spoil the moment. As they prepare for bed, Mrs. Weasley reminds everyone of the early start the next day for the Quidditch World Cup. The excitement of the upcoming match hangs in the air, and even Percy can't resist commenting on how the event might impact his work. Fred, of course, takes the opportunity to tease him, much to Percy's annoyance. The film entirely skips Harry's visit to the Burrow and his interactions with the extended Weasley family, including Bill and Charlie Weasley, who are introduced here but never appear in the film. Also, the prank Fred and George played on Dudley with the Tung Toffee hints at their future ambitions to start a joke shop. Charlie Weasley never appears in any of the films, while Bill only makes his first on-screen appearance in Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, Part 1. It is a shame these two weren't introduced because Bill goes on to marry Fleur Delacour, and Charlie's work with dragons makes him quite interesting. Chapter 6. The Portkey. Harry is jolted awake in the early morning by Mrs. Weasley's voice calling him from the bottom of the stairs. It's still pitch dark outside, and he feels as though he's barely slept. Groggily reaching for his glasses, he stumbles out of bed, trying to shake off the heaviness of sleep. Ron, looking just as bleary-eyed, is already halfway out of his blanket pile as Mrs. Weasley bustles around the room, rousing Fred and George. The twins grumble, entangled in heaps of blankets on the floor, but eventually they drag themselves up. Too tired to talk, everyone silently gets dressed and heads downstairs. In the Weasleys' cozy kitchen, the smell of breakfast fills the air as Mrs. Weasley works her magic at the stove. Sitting at the kitchen table, Mr. Weasley checks a pile of parchment tickets, his brow furrowed with concentration. He's dressed in oversized Muggle clothes, including an old golfing sweater and a pair of faded jeans held by a worn leather belt. Nervously, Mr. Weasley looks up and asks Harry how he looks, clearly hoping his attire blends in with the Muggle world. Harry, smiling, reassures him that he looks fine. As they gather around the table, Fred and George mutter about why Bill, Charlie, and Percy aren't joining them. Mrs. Weasley explains that since they're all old enough to apparate, they have the luxury of sleeping in and will meet them later. The conversation shifts to apparition, and Harry learns more about the complexities and dangers of the magical skill. Mr. Weasley recounts a gruesome tale of two witches who split themselves while apparating, leaving parts of their bodies behind. The story paints a vivid image in Harry's mind, and he shudders at the thought of stray body parts being left behind on the streets. Despite the risks, Bill, Charlie, and Percy are all capable of apparating, though Charlie had to take the test twice after misjudging his first attempt and landing miles off course. Hermione and Ginny shuffle into the kitchen as the group eats breakfast, just as sleepy as everyone else. Ginny rubs her eyes and asks in a drowsy voice why they must be up so early. Mr. Weasley, looking over his tickets again, explains that they need to reach a Portkey, a magical object that will transport them to the Quidditch World Cup. He elaborates, describing how difficult it is for so many wizards to travel to such a huge event without attracting Muggle attention. The Ministry of Magic has been working for months to organize and keep the World Cup hidden from the non-magical world. Just as they prepare to leave, Mrs. Weasley catches Fred sneaking something into his pocket. With a quick flick of her wand and a sharp Axio, several brightly colored Tung Toffees zoom out of Fred's grasp. Mrs. Weasley's eyes narrow in fury. After the incident with Dudley, she ordered Fred and George to destroy the prank sweets, but it's clear they've been hiding them. With her wand raised, Mrs. Weasley summons more of the toffees from Fred's jacket lining and George's trouser cuffs, scolding them for their irresponsibility. The twins protest, arguing that they've spent months perfecting their joke products, but Mrs. Weasley isn't having it. Furious, she criticizes them for wasting time on pranks instead of focusing on their schoolwork. Fred and George, clearly upset, shoulder their rucksacks in silence and leave the house without saying another word. The cool pre-dawn air hits them as they step outside. It's still dark with the moon hanging low in the sky, casting a pale light over the countryside. They begin their walk towards Stoats Head Hill, where the Portkey awaits. The air is crisp, and the only sound is the crunch of their footsteps on the grass. A faint greenish hue on the horizon hints at the approaching dawn, but for now they walk under the cover of darkness. Harry, curious about the logistics of the massive Quidditch World Cup, asks Mr. Weasley how the Ministry keeps such a huge event hidden from Muggles. Mr. Weasley explains that it has been a monumental task, requiring months of planning. Thousands of wizards from all over the world are attending, and the Ministry had to stagger their arrivals over several weeks. They've set up anti-Muggle protections and organized various methods of transportation to avoid attracting attention. Portkeys, Mr. Weasley explains, are one of those methods. They can be anything mundane, an old boot, a scrap of litter, so Muggles won't notice them. About 200 Portkeys have been scattered across Britain, and theirs is located at the top of Stoats Head Hill. As they make their way through the village and up the hill, the ground becomes steeper and they occasionally stumble over rabbit holes and patches of uneven grass. By the time they reach the summit, everyone is winded and panting. But the sky is beginning to lighten to a deep blue, promising the start of a new day. At the top of the hill, they find Amos Diggory and his son, Cedric, already waiting by the Portkey. Amos is a ruddy-faced, cheerful man who works at the Ministry of Magic in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. He greets them enthusiastically and proudly introduces Cedric, who Harry recognizes as the seeker and captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team at Hogwarts. Cedric is tall, handsome, and modest, and his demeanor is in stark contrast to his father's exuberant pride. Amos can't help but gush over Cedric's accomplishments, particularly his victory over Gryffindor in last year's Quidditch match. Fred and George, still bitter about the loss, remain silent as Amos continues to boast. Cedric, clearly embarrassed, downplays the win, pointing out that Harry had fallen off his broom during the match due to an accident. But Amos dismisses this, insisting that Cedric won fair and square. Mr. Weasley checks his watch, noting they're right on time for the Portkey to activate. Their Portkey turns out to be a battered old boot lying inconspicuously on the ground, exactly the kind of everyday object the Ministry prefers for magical transportation. Mr. Weasley instructs everyone to gather around and touch the Portkey with just a finger. The group forms a circle, with Harry gripping the boot along with Ron, Hermione, and the others. He can't help but think how odd the scene must look. Two grown men, along with a group of children, huddled together around a moldy boot in the half-light of dawn. Mr. Weasley begins counting down the seconds, and as the moment arrives, Harry feels an odd sensation as though a hook is yanking him sharply from just behind his navel. His feet lift off the ground in an instant, and he's pulled forward in a dizzying rush of wind, sound, and color. The force propels him through space, the Portkey pulling him along as his hands grip it tightly. He feels Ron and Hermione beside him, their shoulders bumping into his as they're hurled through the air. After what feels like a whirlwind journey, Harry's feet slam back onto solid ground. He stumbles, losing his balance, and falls to the earth as the Portkey lands nearby with a heavy thud. He looks up to see Mr. Weasley, Amos, and Cedric standing, though they look a bit disheveled and windswept. Everyone else has fallen over, but quickly scrambles to their feet, brushing off dirt and leaves. They've arrived at their destination, the Quidditch World Cup site. A voice from a distance announces their arrival, marking the end of their journey via Portkey in the beginning of the long-anticipated event. The film skips the detailed explanation of wizarding transportation and the risks of apparition. Additionally, the interaction between Amos Diggory and Harry is toned down in the film. Cedric Diggory, played by Robert Pattinson, makes one of his earliest ever media appearances in the Portkey scene. Chapter 7, Bagman and Crouch. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and the Weasley family land unsteadily on the misty moor after their dizzying journey via Portkey. The old boot they used as a portal now lies discarded, its magic spent. Harry stumbles, struggling to regain his balance, and feels the world spinning slightly as he disentangles himself from Ron, who looks equally disoriented. His legs wobble beneath him, and the mist swirling around the moor makes it difficult to see more than a few feet in any direction. The sensation of traveling through the Portkey lingers in his body, leaving him breathless. Nearby, 2 Ministry wizards stand waiting, responsible for managing the arrivals. Their attempts to blend in with Muggles are as awkward as they are comical. One of them is wearing a tweed suit that is far too large for him, paired with thigh-high galoshes. The other sports a kilt, topped off with a mismatched poncho. The odd combination of clothes, Harry realizes, is typical of the wizarding world's clumsy attempts to mimic Muggle fashion. Despite all their magic, wizards consistently misunderstand even the simplest elements of non-magical life, a recurring theme that never ceases to amuse Harry. Mr. Weasley greets one of the Ministry wizards, Basil, whose face betrays the exhaustion of a long night spent managing countless arrivals. They exchange polite pleasantries, though Harry notices the subtle tension in Basil's voice as he tells Mr. Weasley that a large group from the Black Forest is due to arrive shortly, urging them to clear the area quickly. Basil directs them toward the Weasleys' assigned campsite just beyond a stone cottage on the other side of the misty moor. The group sets off, trudging through the thick fog that clings to the ground. Harry can barely see a few feet ahead as they walk, the cold dampness of the moor seeping through their clothes. Silence hangs over the group as they march. The only sounds are the crunch of their footsteps and the occasional stumble as someone trips over an unseen obstacle. After about 20 minutes, they reach the small stone cottage that marks the entrance to the campsite. Beyond it, Harry can make out the faint outlines of hundreds of tents scattered across a large field, stretching into the horizon where a distant dark wood looms. The scale of the campsite astonishes Harry, giving him his first real sense of just how massive the Quidditch World Cup will be. They say goodbye to Amos, Diggory, and Cedric at the cottage, who are headed to a different part of the campsite. Cedric smiles warmly at Harry, looking more composed and confident than ever. Harry feels a twinge of admiration for Cedric, the Hufflepuff seeker who had won the Quidditch match against Gryffindor the previous year. Though Harry had fallen off his broom during that game, he couldn't help but acknowledge Cedric's skill. As they reach the entrance, Mr. Weasley approaches the campsite manager, Mr. Roberts, who is entirely unaware of the magical nature of the event happening right under his nose. Mr. Roberts greets them with the typical professionalism of someone running a business, but there's a flicker of confusion in his eyes, something that tells Harry he's noticed that his customers aren't entirely ordinary. Mr. Weasley handles the situation with care, fumbling with the Muggle money as he pays for their spot. Mr. Roberts watches him closely, clearly suspicious. Harry steps in to help Mr. Weasley sort the notes, and as he does, Mr. Roberts remarks on the strange visitors he's encountered lately. People paying him with oversized gold coins and others arriving in the oddest clothes, like the man in the kilt and poncho. Mr. Roberts' voice begins to take on an edge as he talks about the increasing strangeness around the campsite. He notes how unusually crowded it is, with people arriving from foreign countries and behaving like they're all part of some secret gathering. There's a touch of anxiety in his words, and Harry can sense that the man is growing more and more uneasy. Before Mr. Roberts can voice any further concerns, a Ministry wizard in +4s suddenly appears and performs a memory charm on him. Harry, recognizing the familiar signs of the spell, watches as Mr. Roberts' face goes blank, his memory of the strange interactions erased in an instant. The Ministry wizard sighs, explaining to Mr. Weasley that they've had to modify Mr. Roberts' memory several times in recent days due to the constant influx of wizards. The Quidditch World Cup is attracting wizards from all over the world, and keeping the magical proceedings hidden from Muggles has become increasingly challenging. Once Mr. Roberts is safely oblivious to the magical chaos surrounding him, the group heads deeper into the campsite. Harry's eyes widen as he takes in the sight before him. The campsite is unlike anything he's ever seen, a vast expanse filled with tents of all shapes and sizes, many enchanted with magical embellishments. Some tents are simple, designed to resemble Muggle tents, but others are extravagantly decorated, displaying the magical flair of their owners. One tent is adorned with a chimney that puffs out smoke in rainbow colors, while another has a weather vane shaped like a dragon's head. Further down the path, Harry spots a tent that looks like a miniature palace, with silk walls and live peacocks strutting in front of the entrance. The magical energy in the air is palpable, and Harry feels excited as he realizes just how significant this event is. Mr. Weasley leads the group to their assigned campsite, which is marked by a small sign reading Weasley, humorously misspelled. Despite the error, Mr. Weasley beams with satisfaction at their location, noting its proximity to the stadium. The family begins the process of setting up their tents, though ministry restrictions on the use of magic mean they must do it the Muggle way. Mr. Weasley, always fascinated by Muggle customs, insists on pitching the tents by hand, much to the frustration of the younger Weasleys. Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who have never been camping before, struggle to figure out where the poles and pegs go, but with a bit of trial and error, they manage to get the tent standing. Harry steps inside once the tents are up and is immediately stunned by what he finds. The tents, which appeared small and shabby on the outside, are magically expanded on the inside. They resemble cozy flats, complete with kitchens, bathrooms, and bedrooms. The mismatched furniture and crocheted covers on the chairs give the interior a quaint, homely feel, though the faint smell of cats lingers in the air. Mr. Weasley explains that the tents were borrowed from a colleague at the ministry who no longer uses them due to his lumbago, adding another layer of charm to their makeshift home. With the tents erected, Mr. Weasley sends Harry, Ron, and Hermione to fetch water while the others gather firewood. As they venture through the campsite, the sun begins to rise, casting a warm glow over the sea of tents. The mist lifts, revealing even more of the magical world that has gathered for the Quidditch World Cup. Harry can't help but marvel at the diversity of the wizarding families around them, realizing just how vast and interconnected the magical community truly is. Their journey across the campsite is filled with fascinating encounters. At one point, they come across a tiny boy no older than 2, sitting outside his family's tent and poking a slug with his father's wand. To the boy's delight, the slug swells to the size of a salami, but before the boy can cause any more havoc, his mother rushes out, scolding him for touching the wand. She accidentally steps on the enlarged slug in her haste, causing it to burst with a loud squelch. The boy wails while his mother sighs in exasperation, wiping slime off her shoes. The scene, though messy, is a humorous reminder of the innocence and curiosity of magical children. As they continue walking, they see 2 young witches riding toy broomsticks, their feet barely skimming the grass. The brooms hover just above the ground, allowing the girls to glide effortlessly. A ministry official rushes past, muttering about the dangers of children using magic in broad daylight, especially with so many muggles nearby. They also encounter various families preparing breakfast. Some wizards, trying to remain inconspicuous, conjure small fires with furtive glances around them, while others attempt to use muggle methods. Harry watches as one wizard strikes a match with a look of intense concentration, as though unsure whether the tiny flame will actually work. Nearby, 3 African wizards sit around a bright purple fire, roasting what looks like a rabbit. In contrast, a group of middle-aged American witches sits gossiping happily under a banner that reads the Salem Witches Institute, adding to the international atmosphere of the campsite. Ron suddenly points out that everything around them has turned green. They've wandered into the Irish section of the campsite, where the tents are adorned with thick shamrocks. The vivid greenery makes the area stand out from the rest of the campsite, creating the impression that small hillocks of shamrocks have sprouted from the ground. As they approach one of the tents, they spot Seamus Finnegan, a fellow Gryffindor, sitting outside with his family. Seamus beams with pride as he shows off their shamrock-covered decorations, while his mother enthusiastically proclaims her support for the Irish Quidditch team. Surrounded by Irish supporters, Harry, Ron, and Hermione quickly assure Mrs. Finnegan that they too will be rooting for Ireland in the match. Curious about the Bulgarian supporters, the trio decides to venture over to their section of the campsite. Unlike the Irish tents, the Bulgarian ones are more subdued, though each is marked with posters of Viktor Krum, the famed Bulgarian seeker. The posters, like all magical photographs, move, showing Krum's surly face and heavy black eyebrows. Ron, a passionate Quidditch fan, can barely contain his excitement as he talks about Krum's legendary skill, describing him as a Quidditch genius. Hermione, however, remains unimpressed, pointing out Crum's perpetually scowling expression, much to Ron's frustration. Returning to the campsite with the water, they find Mr. Weasley still struggling to light a fire using Muggle matches. Exasperated by his fascination with all things non-magical, Hermione steps in and lights the fire with ease, showing Mr. Weasley the proper technique. Once the fire is going, the group sets about cooking breakfast, and they are soon joined by Bill, Charlie, and Percy, who have apparated to the campsite. The family enjoys their meal together, but their peaceful morning is interrupted by the arrival of Ludo Bagman. Ludo Bagman, a former Quidditch player and now the head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports, is instantly recognizable in his bright yellow Quidditch robes, emblazoned with a large wasp emblem. Despite his important position, Bagman is far more interested in placing bets on the upcoming match than in his responsibilities. He greets Mr. Weasley warmly and offers him the chance to place a wager on the Quidditch match. Mr. Weasley, ever cautious, makes a modest bet on Ireland to win, but Fred and George, eager for excitement, place a much larger bet, wagering all their savings that Ireland will win, but Victor Crumb will catch the snitch. Bagman, delighted by the gamble, accepts their bet with a grin and even offers to throw in a fake wand as part of the wager. Percy, who disapproves of Bagman's lax attitude, tries to intervene, but Bagman remains unfazed, continuing to chat animatedly with the group. His carefree demeanor is quickly contrasted by the arrival of Barty Crouch, the head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Crouch, a stern and formal man, is dressed impeccably in a suit and tie, exuding an air of authority. Unlike Bagman, Crouch takes his responsibilities very seriously, and his arrival brings a sense of order to the group. Percy, who idolizes Crouch, is eager to impress him, though his efforts are quickly undermined when Crouch mistakenly refers to him as Weatherby, much to Fred and George's amusement. Bagman and Crouch briefly discuss the logistical challenges of organizing the Quidditch World Cup, including the pressures of accommodating so many foreign dignitaries and the complexities of keeping the event hidden from Muggles. Their conversation touches on the disappearance of Bertha Jorkins, a ministry employee who has been missing for weeks. Crouch expresses concern, but Bagman dismisses it as another instance of Bertha getting lost, brushing aside the potential seriousness of her absence. As the day progresses, the excitement in the campsite builds. Vendors begin to appear, selling all sorts of magical souvenirs. Harry buys a pair of omnioculars for himself, Ron, and Hermione, despite Ron's protests about spending too much money. The omnioculars, which allow users to replay and analyze moments from the match, are the perfect tool for the Quidditch World Cup, and Harry can't wait to use them. The group heads toward the stadium, joining the throngs of witches and wizards, making their way to the highly anticipated match between Ireland and Bulgaria. The atmosphere is electric, the excitement palpable as families from around the world gather to witness the greatest Quidditch players compete on the international stage. The casting team hired real Irish actors to portray the Irish Quidditch supporters. This chapter also introduces Ludo Bagman, a significant character in the book, who doesn't appear at all in the film adaptation of Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. In the book, Bagman plays a central role in organizing the Quidditch World Cup and interacts with the Weasleys, particularly Fred and George, who place a bet alongside him. Chapter 8, The Quidditch World Cup. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and the Weasley family make their way toward the stadium where the Quidditch World Cup final is about to take place. After spending time exploring the bustling magical marketplace where Ron excitedly bought his beloved omnioculars, the group hurries along a lantern-lit path through the forest. Around them, thousands of witches and wizards from all corners of the wizarding world join the excited procession, their voices rising in joyous laughter and anticipation. The infectious energy permeates the air, each step bringing them closer to the grand event. Harry can't help but smile, feeling a surge of exhilaration, knowing he's about to witness the most significant sporting event the wizarding world has to offer. Everywhere he looks, people are adorned in colorful robes and waving flags, their excitement palpable as they approach the stadium. After a brisk 20-minute walk, the group finally emerges from the woods and Harry catches his first glimpse of the colossal stadium. The sight is nothing short of awe-inspiring. The golden walls of the stadium stretch high into the air, glistening under the warm light of thousands of enchanted torches illuminating the area. Mr. Weasley, filled with pride, explains that the stadium seats 100,000 spectators and that a dedicated Ministry of Magic task force has worked tirelessly for an entire year to construct it. They've also used powerful Muggle-repelling charms to keep any non-magical people from stumbling into the site. Any Muggle who wanders too close suddenly remembers an urgent appointment and leaves, allowing the magical event to unfold without interference. Harry marvels at the incredible amount of magic required to hide such a colossal structure from the Muggle world. It's a reminder of how vast and powerful the Ministry of Magic is, especially when organizing an event of this magnitude. As they approach the entrance, the group is directed toward their seats in the top box, the most prestigious section of the stadium. The Weasleys, who are not accustomed to such luxury, are thrilled at the opportunity to sit in such prime seats. A Ministry witch checks their tickets, her eyes widening in surprise as she realizes they have secured seats in the top box, and she gestures for them to climb the purple carpeted stairs as high as they can. Harry's heart races with excitement as they begin to ascend the staircase. With each step, his anticipation builds. Along the way, the crowd begins to thin out as spectators filter into various sections of the stands, but Harry, Ron, Hermione, and the Weasleys keep climbing higher and higher until they finally reach the very top of the stadium. The view from the top box is breathtaking. They find themselves seated at the highest point of the stadium, perfectly situated between the two golden goalposts which stand like sentinels overlooking the pitch. From this height, the Quidditch field looks velvety smooth, glowing with a golden light that seems to radiate from the field itself. The oval-shaped stadium rises in levels around the pitch, packed with thousands of witches and wizards worldwide. Opposite the top box, a massive magical blackboard flashes advertisements for various wizarding products, including the Blue Bottle Broomstick and Mrs. Gower's all-purpose magical mess remover. Harry's eyes linger on the vibrant signs for a moment, momentarily distracted by their brilliance. Soon, however, he refocuses on the grandeur of the scene before him. The energy in the stadium is electric, and he feels a rush of excitement as he anticipates the match ahead. While the group settles into their seats, Harry notices a tiny creature sitting at the back of the box, its face hidden in its hands. The creature, draped in a tea towel that resembles a toga, has short legs that dangle awkwardly from the chair. At first, Harry wonders if this might be Dobby, the house elf he freed from the Malfoys 2 years ago, but upon closer inspection, he realizes this is a different house elf. The creature introduces herself as Winky, a house elf who serves Mr. Crouch, a high-ranking ministry official. Winky is clearly distressed as she explains that she is terrified of heights, but has been ordered by her master to save him a seat in the top box. Despite her fear, Winky insists that she must follow her master's orders no matter how frightened she feels. Her loyalty to her master, even at her own expense, reminds Harry of the complexities of house elf servitude and how deeply ingrained such traditions can be. During their conversation, Winky reveals some troubling news about Dobby. She tells Harry that Dobby, now a free elf, has been struggling to find work because he insists on being paid for his labor, a concept that is completely foreign to house elves. Winky is horrified by Dobby's behavior, insisting that house elves should not be paid and that Dobby's freedom has gone to his head. She warns Harry that Dobby is getting up to all sorts of high jinks and could land himself in trouble with the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures if he continues on his current path. Despite Winky's concerns, Harry defends Dobby's desire for freedom and wages, but Winky remains steadfast in her belief that house elves should remain obedient and unpaid servants. The conversation highlights the stark ideological differences between the two house elves and emphasizes the magical community's struggle for identity and autonomy. As more spectators fill the top box, the group encounters several important figures from the wizarding world. Mr. Weasley, working at the Ministry of Magic, is constantly shaking hands and exchanging pleasantries with various officials. Percy Weasley, eager to make a good impression, jumps to his feet every time someone of importance enters the box, bowing so low that at one point his glasses fall off and shatter. He quickly repairs them with a wave of his wand, but his enthusiasm borders on embarrassing. Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, soon arrives and greets Harry warmly, treating him like an old friend. Fudge introduces Harry to the Bulgarian Minister of Magic, who does not speak English but becomes animated upon recognizing Harry's famous lightning bolt scar. The interaction highlights Harry's growing fame in the wizarding world, as even foreign dignitaries know his identity and have heard tales of his past. However, the most tension-filled moment comes when Lucius Malfoy, his wife Narcissa, and their son Draco arrive in the top box. The Malfoys, staunch supporters of blood purity, look down on anyone with Muggle heritage and have long been at odds with the Weasleys, whom they consider blood traitors for associating with Muggles and Muggleborns. Lucius wastes no time in making a snide remark about how Mr. Weasley could afford seats in the top box, implying that he must have sold something of great value to get them. Mr. Weasley, clearly irritated but determined to remain civil in front of the Minister of Magic, forces a strained smile and responds politely. Still, the tension between the two men is palpable. Draco Malfoy, who has been Harry's nemesis since their first year at Hogwarts, glares at Harry, Ron, and Hermione with his usual contempt before sitting down with his parents. As the match draws closer, the atmosphere in the stadium becomes even more charged with excitement. Ludo Bagman, the former Quidditch player who is now working for the Ministry, arrives in the top box to serve as the commentators for the match. He uses a sonorous charm to amplify his, and his booming announcement echoes across the stadium, welcoming the spectators to the final of the 422nd Quidditch World Cup. The crowd erupts in cheers, with thousands of flags waving in the air and national anthems clashing as supporters show their enthusiasm for their respective teams. The blackboard flashes the names of the teams, Bulgaria and Ireland, and the match is about to begin. The team mascots are introduced before the players take to the field, starting with the Bulgarians. The right side of the stadium, filled with scarlet-clad Bulgarian supporters, roars with approval as the Vila, the Bulgarian team's mascots, glide onto the pitch. Vila are extraordinarily beautiful creatures, and their beauty has a magical effect on those who watch them. As the Vila begin to dance, Harry and Ron are entranced, their minds going blissfully blank as they become completely mesmerized by the Vila's movements. Harry, caught up in the Vila's spell, feels an overwhelming urge to impress them and even contemplates jumping from the top box just to do something worthy of their attention. Next to him, Ron is similarly entranced, shredding the shamrock from his hat absent-mindedly. Hermione, unaffected by the Vila's allure, quickly pulls both boys back to reality, much to their confusion. The Irish mascots, a group of leprechauns, follow the Vila with their own magical display. A giant green and gold comet zooms into the stadium, circling the pitch before splitting into two and creating a rainbow that connects the goalposts. The crowd oohs and ahs at the dazzling spectacle, which is as lighthearted and joyful as the Vila's performance was seductive and intense. The leprechauns then form a massive shamrock in the sky, showering gold coins upon the crowd. Ron is overjoyed, eagerly stuffing the coins into his pockets and even handing some to Harry, joking that Harry now owes him for the omnioculars he bought earlier. The mascots' performances set the stage for the Quidditch match, which will be equally magical and thrilling. Finally, the players take to the field and the match begins. The Irish team, dressed in green robes, is introduced first, followed by the Bulgarian team, dressed in scarlet. The excitement in the stadium reaches a fever pitch as Victor Krum, the famous Bulgarian seeker, flies out onto the field. Despite being only 18, Krum is widely regarded as one of the best Quidditch players in the world, and his presence on the field causes a stir among the spectators. Ron, a Quidditch enthusiast, is in awe of Krum's talent, describing him as a genius and eagerly anticipating his performance in the match. Hermione, on the other hand, is less impressed by Krum's grumpy appearance, much to Ron's frustration. The match itself is fast-paced and brutal, with both teams playing at an incredibly high level. The Irish chasers work together seamlessly, passing the quaffle with lightning speed and scoring multiple goals within the first few minutes of the game. Their coordination and precision are unmatched, and it quickly becomes clear that the Irish team has a decisive advantage. However, the Bulgarian team is equally determined, and their beaters and chasers fight fiercely to regain control of the game. Krum, as the Seeker, remains focused on finding the golden snitch, pulling off daring moves like the Wronski feint, a dangerous dive designed to trick the opposing Seeker into a premature dive. As the game progresses, the mascots on both sides become increasingly agitated. The leprechauns, in particular, begin to mock the Vila by forming words in the sky that taunt the Bulgarian supporters. In response, the Vila lose their tempers and start throwing fireballs at the leprechauns, causing chaos on the sidelines. Their beautiful, human-like forms transform into terrifying bird-like creatures with sharp beaks and long, scaly wings. Ministry officials rush onto the field to prevent a full-scale magical battle between the mascots, but the tension between the two sides only adds to the intensity of the match. Despite the fierce competition, the Irish team continues to pull ahead, with their chasers scoring goal after goal. However, Crumb remains focused on the snitch, and when it finally appears, he dives for it with incredible speed and precision. In a heart-stopping moment, Crumb catches the snitch, ending the game. However, the final score reveals that Ireland has won the World Cup, as their lead was too great for Bulgaria to overcome. The final score is 170 to 160 in favor of Ireland, leaving the crowd in shock. Although Crumb's team has lost, he is still hailed as a hero for his skill and bravery, and the Bulgarian supporters cheer for him as he rises into the air, holding the snitch aloft. The stadium erupts into celebration as the Irish team performs a victory lap. Showered with gold coins and cheers from the Bulgarian team, including Crumb, looks dejected. But the Seeker, in particular, remains stoic, refusing to let the meta-wizards tend to his injuries. Harry, watching through his omnioculars, admires Crumb's determination and skill, even in defeat. The chapter ends with a presentation of the Quidditch World Cup trophy to the Irish team, and Fred and George Weasley eagerly approach Ludo Bagman to collect their winnings from a bet they had made earlier. The role of Victor Krum was played by Stanislav Janevski, a Bulgarian actor. Interestingly, Janevski was not an experienced actor at the time of filming. He was primarily a model and had little prior acting experience. It is funny that Krum caught the snitch, knowing that his team would never be able to make up the differences in points. Even though it makes Krum look cool, it makes the Bulgarian team pretty embarrassing, since Krum didn't think there was any way they could get within 150 points of the Irish. Chapter 9: The Dark Mark. The excitement from the Quidditch World Cup still thrums through the air as Harry, Ron, and Hermione make their way back to the tents with the Weasleys. Ireland's victory over Bulgaria, even with Victor Krum's spectacular performance as Seeker, has the crowd in high spirits. Fred and George Weasley are elated, having won substantial gold after placing a bet with Ludo Bagman on the outcome. As they walk through the campsite, surrounded by witches and wizards chattering excitedly about the match, the atmosphere is electric with the energy of celebration. Leprechauns still flit overhead, flashing gold and green as the echoes of songs and cheers ripple through the crowd. Despite the late hour, no one seems ready for the night to end. When they finally reach their campsite, the buzz of excitement shows no signs of fading. No one is tired enough for bed yet, and Mr. Weasley indulges them with the suggestion of staying up for one last cup of cocoa. Inside the tent, the air is filled with laughter and lively chatter as they replay the most thrilling moments of the match. Fred and George, delighted with their winnings, can't stop talking about how they outsmarted Bagman. Meanwhile, Mr. Weasley and Charlie argue about the finer points of Quidditch rules, much to Harry's amusement. Harry's mind drifts back to Victor Krum's brilliant Wronski feint as he listens. The move had been breathtaking, and Harry found himself imagining what it would be like to perform the same daring maneuver on his own firebolt. The thought of flying like Krum, hearing the crowd roar as he pulls off such an incredible dive, fills him with excitement. Later, as Harry lies in his bunk, the images of the match replay in his mind. He lets his thoughts wander, picturing himself playing Quidditch professionally, the stadium packed with fans chanting his name. He imagines the booming voice of Ludo Bagman calling out, "Potter," as he zooms through the air high above the pitch. The dream feels so vivid that it takes him a moment to remember where he is. But before he can drift off to sleep, the quiet of the night is suddenly shattered. Mr. Weasley's sharp and urgent voice wakes Harry with a start. He's speaking in a hushed but firm tone, rousing Harry, Ron, and Hermione. There's no time to ask questions. The tension in Mr. Weasley's voice makes it clear that something is wrong. Groggy and confused, Harry quickly gets out of bed and pulls on his clothes. Outside the tent, the atmosphere has changed drastically. The festive sounds of celebration have vanished, replaced by distant screams and the frantic pounding of running feet. Mr. Weasley is moving with purpose, his face set in a grim expression. He tells them they must leave immediately, his urgency spurring them into action. Harry is met with a scene of complete chaos as soon as they step outside. The campsite, buzzing with excitement just moments ago, is now in turmoil. People are running in every direction, knocking over tents in their haste to flee. By the dim light of the few remaining fires, Harry can see families huddled together, trying to protect their children as they scramble for safety. The sound of explosions echoes in the distance, accompanied by light flashes illuminating the night sky. As Harry looks around, trying to make sense of the chaos, his eyes are drawn to a group of hooded figures marching through the campsite. These wizards are not ordinary campers. They wear masks and dark robes, their wands raised high above their heads. As Harry watches in horror, he realizes that the masked wizards are levitating a group of muggles high into the air. The muggles, including the campsite manager, Mr. Roberts, and his family, are being twisted and contorted in grotesque ways, their bodies manipulated like puppets on invisible strings. The Death Eaters below are laughing and jeering as they toy with their helpless victims, flipping them upside down and bending their limbs in unnatural directions. Mrs. Roberts, her nightdress slipping down as she's flipped upside down, draws howls of laughter from the masked wizards. Ron, his face pale with disgust, mutters angrily under his breath, calling the scene sick. Even Fred and George, usually quick to joke, are silent, their expressions dark as they watch the cruelty unfold. For Harry, the sight is deeply disturbing. Having grown up in the Muggle world, he is acutely aware of how powerless non-magical people are in the face of dark magic. The Death Eaters' actions are not just cruel, but a terrifying display of dominance. They are tormenting the Muggles for sport, simply because they can, and the scene fills Harry with a deep sense of helplessness. This is Voldemort's ideology in action, the belief that those without magic are inferior, to be toyed with and discarded at will. The sight of the floating muggles, twisted and contorted like marionettes, is a chilling reminder of the darkness that still lurks within the wizarding world. Suddenly, Mr. Weasley and his older sons, Bill, Charlie, and Percy, spring into action. They rush off to help the ministry officials who are already on the scene, trying to contain the situation. Mr. Weasley turns to Harry, Ron, Hermione, and the younger Weasleys, instructing them to flee into the woods for safety. His voice is firm, and there's no room for argument. He tells them to stick together and keep moving no matter what. With no other choice, they obey, following Fred and George as they dash toward the tree line. The dark forest looms ahead, the path barely visible in the dim light. Harry looks back at the campsite and sees the ministry officials struggling to push through the crowd. The masked Death Eaters continue their march, their laughter echoing across the field. The ministry wizards seem hesitant, unsure of how to act without risking the lives of the muggles still floating in the air. As they enter the woods, the chaos of the campsite fades into the background, replaced by the oppressive darkness of the forest. The enchanted lanterns that had lit the paths earlier are now extinguished, leaving the woods in near total darkness. Harry can hear the sounds of people stumbling through the trees, their voices filled with panic as they call out for loved ones. Children cry, their frightened voices carrying through the night. Harry, Ron, and Hermione push through the crowd, jostled by the people around them as they make their way deeper into the forest. At one point, Ron trips over a tree root and falls hard to the ground, cursing as he tries to stand. Harry and Hermione stop to help him, but before they can move on, they are confronted by an all-too-familiar figure. Draco Malfoy leans casually against a tree, his pale eyes glinting in the darkness as he watches the chaos with an air of detached amusement. He seems entirely unbothered by the panic around him, his expression smug as he surveys Harry, Ron, and Hermione. With his characteristic sneer, Malfoy turns his attention to Hermione, his voice dripping with malice as he taunts her about her Muggle-born status. He suggests with cruel delight that Hermione could easily be the next victim of the Death Eaters, lifted into the air and humiliated like the Muggles simply because of her dirty blood. The slur lands with a sting, and both Harry and Ron bristle with fury. Ron's hands clench into fists, and Harry, unable to hold back his anger, accuses Malfoy of being no better than the Death Eaters. He goes a step further, insinuating that Malfoy's father, Lucius, is likely among the masked wizards tormenting the Muggles. Malfoy doesn't deny it. Instead, his smirk deepens, and with a final sneer, he turns and walks away, leaving Harry, Ron, and Hermione seething with rage. Moving deeper into the forest, the sounds of the chaos at the campsite grow fainter, swallowed by the oppressive silence of the woods. The darkness presses in on them from all sides, making every rustle of leaves and crack of twigs feel like a potential threat. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stay on high alert, their nerves frayed as they walk through the trees. As they walk, they pass a group of goblins huddled together, counting piles of gold coins. The goblins seem completely indifferent to the danger around them, their focus entirely on their winnings from the Quidditch match. The sight is jarring, a reminder of how disconnected some magical creatures are from the conflicts of wizards. A little further into the forest, they stumble upon a group of Veela, their otherworldly beauty shining even in the dim light. A group of young wizards has gathered around them, clearly mesmerized by the Veela's magical allure. The boys are boasting loudly about their accomplishments, each trying to impress the Veela. Harry recognizes one of them as Stan Shunpike, the conductor of the night bus, who is hilariously claiming to be a dragon slayer and a future minister for magic. The scene is both amusing and unsettling. The Veela's magic has clearly taken hold of the boys, and even Ron, who is usually more level-headed, begins making ridiculous claims like inventing a broomstick that can fly to Jupiter. Hermione rolls her eyes and quickly drags Ron away from the clearing before he can embarrass himself any further. As they continue deeper into the woods, the noise from the campsite fades entirely, leaving only the eerie quiet of the forest. In this moment of stillness, Harry realizes, with a jolt of panic, that his wand is missing. His heart pounds as he frantically checks his pockets, but the wand is nowhere to be found. A wave of dread washes over him. Without his wand, they are vulnerable. Harry, Ron, and Hermione begin searching the ground around them, but the darkness makes it nearly impossible to see anything. The trees loom larger and closer together the further they go, their twisted branches casting ominous, barely visible shadows. Every snap of a twig and every rustle of leaves sends jolts of alarm through Harry, making him glance over his shoulder with increasing frequency. His thoughts race, the vivid image of the floating muggles flashing through his mind, followed by the even more terrifying sight of the dark mark. It feels as though danger could emerge from the shadows at any moment. Yet, amid this fear, a gnawing sense of helplessness clings to him. Without his wand, he feels vulnerable, unable to defend himself, Ron or Hermione should the need arise. Harry's thoughts spiral as they continue, each nerve frayed with anticipation. The image of the dark mark burns in his memory, and the knowledge that Death Eaters are nearby, masked and dangerous, keeps his mind racing with possibilities. Somewhere, hidden in the depths of the forest, is whoever cast that mark. The sinister symbol hanging in the sky is not just a threat, it's a promise of violence and chaos, a reminder of the power still held by those loyal to Voldemort. The thought sends a shiver down his spine, and he cannot shake the feeling that they are being watched, followed by unseen eyes through the gloom of the trees. Just as Harry's anxiety begins to mount, they are startled by the appearance of Winky, the house elf belonging to Bartemius Crouch. Winky is acting strangely, stumbling through the woods as if held back by some invisible force. She mutters about bad wizards, her voice filled with fear. Hermione, always quick to empathize with house elves, is immediately concerned. She suspects that Winky is under some form of magical control, likely placed on her by Mr. Crouch. Hermione's frustration with the treatment of house elves flares up, and she expresses her anger at the injustice of Winky's situation. But before they can ask Winky more questions, the night sky above them suddenly lights up with a terrifying sight. A voice shouts, "Mors Mordra," and a massive, glowing green skull with a serpent protruding from its mouth appears in the sky above the trees. It's the Dark Mark, the symbol of Voldemort and his Death Eaters. The sight sends a jolt of fear through Harry's body, and he, Ron, and Hermione freeze, staring up at the terrifying image. The Dark Mark is a symbol of terror, used by Voldemort's followers to mark the sites of their atrocities. Its appearance now is a chilling reminder that Voldemort's influence has not vanished. Almost immediately, Ministry wizards apparate into the clearing, surrounding Harry, Ron, and Hermione with their wands raised. For a tense moment, it seems like they suspect the trio of casting the Dark Mark. But before things can escalate, Mr. Weasley arrives and quickly explains that Harry, Ron, and Hermione are innocent. As the Ministry officials search the area for clues, they find Winky unconscious, clutching Harry's missing wand. Amos Diggory, one of the Ministry officials, accuses Winky of casting the Dark Mark, but she tearfully denies it. Hermione leaps to Winky's defense, pointing out that the voice they heard casting the spell couldn't have been Winky's. Amos performs the prior Incantatem spell on Harry's wand, and to everyone's horror, the ghostly image of the Dark Mark emerges from the wand, confirming that it was used to cast the spell. Despite the evidence, Mr. Weasley and Hermione argue that Winky couldn't have been responsible. They insist that someone else must have used Harry's wand and discarded it, leaving Winky to unknowingly pick it up. But Mr. Crouch is unmoved. Furious that Winky disobeyed his orders, he dismisses her from his service. Winky is devastated, pleading with Mr. Crouch not to free her, but her cries go unheard. Hermione is outraged by the injustice, but she can do nothing. As they return to their tent, Harry is left with a heavy feeling of dread. The image of the Dark Mark hangs in his mind, a grim reminder that the threat of Voldemort is far from over. Harry's wand is never lost in the movie, and the subplot about its discovery is omitted entirely. The Death Eaters can also be seen in the film wearing black, hooded cloaks and terrifying skull-like masks, which were created specifically for the film to make them visually more menacing. Chapter 10: Mayhem at the Ministry. It is still early morning when Mr. Weasley wakes Harry, Ron, Hermione, and the rest of the Weasley children, his voice sharp and urgent. There is no time to waste, and the urgency in his tone reflects the tense situation lingering after the terrifying events of the previous night at the Quidditch World Cup. The Death Eaters had caused chaos, spreading fear throughout the camp, and the appearance of the Dark Mark had shaken everyone. Mr. Weasley uses magic to pack up the tents quickly, his movements deliberate as he prepares the group to leave the campsite as fast as possible, avoiding further danger. As they hurry through the campsite, they pass Mr. Roberts, the Muggle campsite owner. His expression is blank, his mind clearly still addled by the memory modifications he had undergone. His absent-minded farewell, "Merry Christmas," makes the group pause. Mr. Weasley patiently explains that modifying a Muggle's memory, especially repeatedly, can confuse them for a while. Harry watches as Mr. Roberts walks away, his confusion a subtle but unsettling reminder of the magical world's efforts to remain hidden. The scene is strangely sad, showing the strain the magical community is under as the Ministry scrambles to cover up the terrifying events that unfolded the night before. As they approach the Portkey area, it becomes clear that many others share their desire to leave as quickly as possible. A large crowd of witches and wizards are gathering, pressing in around Basil, the keeper of the Portkeys, all desperate to escape the aftermath of the Death Eater attacks. The normally orderly process has descended into a chaotic scramble, with people frantically trying to get home. Mr. Weasley manages to secure a Portkey for their group, a battered old rubber tire that transports them back to Stoatshead Hill before the sun rises. The return journey is much quieter than their trip to the Quidditch World Cup. The events of the previous night weigh heavily on everyone, and even Fred and George, who are usually full of jokes, remain silent as they walk through Ottery St. Catchpole and back up the lane toward the Burrow. When they finally approach the Burrow, Mrs. Weasley is already outside, pacing anxiously. Her relief is immediate and overwhelming when she spots the group, her face pale and drawn from worry. She clutches a rolled-up copy of the Daily Prophet in one hand and runs toward them in her slippers, throwing her arms around Mr. Weasley the moment she reaches him. She tearfully thanks her husband for getting the children back safe, her voice full of emotion. She hugs Fred and George tightly, apologizing through her tears for having scolded them before they left. Her guilt is evident. Her last words to them had been about their poor grades, and the thought that something could have gone wrong while they were away clearly weighed on her. As she clings to Fred and George, Harry's eyes are drawn to the Daily Prophet that has fallen to the ground. The headline, "Scenes of Terror at the Quidditch World Cup," jumps out at him, alongside a moving black and white photograph of the Dark Mark hanging ominously over the treetops. The image brings back memories of the night's terror, and Harry feels a chill as he stares at the article. The headline is a stark reminder that the magical world is far from safe, and Mrs. Weasley's palpable relief at their safe return does little to ease the growing fear spreading through the wizarding world. Once inside the burrow, the tension starts to ease, though the weight of the night's events still lingers. Hermione, ever practical, quickly makes a strong cup of tea for Mrs. Weasley, while Mr. Weasley discreetly adds a shot of Ogden's Old Fire whiskey to help calm her nerves. Still trembling, Mrs. Weasley takes a grateful sip as Bill, the eldest Weasley child, hands his father the Daily Prophet. Mr. Weasley scans the front page with a heavy sigh. Percy, always eager to assert his knowledge of ministry affairs, peers over his father's shoulder, his face growing stormy as he reads the article. Rita Skeeter, known for her sensationalist journalism, has written the piece. The article wastes no time criticizing the ministry's handling of the Death Eater attacks, highlighting the security lapses that allowed such chaos to unfold. The ministry's inability to capture any of the Death Eaters responsible is particularly condemned, with the article accusing the ministry of allowing dark wizards to act unchecked. Percy's face grows red with anger as he reads, clearly offended by the article's tone. He loudly accuses Skeeter of having a personal vendetta against the ministry, bringing up her past criticisms, including her snide remarks about regulating cauldron thickness. Bill, who has already read the article, tells Percy to quiet down, but Percy continues to defend the ministry, insisting that Skeeter's attack is unfounded. Mr. Weasley reads on in silence, though his expression tightens when he finds himself mentioned in the article, though not by name. The piece describes how a ministry official emerged from the woods after the appearance of the Dark Mark and tried to calm the crowd, but it provided no real details about the situation. Skeeter's words cast doubt on the ministry's reassurances, suggesting that rumors of something worse happening, perhaps even deaths, might still surface. Mr. Weasley's frustration is clear as he lowers the paper. He had tried to ease the panic at the World Cup, but now his efforts have been twisted into accusations of covering up the truth. The pressure on the ministry is mounting, and he knows there will be severe damage control to handle in the coming days. Despite Mrs. Weasley's protests, Mr. Weasley decides to go to work. The situation at the ministry will require his attention, and he feels it's his responsibility to help deal with the aftermath of the World Cup disaster. Percy eagerly offers to accompany him, declaring that Mr. Crouch, his boss, will need all available hands to manage the situation. Mrs. Weasley looks disappointed, wishing the family could enjoy the rest of their holiday without another ministry crisis looming over them. But there's no changing Mr. Weasley's mind. After Mr. Weasley and Percy leave for the ministry, the burrow grows quieter, though the tension from the night's event still hangs in the air. Harry, Ron, and Hermione slip away to Ron's attic room for some privacy, where Harry finally confides in them about something that has been troubling him since the night of the Quidditch World Cup. His scar had hurt again, something that hadn't happened in years, not since Voldemort had been nearby during their first year at Hogwarts. Harry explains that the pain in his scar had coincided with a strange dream he had, a dream in which Voldemort and Wormtail were plotting something dark. Though Harry doesn't say it directly, it's clear from his expression that he suspects they were plotting a murder. Hermione, always rational, suggests that it could have been just a bad dream, but Harry isn't so sure. The timing is too strange. His scar hurt the same night the Death Eaters reappeared, and the Dark Mark was cast into the sky. He reminds them of the prophecy Professor Trelawney made the previous school year, the one in which she predicted that Voldemort would rise again, stronger than ever, with the help of a faithful servant. Wormtail had escaped that same night, and Harry couldn't help but wonder if the prophecy was starting to come true. He also tells them that he wrote to Sirius Black, his godfather, explaining everything about his scar hurting and is waiting anxiously for a reply. Ron and Hermione agree that Sirius will know what to do, though Hermione points out that they don't know where Sirius is hiding, and it may take some time for Hedwig to find him. Harry nods, knowing that Sirius is the only one who might truly understand the danger he's in. His godfather's advice has always brought him comfort in the past, but now, with so much uncertainty swirling around, even Sirius's reassurance might not be enough to dispel the growing sense of unease. Downstairs, the atmosphere at the Burrow remains tense. Mr. Weasley and Percy return home late each night, exhausted from long hours at the ministry. Percy, proud of the work he's doing, talks incessantly about the important tasks he's been assigned, including dealing with a flood of howlers from witches and wizards demanding compensation for their ruined tents and property. He expresses frustration over fraudulent claims, particularly those of Mundungus Fletcher, who had attempted to seek compensation for a luxury tent he clearly never owned. Mr. Weasley, on the other hand, looks more worn out with each passing day. The stress of managing the fallout from the World Cup is taking its toll, and tensions in the household rise whenever Rita Skeeter's name is mentioned. Mr. Weasley reveals that Skeeter has uncovered the disappearance of Bertha Jorkins, a ministry employee who had gone missing some time ago. Though Mr. Weasley had advised Ludo Bagman to investigate her disappearance, nothing had been done, and now Skeeter plans to make it the next big headline, further adding to the ministry's troubles. As the days pass, Harry's worry over his scar and the strange events at the World Cup grows. Though he tries to distract himself by spending time with Ron and playing Quidditch, the sense of looming danger never entirely leaves him. The reappearance of the Dark Mark, the attack of the Death Eaters, and the ominous connection between his scar and Voldemort weigh heavily on his mind. He can't shake the feeling that something dark is on the horizon. And as the summer draws to a close, Harry finds himself facing the new school year with a growing sense of dread about what might be coming next. In the book, Rita Skeeter is a prominent figure in the wizarding world as a scandalous journalist. She criticizes the Ministry of Magic for handling the Quidditch World Cup incident. However, in the movie, her involvement in this particular scene is wholly omitted. Chapter 11. Aboard the Hogwarts Express. The final day of the holidays arrives, cloaked in a heavy, dreary atmosphere. Rain lashes against the windows of the Burrow, echoing the mood that hangs over Harry as he wakes up. The end of summer looms, and with it comes the knowledge that he will soon leave the warmth and comfort of the Weasley household to return to Hogwarts. Dressing in jeans and a sweatshirt, Harry plans to change into his school robes once aboard the Hogwarts Express. He feels excitement and melancholy. Hogwarts awaits, but so do the challenges and dangers that come with it. As Harry goes down the stairs with Ron, Fred, and George, the household is alive with hurried activity. The smell of breakfast wafts through the air, but the mood is frenetic. Mrs. Weasley, flustered and anxious, stands at the foot of the stairs, urgently calling for Mr. Weasley. Her voice carries a tone of worry that sets Harry on edge. As they reach the kitchen, they are met with a bizarre scene. Amos Diggory's head is floating in the Weasley fireplace, surrounded by flames but utterly unfazed by the sparks flying around him. He speaks quickly, his tone serious, reporting an incident involving Mad-Eye Moody, a retired Auror and old friend of Mr. Weasley's. Moody, known for his paranoia after years of chasing dark wizards, believes an intruder was lurking in his yard the previous night. His magical dustbin sprang to life, creating quite a commotion. Amos exclaims that the Muggle neighbors had gotten involved, his head bobbing slightly in the firelight. He explains that the noise attracted Muggle attention, prompting a call to the police. Since Moody's outburst involved uncontrolled magic, the improper use of magic department at the ministry has been notified. Amos warns that if not handled properly, Moody could face severe consequences for exposing Muggles to magic. Mr. Weasley listens intently, scribbling notes on a piece of parchment that Mrs. Weasley quickly hands him. He looks concerned, his brow furrowing deeper as Amos continues. The ministry takes incidents involving Muggles very seriously, and Mr. Weasley knows that Moody's history of erratic behavior won't help the situation. Amos adds that Rita finding out about this may very well cause more trouble than worth, his tone grave. Mr. Weasley's expression hardens. He understands that the media could spin the story, making Moody look like a dangerous lunatic rather than the skilled Auror he once was. After the message concludes, Mr. Weasley quickly leaves for the ministry. He tells Mrs. Weasley that he needs to handle the case straight away. Mrs. Weasley looks worried but understands the situation's urgency. Amos apologizes for the early morning disruption but insists that Arthur is the best person to deal with Mad-Eye's case. Once Mr. Weasley disapparates to the ministry, Mrs. Weasley resumes her bustling around the kitchen, determined to ensure everyone is ready for their journey to Hogwarts. The smell of bacon and eggs fills the air, and soon Bill and Charlie Weasley, the older brothers, join them for breakfast. They, too, express curiosity about the Mad-Eye incident. Charlie chuckles, shaking his head. He knows Moody's reputation well, recognizing that the former Auror was once considered one of the best dark wizard catchers. However, his extreme caution, bordering on paranoia, has led many to view him as eccentric in his later years. Fred jokes about Mr. Weasley's fondness for odd friends, comparing it to Mad Eye's eccentricities, but Bill quickly defends Moody, pointing out the fact that even Dumbledore holds Mad Eye in high regard. Bill states firmly, countering the lighter tone of their conversation with respect for the retired Auror. Meanwhile, serious and determined Percy Weasley declines to accompany the family to the station. He insists that he has a lot of work to do at the station, adjusting his tie as if to emphasize his importance. He has been working closely with Mr. Crouch, a high-ranking official, and insists he has responsibilities that cannot wait. His brothers, Fred and George, can't resist teasing him. Percy, unamused, insists his work is crucial, which only fuels their jokes. After breakfast, Mrs. Weasley organizes the journey to London. Without ministry cars available, she has arranged for 3 Muggle taxis to transport the group to King's Cross. This creates tension as the drivers visibly struggle with the unusual luggage. The Weasleys' large trunks, filled with school supplies along with their magical creatures, Owls hooting and Crookshanks the cat, make the journey difficult. The taxi drivers look bewildered as they try to accommodate the chaotic scene. Things escalate when one of Fred's fireworks accidentally goes off while they are loading the cars. It explodes with a bang, sending colorful sparks everywhere and startling one of the drivers. The sudden chaos creates a minor panic as everyone rushes to gather their belongings and calm the drivers. Mrs. Weasley's flustered voice cuts through the confusion, urging everyone to settle down. Despite the hiccup, they manage to reach the station, albeit soaked from the relentless rain. Upon arrival at King's Cross, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and the rest of the Weasleys make their way through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, emerging onto platform 9 and 3/4. The Hogwarts Express stands proudly, its scarlet paint gleaming in the damp air as steam billows from its engine. The platform is alive with students and their families, all preparing for the journey back to school. Hoots from owls and cries of farewell fill the atmosphere. Harry, Ron, and Hermione quickly find a compartment to stow their luggage before returning to the platform for farewells. Mrs. Weasley, Bill, and Charlie are there, their faces a mixture of excitement and concern. Charlie, in particular, hints at something thrilling happening at Hogwarts this year, but refuses to elaborate, leaving the trio curious and eager for more information. Mrs. Weasley mentions changes are coming to the school and hints at a surprise that will be revealed that evening. Fred and George press her for more details, but she merely smiles, keeping the secret to herself, waving goodbye as the train pulls out of the station. As the Hogwarts Express begins its journey, the rain intensifies outside, turning the windows into a blur of water. Inside the compartment, Harry, Ron, and Hermione settle in, with Ron attempting to quiet Pigwidgeon, his overly enthusiastic owl. Ron grumbles as he pulls out his maroon dress robes to cover the little owl to muffle its incessant hooting. Despite the excitement of returning to Hogwarts, Ron expresses his irritation over the secrecy surrounding the events to come, particularly since Ludo Bagman had tried to tell them something important at the World Cup, but Mrs. Weasley had cut him off, leaving them all in suspense. Their conversation is abruptly interrupted when they overhear Draco Malfoy in the next compartment. Malfoy is boasting about how his father had considered sending him to Durmstrang instead of Hogwarts. His sneer is evident as he derides Hogwarts for admitting mudbloods, suggesting that Durmstrang would have been a much better fit for someone of his stature. Hermione, visibly upset by his remarks, closes the compartment door to block out Malfoy's taunts, her brow furrowed with anger. As the train continues north, the weather worsens and the trio receives visits from several of their classmates. Seamus Finnegan, Dean Thomas, and Neville Longbottom stop by to chat. Still wearing his island rosette, Seamus beams with pride, although it is malfunctioning and now squeaks the names of Irish Quidditch players in a faint, exhausted voice. Neville, still envious of their experience at the World Cup, listens eagerly as Ron recounts their time in the top box, emphasizing their close-up view of Victor Crumb, the Starseeker. Not long after, Malfoy reappears at the compartment door, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. He mocks Ron's dress robes again, laughing at their old-fashioned appearance, clearly enjoying Ron's discomfort. Malfoy also drops hints about a competition at Hogwarts, suggesting that Ron might be interested because of the monetary prizes involved. When pressed for details, however, Malfoy refuses to elaborate, leaving Harry, Ron, and Hermione even more frustrated. After Malfoy leaves, Ron slams the compartment door so hard that the glass shatters, sending bits flying. Hermione quickly repairs it with a spell, but Ron's anger lingers in the air. The rest of the journey is marked by an uncomfortable silence, with Ron brooding over Malfoy's insults. The rain continues to pour when the Hogwarts Express finally arrives at Hogsmeade Station. The platform is drenched, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione struggle to keep dry as they disembark. Hagrid greets them from afar, his enormous figure silhouetted against the rain. Despite the miserable weather, Harry feels a thrill of excitement as they step off the train. As they board the horseless carriages to take them to the castle, the anticipation of the new school year begins to bubble to the surface, mingled with the mystery surrounding the upcoming changes at Hogwarts. The Hogwarts Express scenes were filmed at the Glenfinnan Viaduct in Scotland, a location used multiple times across the Harry Potter films. The train used for the Hogwarts Express is an actual steam engine called the Alton Hall. In the Goblet of Fire film, the transition through Platform 9 3/4 at King's Cross Station was achieved using practical effects rather than CGI. The film crew constructed a new portion of the platform barrier for the actors to walk through. In addition to this, the scenes inside the Hogwarts Express were filmed on a soundstage, with the train's interior recreated for control over lighting and dialogue. In the film, the scene transitions directly from the Death Eater's attack to the trio sitting on the Hogwarts Express, meaning they entirely miss out the interaction between Mr. Weasley, Mrs. Weasley, and Amos, where they discuss Mad Eye's case and his use of magic in front of Muggles. This part of the chapter creates a slight sense of impending doom and seriousness, foreshadowing events to come. Another foreshadowing moment that didn't quite make the cut in the film was Charlie and Mrs. Weasley's hint to them all about exciting change coming to Hogwarts. In this scene of the film, Harry is also shown addressing a letter to Sirius, which is not included in the book chapter. This adds in extra suspense that had been lost from other details that were not included. It also helps with the general flow of the film. The entire part of the chapter involving Malfoy is also not included. The only other character interactions we see are between the trio, the lady with the sweet cart, and we also get our first small introduction of Cho. Chapter 12, The Triwizard Tournament. As the Hogwarts Express pulls into the station at Hogsmeade, the anticipation of the new school year is dampened by the torrential rain. Harry, Ron, and Hermione hurry off the train, joining the other students as they climb into the horseless carriages waiting to take them to the castle. The journey to Hogwarts, however, could be smoother. The weather worsens as the carriages creak through the gates, flanked by statues of winged boars. Lightning flashes across the sky, illuminating the majestic castle, which stands with its windows glowing warmly in the distance. The storm howls around them, the carriages swaying under the onslaught of wind and rain. Harry presses his face against the carriage window, watching as Hogwarts looms closer, shimmering through the sheets of rain. The storm adds a sense of foreboding to their return, the thunder rumbling ominously overhead. Even Ron, usually chatty on the way to Hogwarts, remains quiet, his eyes flickering nervously at the flashes of lightning. Finally, the carriages lurch to a halt before Hogwarts' towering oak front doors. Students are already hurrying inside, ducking their heads against the rain. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville leap out of their carriage and rush up the stone steps, water splashing beneath their feet. They are soaked by the time they reach the massive doors, which swing open to reveal the cavernous entrance hall. The golden torchlight gleams off the polished marble floor, and the warmth from inside is a stark contrast to the wild storm raging beyond. They shake off the water, their clothes dripping onto the floor. Ron grumbles about the weather, half joking that the lake might overflow if the rain keeps up. Before he can say more, a giant red balloon filled with water crashes down onto his head, drenching him anew. Ron stumbles into Harry, soaked to the bone, as another water bomb narrowly misses Hermione and splashes at Harry's feet, soaking his sneakers and socks. Chaos erupts in the entrance hall as more water bombs rain down from above, causing students to shriek and scramble for cover. Looking up, Harry spots the culprit, Peeves the Poltergeist, wearing a bell-covered hat and a bright orange bow tie, grinning maliciously as he floats above them. With gleeful abandon, he continues to pelt the students with water-filled balloons, cackling as he does. Professor McGonagall calls out for him angrily, demanding he come down at once. Peeves, however, is in no mood to listen. Ignoring McGonagall's command, he targets a group of terrified fifth-year girls who shriek as they dive for cover. Professor McGonagall threatens to fetch the headmaster, but Peeves simply sticks out his tongue, throws the last of his water bombs into the air, and zooms off up the grand marble staircase, laughing all the way. With Peeves gone, McGonagall orders the drenched students to proceed to the Great Hall for the start of term feast. Still dripping wet, Harry, Ron, and Hermione join the flow of students heading toward the large double doors. They slip and slide across the damp floor, laughing despite themselves, before finally entering the Great Hall. Inside, the Great Hall is as magnificent as ever. Hundreds of floating candles cast a warm, golden glow over the 4 longhouse tables. The enchanted ceiling reflects the stormy sky outside, with lightning flickering occasionally between the dark clouds. The house tables are already packed with students, all chattering excitedly. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sit at the Gryffindor table near nearly headless Nick, the ghost of Gryffindor House. Nick greets them cheerfully, his ghostly form floating just above the table, his head still wobbling precariously on its nearly severed neck. Ron, shaking the water from his hair, grumbles about how hungry he is and hopes the sorting ceremony will be quick so they can start eating. Harry also looks forward to the feast, though he's interested in the sorting itself, having not seen one since his first year. Just as Ron begins to complain again, Colin Creevey bounds over to them, his face alight with excitement. He tells them his brother Dennis is starting Hogwarts this year and hopes he gets into Gryffindor. Harry, somewhat overwhelmed by Colin's enthusiasm, nods politely. As Colin hurries back to his seat, Hermione remarks that siblings don't always end up in the same house, citing the Patil twins as an example. However, their conversation is interrupted when Harry notices several seats at the staff table are conspicuously empty. Harry mutters that Hagrid might still be busy ferrying the first-year students to the lake, glancing at the enormous chair that usually seats the half-giant gamekeeper. McGonagall is still missing, no doubt dealing with the mess in the entrance hall caused by Peeves, but another empty chair catches Harry's attention. It's the seat for the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, but there's no sign of the new staff member. Ever the logical one, Hermione wonders aloud if the school had trouble finding someone to fill the post. The position has been notoriously difficult to fill, with every teacher lasting only a year. Harry thinks back to his favorite Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, Professor Lupin, who resigned at the end of last year. He hopes that whoever the new teacher is, they'll be just as good. Their musings are cut short as the doors to the Great Hall swing open, and Professor McGonagall leads a line of shivering first years toward the front of the hall. The first years looked terrified, and many of them were soaked from the storm. One small boy is wrapped in an enormous moleskin coat that belongs to Hagrid. Harry recognizes him immediately as Dennis Creevey, Colin's younger brother. Despite his nerves, Dennis seems thrilled to be there, mouthing to Colin that he fell into the lake and was pulled out by the giant squid. Professor McGonagall places a 3-legged stool in front of the first years and sets the sorting hat on top. The hat opens a tear near its brim and begins to sing a new song, retelling the story of Hogwarts' founding and the creation of the 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. As always, the hat song is met with applause and the sorting begins. The new students are called up to the stool one by one, and the sorting hat announces their houses. As Harry watches, he reflects on his own sorting ceremony, remembering how nervous he was when the hat deliberated whether to put him in Gryffindor or Slytherin. Some of the first years tremble as they wait for the hat to decide, but others, like Dennis, seem delighted to be there. Dennis, unsurprisingly, is sorted into Gryffindor, much to Colin's delight. He immediately begins telling his brother about his encounter with the giant squid, his eyes wide with excitement. Meanwhile, Fred and George Weasley are hissing at a boy named Malcolm Baddock, who is sorted into Slytherin. The Weasley twins have never hidden their disdain for Slytherin House, which has a long-standing reputation for producing dark witches and wizards. As the sorting progresses, Harry's attention drifts, his stomach rumbling as he waits for the feast to begin. Finally, the sorting concludes and Professor Dumbledore rises from his seat at the staff table. He gives his usual warm welcome to the students, his eyes twinkling behind his half-moon glasses. With a playful grin, he instructs them all to tuck in, and with a wave of his hand, the golden plates before them magically fill with food. The feast begins, and Ron eagerly loads his plate with mashed potatoes, roast beef, and other delicious dishes. Harry follows suit, feeling his mouth water as he takes in the spread before him. As they eat, nearly headless Nick floats by, sharing tales of Peeves's earlier antics in the kitchens, where he had been throwing pots and pans and terrorizing the house elves. Hermione is horrified to learn that Hogwarts employs house elves, and she quickly becomes outraged by the idea that they work without pay or recognition. Her indignation grows, and despite Ron's attempts to convince her that the housekeepers don't mind, Hermione refuses to eat, fuming about the injustice. Outside, the storm continues to rage, thunder rumbling loudly as lightning flashes across the enchanted ceiling. Despite the storm, the mood in the Great Hall is festive, with students laughing and chatting as they enjoy the feast. Ron tries to tempt Hermione with treacle tart and other desserts when the puddings arrive, but she remains steadfast in her silent protest, much to Ron's frustration. After the students have eaten their fill, Professor Dumbledore rises again, signaling it is time for the traditional start-of-term announcements. He begins by reminding the students of the Forbidden Forest off-limit status and notes the updated list of banned items, which now includes fanged frisbees and screaming yo-yos. Then, Dumbledore makes an announcement that leaves Harry, Ron, and many others in shock. The Inter-House Quidditch Cup will not be held this year. Outrage and disappointment ripple through the hall, especially among the Quidditch players and fans. But before the protests can grow, Dumbledore follows up with an exciting revelation. The Triwizard Tournament, a legendary magical competition, will be held at Hogwarts this year. The students are stunned into silence, all thoughts of Quidditch temporarily forgotten. Dumbledore explains that the Triwizard Tournament, a contest between 3 magical schools, Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang, will see one champion from each school compete in 3 dangerous tasks. The prize? The Triwizard Cup, along with 1,000 galleons in gold. However, there is a catch. Only 17 or older students will be allowed to enter due to the extreme danger posed by the tasks. The younger students' disappointment is palpable. Fred and George Weasley, in particular, are outraged and immediately begin whispering plans to circumvent the age restriction. Despite Dumbledore's warning that strict precautions have been taken to prevent underage students from entering, the twins are determined to find a way. At that moment, the doors to the Great Hall fly open with a resounding bang. A man stands in the doorway, leaning heavily on a long staff. He steps into the light, revealing a grizzled face covered in scars and a large chunk of his nose missing. Most striking is his eye, one small and beady, the other large and electric blue, whizzing about in all directions. Dumbledore greets the man warmly, introducing him as the new defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Alastor Mad Eye Moody. Moody's reputation as a former Auror and his paranoid behavior precedes him. His unusual appearance leaves the students stunned and a bit unsettled. Moody sits at the staff table, drinking from a hip flask and ignoring the pumpkin juice offered to him. His magical eye continues to scan the room, making several students uncomfortable. With Moody's arrival, Dumbledore concludes his announcements, leaving the students excited and curious about the Triwizard Tournament. As they leave the Great Hall and head to their respective common rooms, the atmosphere is charged with anticipation. Harry, Ron, and Hermione discuss the tournament excitedly, with Ron dreaming of being chosen as the Hogwarts champion and winning the 1,000 galleons prize. Fred and George, still plotting, exchange ideas on how to fool the impartial judge into letting them compete. Hermione, ever the voice of caution, warns them about the dangers of the tournament, but the twins are undeterred. As they climb the stairs to Gryffindor Tower, the excitement builds. In the standard room, Hermione remains preoccupied with the house elves, muttering about slave labor as she heads up to bed. Harry and Ron exchange a glance before following Neville up to their dormitory. As they change into their pajamas and settle into their 4-poster beds, the storm continues to rage outside. Harry closes his eyes, his mind filled with thoughts of the Triwizard Tournament, imagining himself as the Hogwarts champion, winning the Triwizard Cup and basking in the glory. His final thoughts drift to Cho Chang, and with that, he falls into a deep sleep, dreaming of the adventure and challenges the new school year will bring. Despite his mischievous presence being a staple in the books, Peeves never appears in any of the Harry Potter films. His absence in the movies is a point of interest for fans of the books who expected him to be included. The Sorting Hat's annual song is also omitted from the film, which disappointed fans since the song changes every year and offers more lore about Hogwarts' history. Brendan Gleeson, who plays Mad Eye Moody, had to wear a prosthetic and mechanical eye during filming. To make it appear that his magical eye moved independently, the film's crew used CGI. Chapter 13, Mad Eye Moody. The morning after the violent storm, Hogwarts remains cloaked in a gloomy atmosphere. Pewter grey clouds swirl in the enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall, matching the dreary mood as Harry, Ron, and Hermione sit at breakfast. Reviewing their daily lessons, the trio pause over their newly issued class schedules. Ron glances at his schedule and appears satisfied with his own schedule, which includes herbology with the Hufflepuffs. That is, until he notes that care of magical creatures is still with the Slytherins. He grimaces at the thought. Despite enjoying Hagrid's company, the pairing of Gryffindor and Slytherin for care of magical creatures continues to be a source of frustration. Harry nods, sharing Ron's reluctance. However, divination looms most heavily on his mind, scheduled for the afternoon. Thanks to Professor Trelawney's constant dramatic predictions of his untimely demise, he never enjoys this subject. He muses out loud about dropping divination. Hermione, who had dropped divination in favor of the more logical arithmancy, reminds him that he could if he wanted to, but Hermione's focus quickly shifts away from divination. Instead, she launches into a discussion of her ongoing mission to advocate for house elf rights. However, Ron teases her by saying she seems to have softened her approach lately. Hermione, unperturbed, continues to plan how she will further her campaign. As they eat, the morning owl post arrives. Harry scans the skies, hoping to see Hedwig. He eagerly awaits a reply from Sirius Black, his godfather, whom he had written to after the terrifying events at the Quidditch World Cup. Harry's worry grows, but there's no sign of his snowy owl today. He wonders if something has gone wrong or if Sirius is in danger, leaving a gnawing unease in his chest. Distracting himself, Harry watches as other students receive their mail. Neville Longbottom opens another parcel, which no doubt contains something he forgot to pack for the new term. Meanwhile, Draco Malfoy's eagle owl swoops in, delivering Malfoy his usual package of sweets from home. Despite his best efforts, Harry can't help but feel a pang of disappointment and anxiety as he finishes breakfast without hearing from Sirius. Their first class of the day is herbology, and the Gryffindors make their way to Greenhouse 3, where Professor Sprout awaits them. The lesson is hands-on as she introduces the students to Beauxbatons, strange, slug-like plants with thick black bodies protruding from the soil. The Beauxbatons are covered in large, shiny swellings filled with pus. Professor Sprout explains that the pus, while disgusting, is highly prized as an acne remedy and a potent ingredient for medicinal purposes. But be careful when handling it, she warns. The Beauxbatons' swellings must be squeezed to extract the valuable yellow-green pus. Harry, Ron, and the rest of the students cringe as they begin the revolting task of squeezing the Beauxbatons. The pus bursts out with a strong, pungent smell reminiscent of petrol. They fill several bottles with the liquid, which Professor Sprout assures them will be helpful too for Madame Pumphrey, the school nurse, in treating acne cases throughout the term. As the bell rings to signal the end of herbology, the Gryffindors head toward their next class, Care of Magical Creatures. The lesson takes place outside Hagrid's hut, located on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. As they approach, they spot several wooden crates at Hagrid's feet. Fang, Hagrid's enormous boarhound, is straining at the leash, eager to investigate the crates. Odd rattles and sporadic bangs come from within, piquing the students' curiosity. Hagrid beams as they gather around. He excitedly announces that they would be meeting the blast-ended Scroots today. When he opens the crates, the students stare in horror. The blast-ended Scroots are grotesque, newly hatched creatures that look like deformed, shell-less lobsters. Their bodies are pale and slimy, covered in legs sprouting randomly. Each is about 6 inches long, and they emit a foul odor of rotting fish. Occasionally, one of the creatures emits sparks from its rear end, propelling itself forward with a small explosion. The students exchange uncertain glances as Hagrid explains that they'll be raising the Scroots as part of a class project. Even Harry, Ron, and Hermione, usually quick to defend Hagrid, are skeptical. The creatures seem dangerous and unpredictable. Their doubts deepen when the Slytherins arrive, led by Draco Malfoy, whose sneering voice immediately breaks the tension. Malfoy demands to know the point of raising them, and Hagrid, caught off guard, stammers that they would learn about that soon enough. For now, they would need to figure out what these creatures eat. With that, he presents a variety of possible food items for the students to experiment with: ant eggs, frog livers, and bits of grass snake. Despite their reservations, the students get to work, attempting to feed the blast-ended Scroots. However, the lesson quickly spirals into chaos. Dean Thomas yelps in pain as one of the Scroots explodes near him, burning his hand. Lavender Brown screams when she notices that some of the Scroots have stingers on their tails. Hagrid, ever optimistic, explains that the males likely have the stingers. In contrast, the females have suckers on their bellies, possibly for sucking blood. Malfoy, ever sarcastic, sneers at him. Even Hermione, who typically leaps to Hagrid's defense, finds herself agreeing with Malfoy's assessment. But ever rational, she adds that even dragons have beneficial properties, so perhaps these ones did as well. The lesson ends with the Gryffindors and Slytherins alike relieved to escape the smell and unpredictability of the Scroots. Ron, wiping sweat from his brow, comments about what it would be like when the Scroots grew bigger. Hermione shoots him a warning look, suggesting they will likely grow larger once Hagrid figures out their diet. Ron, however, brushes off the concern with a grin. After care of magical creatures, the trio returns to the Great Hall for lunch. Hermione eats quickly, explaining that she has to visit the library, much to Ron's disbelief. He comments about how her workload had already ballooned when they had just started the year. Hermione, unfazed by his teasing, hurries off, leaving Ron and Harry to shake their heads. The afternoon brings divination, Harry and Ron's least favorite subject. They climb the winding staircase to the North Tower and enter the familiar, dimly lit classroom. The sweet, cloying scent from the fire hangs in the air, and the curtains are drawn, casting the room in a reddish glow. Professor Trelawney, with her usual ethereal demeanor, begins class by making ominous predictions about the students' futures. When she approaches Harry, she adopts her signature tragic tone. She tells him that dark and difficult times are ahead of him, and that the thing he dreads most will come to pass much sooner than he would expect. Harry, used to Trelawney's predictions of his death, tries to shrug it off. Yet something about this particular forecast sticks with him, reminding him of the one true prophecy Trelawney made the previous year about Voldemort's return. Despite his usual skepticism, a faint unease lingers in Harry's mind. Trelawney continues her readings, mistakenly suggesting that Harry was born under the influence of Saturn because of his dark hair and tragic childhood. When Harry corrects her, explaining that he was born in July, not midwinter, Ron stifles a laugh. The professor, visibly ruffled, tries to recover by assigning the class a mountain of homework. They must analyze planetary movements for the coming month and predict how these will impact their lives. This makes Ron groan as they leave the classroom, knowing the work will likely take away most of his weekend. Before they can return to the Great Hall for dinner, Draco Malfoy appears in the entrance hall, smirking as he waves a copy of the Daily Prophet. He gleefully reads aloud an article by Rita Skeeter, mocking Ron's father for his involvement in a recent incident with Mad-Eye Moody. The article paints Moody as a paranoid ex-Auror who caused a scene involving Muggles, and Malfoy takes great delight in humiliating Ron. Ron's face turns red with fury, and it takes both Harry and Hermione to hold him back from lunging at Malfoy. Malfoy continues to sneer and insult him, which infuriates even Harry. He tells Malfoy that at least Ron's mother doesn't look like she constantly sniffs dung, which makes Malfoy's expression darken. He reaches for his wand, and a loud bang ensues. In an instant, Malfoy is transformed into a white ferret, bouncing helplessly on the floor. This creates a chaotic moment that alerts Professor McGonagall to the scene, and her horrified expression is quickly made evident on her face. After Professor McGonagall turns Draco Malfoy back into a human, he stands up, humiliated. McGonagall reprimands Mad-Eye Moody for transfiguring students as punishment. insisting that Hogwarts uses detentions, not transfiguration. Moody, unfazed, claims Malfoy deserved it for trying to hex Harry from behind and grudgingly agrees to let Professor Snape handle the situation. Ron, Harry, and Hermione head into the Great Hall for dinner. Ron is delighted by the incident, considering it one of the best things he's seen. However, Hermione is concerned about how dangerous it could have been. They sit down for dinner, soon joined by Fred, George, and Lee Jordan, who rave about their exciting defense against the dark arts lesson with Moody. His practical experience fighting the dark arts impresses them all. As Hermione leaves for the library, Harry and Ron remain at the table, reflecting on the day's events. With Moody's arrival and the blast-ended Scroots, the new school year already feels eventful, with more excitement surely to come. Hagrid introduces the blast-ended Scroots in this chapter. They play a recurring role throughout the school year as the students are tasked with raising these dangerous, bizarre creatures. The Scroots are entirely omitted from the film adaptation, even though they are a significant part of the book's magical creature subplot, and are featured later in the Triwizard Tournament maze. The walking stick that Mad-Eye Moody uses is not part of the character's description in the books. However, during production, the filmmakers decided to give Moody a wooden walking stick to enhance his physical presence and emphasize his war-torn, battle-hardened nature. Chapter 14: The Unforgivable Curses. As the days pass at Hogwarts, life for Harry and his classmates moves at its usual pace, though not without a few bumps along the way. Among these is Neville Longbottom's latest misadventure in potions. He melts yet another cauldron, his 6th of the year, which leads Professor Snape to give him a particularly unpleasant punishment. Neville's penalty is detention, where he is tasked with disemboweling horned toads, an experience that leaves him visibly pale and shaken by the time it's over. The event only adds to the growing sense of dread associated with Snape, who seems even more foul-tempered than usual since the school year began. Harry and his friends can't help but speculate about Snape's terrible mood. They suspect it has something to do with his continuing frustration over being passed over, once again, for the defense against the dark arts position. Knowing the position has gone to someone else again this year makes Harry feel satisfied. However, Snape's increasing bitterness keeps everyone on edge. Interestingly, unlike previous years where Snape's dislike for defense against the dark arts professors manifested as open hostility, this time his behavior around Moody is different. Harry notices that Snape seems cautious, perhaps even wary around the new professor, avoiding eye contact and keeping his distance. On the other hand, the 4th-year Gryffindors eagerly anticipate their first defense against the dark arts lesson with Moody. His formidable reputation as a no-nonsense ex-aura has them buzzing with excitement, eager to see what he will teach them about the dangers lurking in the world of magic. When the day of the lesson arrives, the students gather early, eager and wide-eyed, awaiting what promises to be an unforgettable class. Only Hermione is missing. She rushes in at the last moment, having spent too much time in the library. Moody's arrival is precisely what the students expect. The sound of his heavy, clunking footsteps echoes down the corridor before he even enters the room. When he finally steps inside, his appearance matches his fearsome reputation. His face, heavily scarred from a lifetime of battles, and his magical eye, which swivels independently of his normal eye, give him an intimidating presence. The class immediately falls silent, sensing that this will be no ordinary lesson. Moody wastes no time in getting down to business. He instructs the students to put away their textbooks, telling them they won't need them today. The students comply quickly, their anticipation building as they await the start of the lesson. Moody begins by calling roll, his magical eye roaming the room, seemingly taking in much more than the students' names as it flicks back and forth. When roll call is finished, Moody launches into the day's subject, curses. Moody's lesson begins with a reminder that while their previous defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Lupin, taught them well about dark creatures, they still need to catch up when it comes to handling curses. He tells them that the Ministry of Magic typically reserves certain subjects for 6th-year students. Still, he believes it is essential for them to learn about these curses now. The world, Moody stresses, is full of dangers, and dark wizards won't wait for them to be ready. In a fight, there are no rules. The only way to survive is to be prepared. He proceeds to explain the topic of the day, The Unforgivable Curses. These are 3 spells so powerful, so dangerous, that their very use is punishable by a life sentence in Azkaban. Moody's tone grows more serious as he addresses the class, asking if anyone knows of one of these curses. Ron Weasley, tentatively raising his hand, offers the first answer. He mentions the Imperious Curse, which his father once told him about. Moody nods approvingly and reaches for a jar that sits on his desk. Inside the jar are 3 giant black spiders. Moody selects one spider from the jar and holds it in his hand as he casts the Imperious Curse. Instantly, the spider begins to move in strange and bizarre ways. It swings from a thread of silk like a trapeze artist, cartwheels across the desk, and even performs a little tap dance. The class, at first amused by the spider's antics, quickly sobers as Moody explains the terrifying implications of the spell. The Imperious Curse, he tells them, allows the caster to take complete control over the victim's mind and body, bending their will to match the caster's desires. During Voldemort's rise to power, this curse was used to enslave many witches and wizards, turning them into unwilling pawns of the Dark Lord's regime. Even after Voldemort's fall, it was nearly impossible to tell who had acted under their own free will and who had been controlled. Moody emphasizes that although it is possible to resist the Imperious Curse, it requires incredible strength of character, a strength that not everyone possesses. He warns the students that they will learn how to fight the curse in his lessons, but the best defense is to avoid being hit with it at all costs. He hammers home the lesson's key point: they must always be on guard. Moody then returns the spider to the jar, his expression grim as he prepares to discuss the next curse. The lesson moves forward. When Moody asks if anyone knows another unforgivable curse, Neville Longbottom, to everyone's surprise, raises his hand. His voice quivers as he names the Cruciatus Curse, a spell infamous for causing excruciating pain. Moody acknowledges Neville's answer with a nod and enlarges a second spider with a flick of his wand. As he casts the Cruciatus Curse, the spider begins to writhe in agony, its legs twitching uncontrollably. Although the spider makes no sound, the sight is profoundly unsettling. Neville, in particular, appears deeply disturbed by the demonstration, his pale face betraying his inner turmoil. Moody explains that the Cruciatus Curse was once a favored tool of dark wizards for torturing their victims. It leaves no physical mark, but the pain it causes is beyond imagining. As Moody speaks, Harry's attention drifts to Neville. He notices that Neville's hands are tightly clenched around the edge of his desk, his knuckles white, and his expression is one of horror. Harry recalls the story of Neville's parents, who were tortured into madness by followers of Voldemort using the very curse Moody has just demonstrated. Moody shrinks the spider back to its normal size and places it back in the jar. He then turns to the final and most dangerous of the unforgivable curses, Avada Kedavra, the Killing Curse. Moody explains that this spell causes instant death, and there is no way to block it, no counter curse to undo its effects. Only one person has ever survived it, and that person is Harry Potter. Taking the final spider from the jar, Moody demonstrates the curse. The spider scuttles across the desk, desperately attempting to escape, but a flash of green light ends its life instantly. The spider's body rolls over lifelessly, and the class sits in stunned silence. Moody concludes his lesson with a stern warning. He tells the students that these 3 curses, the Imperious, Cruciatus, and Avada Kedavra, are known as the Unforgivable Curses, and anyone who uses them on another human being will face a life sentence in Azkaban. He reminds them of the importance of learning how to defend themselves against such dark magic, once again calling for constant vigilance. After the lesson, the students leave the classroom buzzing with a mixture of excitement and horror at what they have just witnessed. Ron, in particular, seems impressed by Moody's demonstrations, marveling at the power of the curses. However, Harry and Hermione are more subdued, both troubled by the implications of what they have seen. As they walk through the corridors, Hermione points out Neville, who stands alone, staring blankly at the wall. Moody soon appears and invites Neville to his office for a cup of tea, surprising everyone with his sudden act of kindness. It is a gesture of comfort for the boy who has endured so much. Later that evening, Harry and Ron attempt to tackle their divination homework in the Gryffindor common room. As they work, Harry notices Fred and George sitting in the corner, whispering conspiratorially, and he is reminded of how secretive they have been throughout the year. He wonders if their plotting has something to do with the upcoming Triwizard tournament. Hermione soon returns to the common room, excited to share her latest project, the Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare, or SPEW. She enthusiastically explains her goals for the organization, including fair wages and better working conditions for house elves. Ron, however, dismisses the idea outright, claiming that house elves enjoy their enslavement, much to Hermione's annoyance. As the evening winds down, Harry receives a letter from his godfather, Sirius Black. Hedwig delivers the message in which Sirius expresses his concern over Harry's safety, especially after hearing about Harry's scar hurting. Sirius informs Harry that he is flying north immediately, determined to ensure his godson is safe. Guilt surges within Harry as he reads the letter. He fears he has put Sirius in danger by prompting him to come out of hiding. That night, Harry lies awake in bed, his mind filled with worry for Sirius and the dangers that lie ahead. Stuck in his thoughts, Harry does not even notice Neville's snores. Apparently, he is not the only one awake that night. The chapter gives greater emphasis to Neville's emotional reaction to the Cruciatus curse. While it is briefly shown in the film, it does not give insights to Neville's trauma. The movie also quickly goes through the Unforgivable curses, but does not give as much history and information compared to the book. Furthermore, the chapter's detailed portrayal of Mad-Eye Moody here foreshadows his true identity, as he is shown to have immense knowledge and fascination of the dark arts, while the movie omits a lot of his dialogues and condenses his lesson for the sake of pacing. Chapter 15, Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. Harry wakes up early in the morning, his mind racing with thoughts about Sirius. Worried that his earlier letter about his scar hurting might prompt Sirius to return to England, Harry writes another letter, downplaying his concerns. He tells Sirius that he must have imagined the pain in his scar and insists that everything is fine. He fears Sirius could be captured and sent back to Azkaban. Harry quickly sneaks out of the Gryffindor dormitory. At the same time, Ron and his other roommates are still asleep. He makes his way to the Owlery, a circular stone room filled with hundreds of owls. The Owlery is drafty and cold, with owl droppings and straw covering the floor. Hedwig, Harry's snowy owl, is nestled between two other birds, and she is still upset with Harry for not allowing her to deliver his last letter to Sirius. After some coaxing and a gentle suggestion that perhaps Ron's owl, Pigwidgeon, could deliver the letter instead, Hedwig finally relents. She nips Harry's finger, possibly harder than usual, before disappearing into the dawn sky. As Harry watches her fly away, disappearing into the distance, he feels a familiar sense of unease settles in his stomach. Although he hopes the letter will ease his worries, it only makes him feel more anxious about Sirius and the dangers he might face. Later, at breakfast, Harry tells Ron and Hermione about the letter he sent to Sirius. Hermione is immediately concerned and criticizes Harry for lying. She points out that Harry didn't imagine his scar hurting. It was real, and they all know it. Harry, however, is resolute in his decision. He doesn't want Sirius to endanger himself by returning to England. So he insists that downplaying the situation is the best way to protect him. Sensing the tension between Harry and Hermione, Ron tells her to drop the subject, and for once, she does. Despite this brief disagreement, the trio remains focused on their day-to-day activities. As the days pass, Harry tries to distract himself from his worries about Sirius, though it's difficult without Quidditch to occupy his time. The Hogwarts Quidditch season has been cancelled because of the Triwizard tournament, leaving Harry without one of his primary sources of comfort and distraction. He frequently scans the skies for any sign of Hedwig's return, anxiously awaiting Sirius's response. Meanwhile, school life continues and the academic pressure on fourth-year students increases significantly. Every professor seems to be piling on more homework than ever before. Professor McGonagall reminds them that their ordinary wizarding levels, OWLs, are fast approaching, even though they won't take the exams until their 5th year. The workload from subjects like potions, transfiguration, and charms becomes overwhelming, leaving little time for anything else. Even Hagrid, usually more laid back, assigns extra work in care of magical creatures. The blast-ended Scroots, dangerous magical creatures that Harry and his classmates have been studying, are growing rapidly, though they have yet to figure out what they eat. Hagrid's enthusiasm for the Scroots isn't shared by the students, who are frustrated by their unpredictability. One of the most intense lessons comes from Professor Moody, the new defense against the dark arts teacher. Despite the curse being illegal, Moody believes it is essential for the students to learn how to resist it. His lesson is both shocking and fascinating, as none of the students have ever experienced anything like it before. Moody demonstrates the imperious curse on several students, showing them how it feels to be entirely controlled by someone else. Each student reacts bizarrely and humorously. Dean Thomas hops around the room singing the national anthem while Lavender Brown pretends to be a squirrel. Neville Longbottom, usually clumsy and unsure of himself, performs a series of impressive gymnastics, actions that he would never be able to do in his normal state. None of the students can resist the curse's power, and Moody has to release them from its hold. When it's Harry's turn, he steps into the center of the classroom, feeling both nervous and curious. Moody casts the imperious curse on Harry, and immediately, Harry feels as though he is floating. All his thoughts and worries vanish, and he experiences a peaceful detachment from everything around him. Moody's voice echoes in Harry's mind, instructing him to jump onto a desk. At first, Harry is ready to obey, but his mind is blank and compliant. But then, a small rebellious voice inside his head, "Why should I jump?" Harry begins to fight the curse slowly, pushing back against the overwhelming urge to follow Moody's command. Though he doesn't fully resist, Harry manages to stop himself from completely following through with the order. Instead, he jumps while trying to prevent himself from jumping, resulting in a painful crash into the desk. Despite the pain, Harry is the only student who shows any resistance to the imperious curse, and Moody is impressed. He praises Harry for his ability to fight back, pointing out that very few people can resist the curse. Determined to help Harry master the skill, Moody puts him through the process several more times, forcing Harry to push harder against the curse. By the end of the lesson, Harry is exhausted and sore, but he feels a sense of accomplishment. He has learned to fight off one of the most dangerous forms of magic, a skill that could prove invaluable. As Harry and Ron leave the lesson, they discuss Moody's intense teaching style. Ron, who had more difficulty resisting the curse than Harry, remarks that Moody seems overly paranoid. Harry, however, feels that Moody's emphasis on constant vigilance is more than justified. Amid the academic pressure, excitement about the Triwizard tournament begins to overshadow everything else at Hogwarts. Rumors fly through the school as students speculate about who will be chosen as the Hogwarts champion and what the tournament's tasks will involve. The announcement that the delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will arrive on October 30th only heightens the anticipation. The entire castle is abuzz with excitement, and the house elves work tirelessly to prepare Hogwarts for the arrival of the foreign students. The walls are scrubbed clean, the suits of armor polished, and every detail is carefully attended to. Filch, the caretaker, becomes even more irritable than usual, snapping at any student who doesn't wipe their shoes properly. Amid this excitement, Harry struggles with his worries, particularly regarding his godfather, Sirius Black. After receiving a response from Sirius, Harry feels both reassured and anxious. Sirius's letter informs Harry that he is already back in the country and instructs Harry to keep him updated. However, he also emphasizes that Harry must prioritize his safety. Although the letter brings some comfort, Harry cannot shake the feeling of unease, particularly when he recalls the dangers that Sirius faces. Each day, he watches the skies for any sign from his owl, Hedwig, hoping for further communication. Meanwhile, Hermione takes on the cause of House Elves, expressing her indignation about their treatment within Hogwarts. She insists that the students should recognize the unfairness of the House Elves' plight, urging them to take action. As Harry listens to her, he feels a sense of admiration for Hermione's commitment to justice, but he just can't seem to concentrate. He has his own worries to focus on. On the day of the delegation's arrival, the students are instructed to gather outside the castle to welcome their guests. There is a festive atmosphere in the air as the students line up in front of the entrance, eagerly awaiting the spectacle. Harry, Ron, and Hermione are among the crowd, speculating about how the Beauxbatons and Durmstrang students will arrive. They imagine broomsticks, portkeys, or even enchanted boats, each idea more exciting than the last. As dusk falls, the first delegation arrives. The Beauxbatons students make a dramatic entrance, arriving in a massive, powder blue carriage the size of a house. A dozen enormous winged horses pull the carriage through the air, each as large as an elephant. The carriage lands with a resounding crash, and Madame Maxime, the headmistress of Beauxbatons, steps out. Madame Maxime is a towering figure, nearly as tall as Hagrid, and her presence commands attention. She greets Dumbledore graciously, and her students, dressed in fine silk robes, follow her into the castle. Shortly after Beauxbatons' arrival, the Durmstrang delegation appears in an equally spectacular fashion. A large, skeletal-looking ship rises from the depths of the Black Lake, gliding smoothly across the water toward the shore. The Durmstrang students disembark, led by their headmaster, Igor Karkaroff. Karkaroff is tall and thin, with sleek silver hair and a smile that doesn't quite reach his eyes. He greets Dumbledore with exaggerated warmth, though there is an undercurrent of insincerity in his manner. Among the Durmstrang students is Viktor Krum, the famous Bulgarian seeker whose presence causes a stir among the Hogwarts students. Ron, in particular, is starstruck, barely able to contain his excitement at seeing his Quidditch idol in person. The book gives more detailed emphasis as to how the Beauxbatons and Durmstrang students arrive at Hogwarts. Meanwhile, the film gives their arrival a more performative touch, with the Beauxbatons students displaying an elegant routine and the Durmstrang students doing athletic stunts. There is no mention of them doing so in the chapter. In the book, both Beauxbatons and Durmstrang are co-educational schools, meaning they have both male and female students. However, the film director Mike Newell made the creative decision to represent Beauxbatons as an all-girls school and Durmstrang as an all-boys school. Actress Frances de la Tour, who played Madame Maxime, is tall but nowhere near the gigantic size described in the books. To portray her enormous height in the film, several film techniques were used. Chapter 16: The Goblet of Fire. The excitement in the Great Hall continues to build as students buzz with anticipation for the official start of the Triwizard tournament. Despite Krum's world-class status, it is a surprise to many that he is still a student, something Ron finds both impressive and puzzling. His idolization of Krum only grows as he watches him sit at the Slytherin table alongside the other Durmstrang students. Meanwhile, the Beauxbatons students seem less enthused by their surroundings. Wrapped tightly in scarves and shawls, they look cold and out of place as they settle in at the Ravenclaw table. Their attitudes reflect a subtle sense of disdain, as though Hogwarts, with its drafty stone walls and magical quirks, falls short of their expectations. Durmstrang students, in contrast, are much more curious about Hogwarts, their expressions betraying interest in the enchanted ceiling and the various magical elements that make up the Great Hall. Ron remains focused on Krum, barely able to tear his eyes away from the Slytherin table. He becomes frustrated as Draco Malfoy, always one to exploit an opportunity, immediately sucks up to Krum, clearly attempting to curry favor with the famous Quidditch player. Ron mutters bitterly about Malfoy's sycophantic behavior. Still, a glimmer of hope remains that Krum, used to dealing with adoring fans, can see through Malfoy's transparent attempts to ingratiate himself. At the head table, Dumbledore sits with the Hogwarts staff, joined by the imposing figures of Madame Maxime and Igor Karkaroff. Madame Maxime, the headmistress of Beauxbatons, is a striking figure, tall, majestic, and commanding. Her students clearly respect her, standing when she enters the room. Her presence dominates the head table, where she sits beside Karkaroff, the headmaster of Durmstrang. Karkaroff, while less physically imposing than Madame Maxime, has a cold, calculating demeanor that makes him equally intimidating. In his usual light-hearted manner, Dumbledore rises to deliver a welcoming speech. His calm, jovial tone brings a sense of ease to the proceedings. However, the students' excitement remains tangible beneath the surface. He welcomes the visiting schools, assuring them that their stay at Hogwarts will be both comfortable and memorable. Despite his warm words, there is a noticeable tension from the Beauxbatons students, many of whom seem unimpressed by the castle and its surroundings. One student, a girl with a muffler wrapped around her head, lets out a derisive laugh during Dumbledore's speech. This doesn't go unnoticed by Hermione, who frowns, clearly irritated by the girl's attitude. Dumbledore continues his speech, announcing that the Triwizard Tournament's official start will occur at the feast's conclusion. The air in the Great Hall grows even more electric with anticipation as students eagerly await the formal beginning of the competition. The meal prepared for the occasion is extravagant, with house elves working tirelessly in the kitchens to create a spread worthy of the event. Among the dishes is Beauxbatons, a French fish stew that catches Ron's eye, though he hesitates to try it. Hermione, familiar with the dish from a previous trip to France, tries to explain what it is. Still, Ron shows little interest, preferring to stick with the more traditional British foods he knows. About midway through the feast, Hagrid enters the hall with his usual dramatic flair, sporting a heavily bandaged hand. Hagrid, who is Hogwarts' keeper of keys and grounds and has a fondness for dangerous magical creatures, has clearly had another close encounter. Harry, curious about Hagrid's latest mishap, asks how his blast-ended Scroots are faring. Hagrid, ever enthusiastic about his peculiar pets, happily reports that the Scroots are thriving. Ron, however, remains skeptical of the creatures, making a snide comment about the likelihood of the Scroots having eaten Hagrid's fingers, judging by the state of his hand. The meal soon transitions into dessert, and the house elves bring out an assortment of foreign sweets unfamiliar to many of the Hogwarts students. Ron, still distracted by the Beauxbatons girl who laughed during Dumbledore's speech, continues to steal glances at her throughout the meal. The girl eventually approaches their table, asking if they are finished with the Beauxbatons. Ron is so flustered by her presence that he can barely form a response, leaving Harry to push the dish toward her. As she walks away, Ron becomes convinced that she is part Veela, a magical creature known for its enchanting beauty. Hermione dismisses his theory, though she notes that Ron isn't the only boy in the Great Hall who seems captivated by the girl's appearance. As the feast draws close, Dumbledore stands again, signaling the moment everyone has been waiting for. He introduces the Goblet of Fire, the magical artifact that will select the champions for the Triwizard tournament. His tone turns serious as he explains the significance of the goblet and its role in determining the tournament's participants. Alongside Dumbledore, two important figures from the Ministry of Magic are introduced: Bartemius Crouch, head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, and Ludo Bagman, head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports. Crouch, with his stern and formal demeanor, receives polite applause from the students, while Bagman's cheerful personality elicits a more enthusiastic response, especially from the Quidditch fans in the hall. Dumbledore explains the rules of the Triwizard tournament, outlining how 3 champions, one from each school, will be chosen to compete in a series of dangerous tasks over the course of the year. These tasks, he emphasizes, are designed to test the champion's magical abilities, courage, and problem-solving skills, and they carry significant risks. Dumbledore urges the students to take the tournament seriously, reminding them of the dangers involved. The Goblet of Fire will serve as the impartial selector, choosing the champions based solely on merit. As Dumbledore speaks, Filch, the Hogwarts caretaker, brings forward a large ornate casket. Dumbledore taps the casket with his wand and the lid opens slowly, revealing the Goblet of Fire inside. The goblet, a roughly carved wooden cup filled with bright blue-white flames, emits an eerie glow that captivates the room. Dumbledore explains that any student wishing to enter the tournament must write their name and school on a piece of parchment and drop it into the goblet's flames. To prevent younger students from entering, Dumbledore will draw an age line around the goblet, ensuring that only those who are 17 or older can submit their names. The announcement of the age line immediately sparks a flurry of excitement among the students, particularly Fred and George Weasley. Known for their mischievous nature, the twins begin whispering excitedly, clearly hatching a plan to circumvent the age line and enter the tournament despite being underage. As the students leave the Great Hall, Fred speculates about using an aging potion to trick the goblet, and it becomes clear that the twins are determined to test their theory. The following day, Harry, Ron, and Hermione make their way to the entrance hall where the Goblet of Fire has been placed on a stool. A thin golden line marking the age line surrounds the goblet, and students have already begun gathering around to submit their names. The Durmstrang students, having already entered their names, exude a quiet confidence, their competitive spirits evident. Harry, Ron, and Hermione watch as Fred and George approach the goblet with wide grins on their faces, their plan in motion. They have brewed an aging potion overnight, confident that it will allow them to bypass Dumbledore's enchantment. Fred goes first, stepping carefully over the age line with the faintest hint of trepidation. For a brief moment, it appears as though the potion has worked. Fred successfully crosses the line, followed by George. But before they can drop their names into the goblet, a loud sizzling sound fills the air, and both twins are suddenly thrown backward by an invisible force. They land heavily on the floor, and to their horror, long white beards sprout from their faces. The hall erupts in laughter as the twins, though initially stunned, soon join in the amusement at their own expense. Dumbledore arrives shortly after, his eyes twinkling with amusement. He advises the twins to visit Madame Pomfrey to have their beards removed, casually mentioning that they aren't the only students who attempted to cheat the age line. A few Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs have also tried and failed to outwit the goblet. Later that evening, the Halloween feast takes place, and the Great Hall is transformed into a festive scene with pumpkins and bats decorating the room. Despite the holiday atmosphere, the focus remains on the upcoming selection of the champions. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sit with Fred and George, who are now beard-free, discussing possible contenders for the tournament. Finally, Dumbledore rises once more, signaling that the moment has arrived. The lights in the Great Hall dim, and the Goblet of Fire's flames burn brighter, casting a blue glow across the room. All eyes are fixed on the goblet as it begins to turn red. A hush falls over the room as a piece of parchment flies out of the flames. Dumbledore catches it, reading the first name aloud: Victor Krum. The hall erupts into applause as Krum rises from the Slytherin table and strides confidently to the front of the hall, disappearing into the chamber behind the staff table. The goblet glows red again, and another piece of parchment emerges, this time selecting the Beauxbatons champion, Fleur Delacour. Fleur rises gracefully from her seat and walks to the front of the hall, her beauty captivating many of the boys in the room. Her fellow Beauxbatons students, though proud, show hints of disappointment that they were not chosen. Finally, the goblet selects the Hogwarts champion, Cedric Diggory. The Hufflepuff table erupts in cheers. Cedric's popularity and talent are evident in the enthusiastic support from his housemates. Just when it seems the selection is complete, the goblet glows red one final time. A fourth piece of parchment flies out, and Dumbledore catches it, his expression unreadable as he reads the name: Harry Potter. With this, the room falls into stunned silence. Harry himself is bewildered, but the magical contract is binding, and Harry now finds himself thrust into the Triwizard tournament, a competition he never intended to join. While Dumbledore gives greater detail about the Triwizard tournament in the book, in the film he simply states that it is a very dangerous competition and therefore has an age restriction. One important detail not included is that the tournament was suspended several centuries ago due to the high number of deaths and injuries. The actual Goblet of Fire was simply described as being made of wood and emitting blue-white flames. The film replicates its description, but adds more intricate details and effects to make it look more visually impressive. Furthermore, there is clearer foreshadowing about who will be chosen in the tournament. When the Beauxbatons students make their way into the Great Hall, Fleur Delacour is the last to make it to the front. Similarly, Victor Krum walks alongside the Durmstrang headmaster. Chapter 17: The Four Champions. The atmosphere in the Great Hall shifts dramatically when Harry's name is drawn from the Goblet of Fire. The students, who had been cheering moments before, fall into a stunned silence. The sudden change from excitement to disbelief is palpable as every eye in the room turns toward him. The realization of what has just happened hits Harry like a wave of cold water, leaving him numb. He is too young. He didn't submit his name. He wasn't supposed to be a part of this, and yet the Goblet of Fire has spoken, and no one can deny its decision. Dumbledore repeats Harry's name, his voice firmer this time, urging Harry to step forward. But for Harry, it's as if time has slowed down. Finally, Harry rises from the Gryffindor table, his body moving on autopilot as his mind struggles to process the enormity of the situation. The Gryffindors, who should be cheering for him, are quiet and confused, just like everyone else. Harry glances over at Ron and Hermione, but their faces are unreadable. The disbelief in their eyes mirrors his own. Reaching the front, Harry stands before Dumbledore. He doesn't smile as he usually does, but instead instructs Harry to head to a small side chamber where the other champions are waiting. Left with no choice, Harry walks toward the chamber, his steps heavy and uncertain. The door creaks open, revealing a warm, fire-lit room meant to be a place where the champions could gather in celebration. But for Harry, the room feels anything but welcoming. Inside, Victor Crumb, Fleur Delacour, and Cedric Diggory stand by the fire, their expressions shifting from confusion to surprise when they see him. Fleur's reaction is immediate. She looks at Harry with disdain, her face contorted in disbelief. She assumes that Harry must have entered the room as a joke or to deliver a message. Victor Crumb, ever brooding, remains silent, while Cedric, though clearly confused, doesn't react with the same hostility. He too is caught off guard but doesn't voice any accusations. Moments later, Ludo Bagman enters the room, his usual joviality replaced with confusion. The shock deepens when he announces that Harry is the 4th Triwizard champion. The idea of a 4th champion, especially one as young as Harry, is unthinkable. The champions have spent days mentally preparing for the tournament, only to be told they would compete alongside a 14-year-old boy who had no right to be there. Fleur voices her disbelief again, incredulous that someone so young could be allowed to compete. As the champions try to process Harry's unexpected inclusion, the atmosphere shifts again as more authority figures enter the room. Dumbledore arrives, accompanied by Professors McGonagall and Snape, as well as the visiting heads of the other schools, Madame Maxime and Igor Karkaroff. Bartemius Crouch from the Ministry of Magic is also present. Karkaroff is the first to react. His anger is evident as he accuses Hogwarts of having an unfair advantage with 2 champions in the tournament. He directs his outrage at Dumbledore, suggesting that the headmaster must have manipulated the situation to ensure Hogwarts had the upper hand. Madame Maxime, too, expresses her displeasure, citing Harry's age and the impossibility of him bypassing the age line. Both Karkaroff and Madame Maxime insist that there has been a mistake, and their frustration is palpable as they demand an explanation. Ever calm in the face of adversity, Dumbledore turns to Harry, asking him directly whether he put his name into the Goblet of Fire or if someone else did it for him. Harry denies both accusations, his voice firm despite the pressure. But his denial does little to calm the suspicion swirling around the room. Snape, never one to miss an opportunity to undermine Harry, implies that Harry has a history of breaking the rules and may have found a way to cheat the system. Karkaroff and Madame Maxime express doubts about the age line, suggesting that Dumbledore's magic might have been flawed. Despite the accusations, Dumbledore and McGonagall stand by Harry, with McGonagall adamant that Harry could not have crossed the age line on his own. As the argument continues, Mr. Crouch steps in, his authoritative tone cutting through the debate. He asserts that the rules of the Triwizard tournament are clear. Once a name is drawn from the Goblet of Fire, that person must compete. There is no room for negotiation or reversal. The weight of the situation settles over the room as the reality sinks in. Karkaroff, still fuming, demands that the Goblet of Fire be reignited so that more names can be added, but Bagman quickly dismisses the idea. The goblet can only be reignited during the next tournament, leaving Karkaroff no choice but to accept the decision, though he does so begrudgingly. At this point, Alistair Mad Eye Moody enters the room. His presence adds a layer of intensity to the already fraught situation. Known for his paranoia and skill in tracking dark wizards, Moody immediately suggests that someone has deliberately entered Harry's name into the Goblet of Fire with the intent of forcing him into the tournament. This theory is chilling, as it implies that Harry is being manipulated by unseen forces, potentially placing him in grave danger. Moody goes on to explain that a powerful Confundus charm must have been used to trick the Goblet of Fire into accepting a 4th champion, which would require a high level of magical skill. His words cast a dark shadow over the proceedings, suggesting that Harry's inclusion in the tournament is no accident, but part of a larger, more sinister plan. With the debate concluded and Harry's participation confirmed, Mr. Crouch outlines the details of the first task. He informs the champions that the task is designed to test their bravery and will be performed in front of the entire school and a panel of judges. However, the nature of the task will remain a secret until the day of the event. The lack of information adds to the growing sense of unease as Harry realizes he is about to be thrown into a dangerous competition without any preparation or guidance. As the meeting ends, Harry and Cedric leave the room together. Cedric, though polite, seems skeptical of Harry's claims that he did not enter the tournament. This makes Harry feel more alone than ever. Even someone as fair and kind as Cedric is finding it hard to believe that Harry is entirely innocent. When Harry returns to the Gryffindor common room, he is met with an unexpected celebration. His fellow Gryffindors are ecstatic that one of their own has been chosen as a champion, and they throw a spontaneous party in his honor. But for Harry, the celebration feels hollow. No one listens when he tries to explain that he didn't put his name into the goblet, and he is bombarded with questions about how he managed to bypass Dumbledore's enchantments. The party, meant to be a moment of triumph, only serves to highlight his feelings of isolation. Finally, exhausted and overwhelmed, Harry escapes to the dormitory, where he finds Ron lying in bed. But instead of offering support, Ron is cold and accusatory, implying that Harry must have found a way to enter the tournament without telling him. The jealousy and resentment in Ron's tone are unmistakable, and the rift between the two friends is painfully apparent. In the chapter, Dumbledore's reaction to Harry's name being included in the tournament is calmer. However, in the film, he is shown to be more intense, demanding to know if Harry put his name in the goblet. This kind of makes this movie Dumbledore worse than his book counterpart. In addition, when the Triwizard champions are taken to the side chamber, the argument between the headmasters is more condensed, and Fleur's objection, as well as Cedric asking Harry if he put his name in, are not shown in the movie. The Gryffindors cheering for Harry when he gets back to the Gryffindor common room is also removed entirely in the film. Chapter 18. The Weighing of the Wands. Harry awakens to the persistent memories of the previous night, a storm of confusion and dread swirling within him. He lies in bed, staring at the ceiling as the events replay in his mind. The moment his name was drawn from the Goblet of Fire, thrusting him into the spotlight as the fourth champion in the Triwizard tournament. The shock of that moment still lingers, and a more profound pain festers with it. His best friend, Ron Weasley, does not believe him. Ron, who he thought would stand by him no matter what, is convinced that Harry must have entered his own name. The growing rift between them feels like a chasm impossible to bridge. As Harry stirs beneath the covers, he half hopes to find Ron still in the dormitory, providing a chance to explain everything again. This time, Ron would listen and would understand. But when he pulls back the heavy curtains of his four-poster bed, the sight that greets him is bleak. Ron has already gone, likely down to breakfast without him. The empty bed beside him amplifies his loneliness, a stark reminder of their strained friendship. Dressing slowly, Harry contemplates the silent gulf that has formed between them, a rift that feels larger with every passing moment. Descending the spiral staircase, he enters the Gryffindor common room, hoping for a moment of quiet to collect his thoughts. Instead of solace, he is met with an overwhelming wave of excitement. A group of his housemates, already finished with breakfast, erupt into spontaneous applause upon seeing him. The cheers are loud and jubilant, but to Harry, they feel like daggers piercing through his already fragile state. He grimaces at the sight of his fellow Gryffindors treating him as if he was some sort of hero. The attention feels suffocating and utterly undeserved. Harry's chest tightens with discomfort. He didn't ask for this attention. He wants nothing more than to blend into the background, to escape the suffocating reality of being a champion. The cheers only amplify his discomfort as Colin Creevey, ever the eager fan, rushes toward him with wide eyes and a camera. Desperate to avoid him, Harry turns on his heel and heads for the portrait hole, pushing through the fat lady's frame before he can lose his nerve. Once in the corridor, Harry allows himself a moment to breathe, seeking refuge from the commotion of the common room. His reprieve, however, is fleeting. As he makes his way down the hall, he unexpectedly collides with Hermione Granger. Always perceptive, Hermione anticipated Harry's reluctance to face the crowds. She holds up a napkin filled with toast, offering him a slice. Hermione suggests they walk together instead of heading to the Great Hall. Grateful for the escape and the comfort of her company, Harry agrees without hesitation. Together, they navigate the stone paths of Hogwarts, heading toward the lake. The brisk autumn air bites Harry's cheeks, but the cold is welcome. It clears his mind, allowing him to focus as they walk along the lake's edge. The shimmering surface reflects the blue sky, contrasting with the turmoil within Harry. As they walk in companionable silence, Harry finally breaks the quiet, recounting the strange and frustrating events that followed the moment his name was called. He describes the chamber off the Great Hall filled with adults and champions, and how, no matter what he said, no one believed that he hadn't entered himself into the tournament. Hermione listens intently, her brow furrowing in concern. She nods occasionally, never once doubting his account. Providing Harry with some relief, she assures him that she had no doubt from the moment she saw his expression. The shock on his face was enough for her to trust him completely. That trust provides a small but significant comfort amidst the chaos. Yet, the deeper issue looms between them like a shadow. Who could have possibly entered Harry's name, and what could their motive be? As the two walk, the question gnaws at both of them. Ever the logical thinker, Hermione begins speculating, her brow furrowing in concentration as she runs through the possibilities. Whoever did it must be incredibly powerful. Tampering with the goblet, circumventing Dumbledore's protections, it's not something just any witch or wizard could manage. They discuss potential suspects, but no answers stand out. There's no apparent motive, no obvious enemy lurking in the shadows, at least not one they can pinpoint. Harry, however, is less concerned with who entered his name than he is with the fallout it has caused, particularly with Ron. Turning to Hermione, he asks the question that has been eating at him since last night. Does Ron still believe he entered his name? Hermione hesitates before answering, her expression serious. She explains that Ron isn't entirely convinced anymore, but his reaction stems more from jealousy than true suspicion. Ron, who has always felt overshadowed by his numerous brothers and Harry's fame and constant attention, is likely finding this latest spotlight challenging to cope with. Harry's immediate response is one of disbelief. How could Ron, of all people, think that he wanted this? That he desired the attention or the danger that comes with being a Triwizard champion? It seems absurd. The very idea that anyone would be jealous of him for being thrust into the tournament makes him feel angry and frustrated. He tells Hermione, somewhat bitterly, that he would gladly trade places with Ron if he could. He would much rather live in anonymity than endure the constant scrutiny and danger that follow him everywhere. Hermione, ever patient, doesn't argue with him. Instead, she gently suggests that the only way to fix things with Ron is to talk to him directly. She refuses to act as a messenger between them, insisting that Harry must confront Ron if he wants to resolve their issues. But Harry, still stung by Ron's coldness, refuses. He feels that Ron should be the one to grow up and recognize how ridiculous his jealousy is. Their conversation shifts as Hermione, wanting to distract Harry from his troubles, reminds him of Sirius Black. She emphasizes that Sirius had asked Harry to keep him informed about any unusual happenings at Hogwarts, and if ever there was a time to send word, it is now. Hermione is adamant that Sirius needs to know about Harry's forced involvement in the tournament. Although Harry hesitates, fearing that Sirius might overreact and rush back to Hogwarts, putting himself in danger, he knows deep down that Hermione is right. Reluctantly, he agrees to write to Sirius. As they return to the castle, they head to the Owlery. Harry considers how best to send the letter without using Hedwig, as Sirius had requested he not use her in case she was too easily recognized. After some discussion, Hermione suggests borrowing one of the school's owls, and Harry nods in agreement. Once they arrive at the Owlery, Harry settles against the stone wall, pulling a piece of parchment from his bag and carefully crafting a short, concise letter to Sirius. The words come slowly, weighted with worry as he explains the situation. He sends the letter off with a school owl, watching the bird fly into the distance, a sinking feeling in his stomach as he does so. In the days that follow, Harry's isolation grows more pronounced. Far from calming down, the atmosphere at Hogwarts becomes more charged. The Gryffindors continue to treat him like a hero, showering him with unwanted attention. Yet the other houses are colder than ever. The Hufflepuffs, who usually get along well with the Gryffindors, are particularly unfriendly. They believe Harry has stolen Cedric Diggory's moment of glory, and since Hufflepuff rarely has such a champion to rally behind, the resentment is palpable. In herbology, the tension is immediately evident. Ernie Macmillan and Justin Finch Fletchley, who used to be friendly, now refuse to speak to him. When a bouncing bulb slips from Harry's grasp and hits him in the face, they openly laugh at his misfortune. The laughter feels like a betrayal, and even Professor Sprout, who always treated him fairly, seems distant, offering no words of comfort. Care of magical creatures offers no respite either. Draco Malfoy, seizing the opportunity, wastes no time in mocking Harry. Malfoy makes snide remarks about how long Harry will last in the tournament, suggesting that his death is inevitable, given the tournament's dangerous reputation. His cronies, Crabbe and Goyle, laugh uproariously at each cruel jab. Harry, though tempted to respond with a sharp retort, bites his tongue. Hagrid, who arrives with a group of blast-ended Scroots, provides a welcome distraction from the tension, though even Hagrid can see the toll the situation is taking on Harry. During the lesson, Hagrid pulls Harry aside, offering quiet words of support. He believes Harry didn't put his name in the goblet. Though it's a small comfort, Harry is grateful for Hagrid's unwavering loyalty. Despite Hagrid's kindness, Harry feels increasingly alone. The Hufflepuffs, the Slytherins, and even some of the Ravenclaws now see him as an attention seeker. Meanwhile, Cedric Diggory, the true Hogwarts champion, basks in the admiration of the student body, particularly from the girls. Cedric's calm demeanor and good looks highlight the contrast between them, deepening Harry's sense of isolation. Adding to Harry's frustration is Sirius's silence. Days pass with no response, and Harry begins to worry that something may have gone wrong. On top of this, Hedwig, his loyal owl, is still angry with him for not using her to deliver the letter. She refuses to come near him, leaving Harry feeling even more alone. The final blow comes during potions class, where Professor Snape takes every opportunity to humiliate Harry in front of the class. The Slytherins, now donning badges reading "Support Cedric Diggory, the real Hogwarts champion," take great pleasure in flashing them at Harry. To make matters worse, the badges can be transformed to display the words "Potter stinks," and the Slytherins delight in mocking Harry with them. Draco Malfoy, of course, is the ringleader, and a confrontation soon escalates into a duel. Spells fly in a chaotic exchange, resulting in Hermione being hit by Malfoy's curse, causing her front teeth to grow uncontrollably. The Slytherins howl with laughter, and Snape, arriving to break up the skirmish, coldly dismisses Hermione's injury, claiming he sees no difference in her appearance. His cruel words reduce Hermione to tears, and she flees the classroom. Harry is furious at Snape's blatant favoritism, but any attempt to defend Hermione only earns him detention. The next significant event is the weighing of the wands ceremony. Harry is summoned to join the other champions as their wands are inspected to ensure they are in perfect condition for the tournament. Upon arrival, Harry is greeted by Ludo Bagman, who cheerfully explains the process. Nervous about the ceremony, Harry's anxiety intensifies when he realizes that Rita Skeeter, the notoriously invasive reporter for the Daily Prophet, is present. Before the ceremony begins, Rita pulls Harry aside for a private interview. She bombards him with invasive questions, her quick quill scribbling exaggerated and inaccurate descriptions of Harry's emotional state. Rita twists his words to create a more sensationalized story, probing into his personal life and motivations. Harry grows increasingly frustrated with the interview, especially when Rita starts asking deeply personal questions about his parents and his past. Just as Harry feels his anger boiling over, Dumbledore rescues him from the relentless questioning, guiding him back to the ceremony. The wand weighing itself is a straightforward affair. Ollivander inspects each champion's wand, casting minor spells to confirm their functionality. When it's Harry's turn, Ollivander takes a particular interest in his wand, though thankfully he doesn't mention its connection to Voldemort in front of the other champions. The ceremony ends with a tedious photo session, where Rita, eager to make Harry the centerpiece of her article, constantly pulls him to the front of the group. Eventually, after what feels like an eternity, the photos are taken, and Harry is finally free to leave. That evening, Harry returns to Gryffindor Tower, exhausted from the day's events. In the dormitory, he finds a letter from Sirius waiting for him on his bed. The letter is brief, but its contents send a chill through Harry. Sirius warns him that someone seems to be targeting him, and that entering him into the tournament may be part of a larger, more dangerous plot. He urges Harry to meet him secretly by the Gryffindor Common Room fire on the 22nd of November to discuss the situation in more detail. As Harry reads the letter, a deep sense of unease settles over him. Sirius's warning confirms his worst fears. Something sinister is happening at Hogwarts, and he is at the very center of it. The entire wand-weighing ceremony is omitted in the film adaptation of Goblet of Fire. In the book, this is a significant moment where Harry's and the other champions' wands are inspected by Mr. Ollivander to ensure they are in perfect working order for the tournament. In addition, Daniel Radcliffe or Harry reportedly broke over 80 wands during the entire filming of Goblet of Fire. He used to drum with the wands between takes, which caused many of them to snap. Many of the students seen in the Great Hall during the Triwizard tournament scenes were played by actual fans of the series. Chapter 19. The Hungarian Horntail. Harry grapples with escalating anxiety and immense pressure as the first task of the Triwizard tournament looms ever closer. Initially shocked by his selection as a champion, Harry continues to fear what he will face settling deep within him. This fear is overwhelming and unprecedented. It feels as though this impending challenge has defined his entire existence. The nerves he experiences now are far beyond the tension he typically feels before a Quidditch match, even during the most critical games like his last one against Slytherin. The mere thought of performing dangerous and difficult magic in front of an audience, compounded by the threat of the unknown, weighs heavily on his mind. Harry finds some solace in the idea that he can speak with his godfather, Sirius Black, before the task. While he understands that even seeing Sirius won't change the fact that he must face something terrifying in the task, he yearns for the presence of a friendly, supportive face, someone who can provide him with reassurance during this dark time. The hope of confiding in Sirius keeps him going, even as the details of the first task remain a daunting mystery. Meanwhile, life at Hogwarts has become increasingly difficult for Harry. The castle, once a refuge and where he felt relatively safe, now feels oppressive and hostile. The change in atmosphere is partly due to an article appearing in the Daily Prophet, written by the notorious journalist Rita Skeeter. What should have been a straightforward report on the Triwizard tournament and its champions, instead focuses almost entirely on Harry, turning his life into a tabloid spectacle. Skeeter's article is rife with exaggerated claims, misrepresented facts, and outright lies, painting a sensationalized, almost heroic picture of Harry. She portrays him as a tragic figure, burdened by the memory of his parents and carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. She even invents quotes, placing words in Harry's mouth that he would never utter. Skeeter suggests that Harry cries over his parents at night and believes their spirits are protecting him during the tournament. An absurd fabrication that leaves Harry feeling deeply embarrassed. The worst part is that the article barely acknowledges the other champions. Cedric Diggory, the rightful Hogwarts champion, receives no attention. At the same time, the names of Fleur Delacour and Victor Crumb are misspelled and pushed to the margins. Instead, the article centers exclusively on Harry, casting him as the focal point of the tournament, which only intensifies the scrutiny and resentment he already feels from his peers. Each time Harry thinks about the article, a sickening sense of shame overwhelms him. It haunts him, a constant reminder of how out of control his life has become since his name emerged from the Goblet of Fire. As if Skeeter's distorted portrayal of his life weren't damaging enough, the article also insinuates that Harry has found romance at Hogwarts. Skeeter suggests that Harry is involved with Hermione Granger, describing her as a stunningly pretty, muggle-born girl often seen by his side. This false claim exacerbates Harry's situation. From the moment the article is published, he becomes the target of even more ridicule, particularly from the Slytherins, who mock him mercilessly. They taunt him in the hallways, reciting Skeeter's article and making cruel remarks. Pansy Parkinson, one of the more vocal Slytherins, openly derides Hermione, jeering that she is far from the stunning girl Skeeter described. The Slytherins revel in tormenting Harry and Hermione, wielding the article as ammunition to further isolate them. To her credit, Hermione handles the situation with remarkable dignity. Though she too faces unpleasant comments, she remains composed, advising Harry to ignore the jeers. Holding her head high, she refuses to engage with the Slytherins, though their words clearly hurt her. Harry, however, finds it much harder to disregard the constant snide remarks. Frustration and anger build inside him, mainly due to the ongoing tension with his best friend, Ron Weasley. Ron still hasn't forgiven Harry for entering the tournament. Unable to believe that Harry didn't put his own name in the Goblet of Fire, Ron remains angry and distant. The rift between the two friends is palpable, and Harry acutely feels the loss of Ron's friendship. Even though he spends more time with Hermione, he misses Ron's company. The light-heartedness and ease of their friendship have vanished, leaving Harry feeling increasingly isolated. He refuses to reconcile with Ron unless Ron admits he was wrong about Harry and apologizes for accusing him of lying. This stubbornness only deepens their divide, and Hermione's attempts to mediate prove unsuccessful. She constantly shifts between them, trying to get them to talk. But Harry remains firm in his position, unwilling to reach out to Ron first. The weight of the upcoming task, coupled with the tension with Ron, takes its toll on Harry. He increasingly feels like an outsider at Hogwarts, mainly as other students openly express their support for Cedric Diggory, the true Hogwarts champion. Many students wear Support Cedric Diggory badges, and even some of Harry's fellow Gryffindors get swept up in the excitement surrounding Cedric's participation in the tournament. Harry feels continually compared to Cedric, and the pressure to prove himself becomes almost unbearable. The overwhelming stress leaves Harry feeling mentally and emotionally exhausted. As the days inch closer to the first task, Harry finds it nearly impossible to focus on anything else. His nerves fray further, and the feeling of dread grows stronger each day. Despite Hermione's best efforts to help him practice for the task, Harry struggles to concentrate on his magic. He particularly finds summoning charms difficult. A spell he knows could be helpful, but cannot seem to master. Hermione encourages him to study the theory behind the charm. Yet, Harry's anxiety over the first task makes it challenging for him to absorb the lessons. His mind remains occupied with thoughts of the unknown challenge that awaits him. During this time, Harry notices Victor Krum, one of the other champions, spending significant time in the library. Krum, the famous Quidditch player from Durmstrang, seems to be preparing for the first task in his own way. Although Harry isn't sure precisely what Krum is up to. He wonders whether Krum is studying strategies for the task or gathering information that might give him an edge. Hermione becomes irritated by Krum's presence in the library, not because he bothers them directly, but because he draws groups of giggling girls who come to gawk at him. Hermione finds their giggling distracting and mutters to Harry that Krum isn't even good looking. Meanwhile, Harry finds himself more annoyed by the constant reminder of Ron, who idolizes Krum and would have relished spending time in the library with Hermione and Krum had their friendship not soured. Time seems to accelerate as the first task approaches, even though Harry wishes it would slow down. The days blur together, and before he knows it, the Saturday before the first task arrives. A trip to Hogsmeade, the nearby village, is scheduled for the students, and Hermione suggests that Harry join her for a visit to help take his mind off the impending challenge. Reluctantly, Harry agrees, though he insists on wearing his invisibility cloak to avoid unwanted attention from other students, particularly those sporting Support Cedric Diggory badges. Hermione concedes to the plan, albeit while grumbling about conversing with an invisible Harry. Once in Hogsmeade, Harry feels a fleeting sense of relief. The cloak allows him to move through the village without being recognized, providing him a brief respite from the tournament and the constant scrutiny he faces. The two friends visit Honeydukes, the sweet shop, enjoying large cream-filled chocolates. However, their moment of calm is shattered when they spot Rita Skeeter and her photographer leaving the Three Broomsticks pub. Skeeter's presence stirs up Harry's anxiety, reminding him of the distressing article she wrote. Harry's preoccupation with thoughts of the first task resurfaces, and when Hermione suggests they go into the Three Broomsticks for a butterbeer, he reluctantly agrees, though he refuses to remove the invisibility cloak. He sees Ron seated with Fred, George, and Lee Jordan inside the pub. The sight of Ron surrounded by friends while Harry is forced to sit alone with Hermione deepens his loneliness and isolation. Despite Hermione's support, the absence of Ron's friendship weighs heavily on him. Later that day, Hagrid asks Harry to meet him at midnight for something important. Harry is curious, but anxiety also gnaws at him, as this meeting conflicts with the time he is supposed to speak with Sirius. Torn between the two, Harry decides to see what Hagrid wants, hoping he can make it back in time for his meeting with his godfather. Harry sneaks out of Gryffindor Tower under his invisibility cloak at midnight and heads to Hagrid's hut. Hagrid, dressed unusually well, leads Harry on a mysterious journey through the Forbidden Forest. To Harry's astonishment, Madame Maxime, the headmistress of Beauxbatons, joins them. The three walk through the forest, and Harry grows increasingly impatient and anxious as they venture deeper. He checks his watch repeatedly, worried about being late for his meeting with Sirius. Finally, they arrive at a clearing where Harry is shocked to see 4 enormous dragons, each restrained by chains held by wizards. The dragons are fearsome, fully grown creatures representing different breeds. A common Welsh green, a Swedish short snout, a Chinese fireball, and the most terrifying of all, a Hungarian Horntail. The reality of the situation sinks in. These dragons are part of the first task of the Triwizard tournament, and Harry cannot fathom how he will manage to get past one of these deadly beasts. The sight of the Hungarian Horntail fills Harry with dread. This massive black-scaled dragon adorned with long, bronze-colored spikes along its tail radiates pure menace. The wizards controlling the dragon struggle to restrain them, and Harry watches in awe as the creatures snarl, snap, and breathe fire into the night sky. He feels utterly unprepared for the task ahead, wondering how to survive such a challenge with only his wand. As Harry processes the gravity of the situation, he spots Charlie Weasley among the wizards. Charlie explains to Hagrid that each champion will have to get past a dragon during the task, although he doesn't specify how. He warns that the Hungarian Horntail is particularly vicious and dangerous, capable of inflicting severe harm with both its front and back ends. Charlie's words heighten Harry's fear, making him acutely aware that the task will be even more dangerous than he initially thought. Harry quickly leaves the clearing, realizing he needs to return to the castle to meet Sirius. As he hurries through the forest, he encounters Igor Karkaroff, the headmaster of Durmstrang, who appears to be sneaking around, possibly trying to gather information about the first task. Harry rushes back to the castle, anxious about what Karkaroff might discover and whether the other champions will gain an advantage. Once back in the Gryffindor common room, Harry finally gets to speak with Sirius through the fireplace. Sirius expresses concern for Harry's safety, warning him about Karkaroff and revealing that the Durmstrang headmaster was once a Death Eater. Sirius suspects that Karkaroff may still be dangerous and advises Harry to remain cautious. He hints at a larger conspiracy, suggesting that Voldemort's followers may be more active than they have been in years. He wonders whether Karkaroff could be involved in a plot to harm Harry through the Triwizard tournament. Before they can discuss the situation further, their conversation is interrupted by someone approaching. Harry quickly hides the fact that he is speaking with Sirius. To his dismay, the intruder is Ron. The brief interaction between Harry and Ron is tense and filled with unspoken resentment. Ron still doesn't believe Harry, and feeling betrayed, Harry lashes out. This alteration leads to Harry storming upstairs to his room. The chapter introduces 4 different breeds of dragons, each representing unique regions and having distinct characteristics. The Hungarian Horntail, the most dangerous dragon, was designed to appear as menacing as possible, with its long spikes, leathery wings, and fearsome fire-breathing ability. The visual effects team drew inspiration from various reptiles, like iguanas and alligators, to create its spiked and rugged appearance. The team also consulted with paleontologists to give the dragon a realistic skeletal structure. Stanislav Yanevsky, who played Victor Krum, has very little dialogue in the Goblet of Fire movie. Still, Yanevsky's physical presence as Krum was considered more important than his lines, as the filmmakers wanted to portray him as a quiet, brooding character with an intense focus on the tournament. Chapter 20. The First Task. Harry is weighed down by mounting dread over the first task, scheduled for Tuesday. After discovering that the champions would have to face dragons, thanks to Hagrid, who inadvertently reveals the dangerous creatures in an earlier chapter, Harry finds himself in a whirlwind of fear and uncertainty. This stress only compounds when he considers that the other champions, Fleur Delacour and Victor Krum, have likely been tipped off by their respective heads of school, Madame Maxime and Igor Karkaroff. Cedric Diggory, however, remains the only competitor oblivious to the danger. Harry feels an ethical responsibility to inform Cedric about the dragons, despite Cedric's prior involvement with the students, who mock Harry about Rita Skeeter's damaging article. On Sunday morning, Harry is so distracted that he attempts to put on his hat instead of a sock. After getting dressed, he heads down to the Great Hall to find Hermione, knowing that if anyone can help him, it's her. Once Hermione finishes eating, he pulls her away from the table and they go for a long walk around the grounds. As they circle the lake, Harry unburdens himself, telling Hermione about the dragons and the warning he received from Sirius. Though Hermione is concerned about Sirius's warning about Karkaroff, she's even more worried about the immediate threat posed by the dragons. Her main focus is on helping Harry survive the task, rather than worrying about the future dangers posed by Karkaroff. Together, Harry and Hermione brainstorm strategies, but nothing seems to work. After walking around the lake 3 times without coming up with any viable ideas, they decide to go to the library. Harry pulls down book after book about dragons, trying to find something that could help. But the information they come across is useless, either too technical or irrelevant, offering solutions for keeping dragons healthy rather than subduing them in battle. They soon learn that dragon hides are imbued with ancient magic, which makes them nearly impossible to penetrate with spells, especially for a young wizard like Harry. Harry's frustration starts to rise because of this, and Hermione's constant suggestions only make it harder for him to concentrate. Desperate for an idea, Harry turns to basic spellbooks, combing through them for something simple that might work. But everything they find seems useless. Hexes like instant scalping are laughable when facing a dragon, while spells like Pepper Breath would likely only increase a dragon's firepower. Victor Crumb's presence in the library also adds to Harry's stress as it reminds him of the competition he faces. Eventually, the library becomes too crowded, and they decide to leave. Hermione is irritated by Crumb's fan club, which follows him around like shadows. On Monday morning, Harry and Hermione have herbology, but Harry is preoccupied with thoughts of Cedric. He knows that Cedric remains unaware of the dragons and feels increasingly compelled to warn him. With all the other champions likely informed by their mentors, Harry believes it is only fair for Cedric to be on equal footing. At breakfast, he makes a sudden decision to tell Cedric about the dragons. After seeing him leave the Hufflepuff table, Harry excuses himself from Hermione, promising to catch up with her at the greenhouses. He follows Cedric discreetly through the halls, eventually using a spell to split Cedric's bag, causing his books and quills to spill across the floor. This gives Harry the opportunity to speak with Cedric privately. As Cedric gathers his things, Harry quickly informs him about the dragons, warning him that they'll each face one during the first task. Cedric is understandably shocked, but grateful for the information. Before Harry can say much more, they are interrupted by Mad-Eye Moody, who emerges from a nearby classroom. Moody sends Cedric on his way and pulls Harry aside, taking him to his office. Harry is initially apprehensive, fearing that Moody might scold him or even report him for breaking the rules by learning about the dragons ahead of time. However, Moody surprises Harry by praising him for his decency in warning Cedric, calling it a very decent thing to do. Harry is taken aback by Moody's unexpected reaction, but is relieved that he isn't in trouble. Inside Moody's office, Harry is struck by the strange assortment of dark detectors and magical objects that surround him. There's a sneakoscope, which is constantly whistling because it detects the lies and concealment of Hogwarts students, and a faux glass which shows shadowy figures skulking in the distance. Moody, with his characteristic gruffness, explains each object to Harry, adding that cheating has always been a part of the Triwizard tournament. While Harry insists that he didn't cheat, Moody reassures him that it's not cheating to know about the dragons. Moody even encourages Harry to play to his strengths in the upcoming task, pushing him to think about what he's best at, flying. This suggestion clicks with Harry, who suddenly realizes that his best chance of surviving the task lies in his ability to fly. But to do that, he'll need his broomstick, the Firebolt, which is back in Gryffindor Tower. Moody doesn't explicitly tell Harry what to do, but he hints strongly that a simple spell like the summoning charm might be the key to Harry getting what he needs. Armed with this new idea, Harry rushes to find Hermione, telling her that he needs to learn how to properly perform a summoning charm before the task. They spend the entire day practicing in an empty classroom, skipping meals and foregoing other responsibilities to focus on mastering the spell. Hermione coaches Harry through the process, but progress is slow at first. Harry's attempts are hindered by his constant fear of the dragon, which makes it hard for him to concentrate. Despite his frustration, Harry refuses to give up. He continues practicing with Hermione late into the night, sneaking around the castle under his invisibility cloak to avoid detection by teachers. By midnight, they're still at it, but their session is interrupted by Peeves, the mischievous poltergeist, who begins throwing chairs across the room, forcing them to leave before they attract the attention of Filch, the caretaker. At last, after hours of effort, he gets the hang of the charm, successfully summoning heavy objects like a dictionary from across the room. Hermione is thrilled by Harry's progress and assures him that he'll be able to summon his firebolt during the task, even if it's far away in the castle. However, the relief is short-lived. As the next day dawns, the full weight of the task settles on Harry once again. The entire school buzzes with excitement and tension as the first task approaches. Classes are cancelled at midday to allow everyone to gather at the arena, though the students don't yet know what the champions will face. Harry's anxiety peaks when Professor McGonagall approaches him in the Great Hall, informing him that it's time for the champions to gather for the task. As McGonagall leads Harry to the tent where the champions will wait, she tries to reassure him, telling him that there will be wizards on hand to control the situation if things get out of hand. Her words provide little comfort to Harry, who is now confronting the reality of what's ahead. Inside the tent, Harry joins the other champions, Fleur, Krum, and Cedric, all of whom are visibly nervous. Ludo Bagman enters and explains that each champion will face a different variety of dragon, chosen by drawing a model dragon from a bag. The goal of the task is to retrieve a golden egg guarded by the dragon, and the champions will compete in the order in which they draw their dragons. Harry draws the Hungarian Horntail, the most dangerous and aggressive of the 4 dragons. With the number 4 around its neck, Harry knows he will be the last to compete, which only intensifies his anxiety as he will have to wait and watch as the other champions take their turns. The task begins, and Harry listens with mounting tension as Cedric, Fleur, and Krum face their dragons. Cedric manages to retrieve his egg, but not without sustaining a burn from the Swedish short snout. Fleur charms her Welsh green into a brief stupor but nearly catches fire when the dragon snores, sending a jet of flame at her. Krum, who chooses brute force over finesse, blasts the Chinese fireball in the eye, successfully retrieving his egg but causing significant damage to the other dragon eggs in the process, which costs him points. Each time Harry hears the roar of the crowd, his anxiety escalates. Bagman's running commentary, filled with shouts of close call and narrow miss, only makes things worse as Harry imagines the dangers his fellow champions are facing. Finally, the moment arrives. The whistle blows, signaling Harry's turn to enter the enclosure. As he steps out of the tent, he feels detached from reality, as though he's moving through a dream. The crowd is a blur of faces, and the enormous Hungarian Horntail looms at the far end of the arena, guarding her eggs with deadly intensity. The dragon's yellow eyes lock onto Harry as he steps forward, and the beast's spiked tail carves deep gouges into the earth as it thrashes. Harry knows that the only chance he has is to summon his firebolt, so he focuses all his energy and concentration on the summoning charm. For a tense moment, nothing happens. The air around Harry seems to shimmer and the world feels distant and surreal. But then, he hears it. The unmistakable sound of his firebolt zooming toward him from across the grounds. It flies into the enclosure and stops beside him, waiting for him to mount. The crowd erupts in cheers, but Harry barely registers the noise. His mind is focused entirely on the task at hand, getting past the dragon and retrieving the golden egg. Once he mounts his broom, everything changes. The fear that had been paralyzing him lifts as he takes to the air, soaring high above the dragon. The wind rushes through his hair, and for the first time, Harry feels in control. Flying comes naturally to him, and the sky is his domain. As he circles the arena, he sees the Horntail's head tracking his every movement, but the dragon seems reluctant to leave her nest of eggs. Harry realizes that he needs to lure her away from the golden egg, so he begins flying in a pattern designed to provoke her. The Horntail snaps at Harry, releasing jets of flame, but he dodges them with the agility of a seasoned Quidditch player. Each time the dragon lunges, Harry swoops out of reach, frustrating the creature further. His goal is to keep her distracted long enough to swoop down and grab the egg. After several minutes of this high-stakes aerial dance, the Horntail grows increasingly agitated. She finally spreads her massive wings and rears up, giving Harry the opening he needs. In a daring dive, Harry plunges toward the ground, aiming directly for the golden egg nestled among the dragon's real eggs. The Horntail, caught off guard, doesn't react in time. Harry seizes the golden egg and rockets back into the air, soaring over the stands to the sound of deafening cheers from the crowd. The task is over. Harry has successfully retrieved the egg and outmaneuvered one of the most dangerous creatures in the magical world. Exhilarated but exhausted, Harry lands back on the ground. his shoulder stinging from a minor injury caused by the dragon's tail. Hagrid, Professor McGonagall, and Mad-Eye Moody rush to congratulate him, their smiles wide with pride. Harry's heart feels lighter than it has in weeks, the weight of the task lifted from his shoulders. He has not only survived, but excelled, proving to himself and everyone else that he is capable of great things. Madame Pomfrey quickly tends to Harry's injuries, cleaning the shallow cut on his shoulder and healing it with a spell. Harry barely has time to sit down before Hermione and Ron burst into the medical tent, both overjoyed by his success. For the first time in weeks, Ron speaks to Harry without anger or resentment, acknowledging that someone must have entered Harry into the tournament with malicious intent. The rift between the two friends is finally healed, and Harry feels a surge of relief as he and Ron joke together once more. The chapter is detailed regarding Harry's practice with the Accio spell, but in the film it is already implied that he knew how to use it from the start. In addition, though, the book gives information about how the other Triwizard champions succeed in their task, the movie goes straight to Harry's turn after they pick their dragons. Another difference is the first task itself. In the book, the Horntail was only depicted as being hesitant to leave its eggs, leading to Harry luring it upwards to snatch the egg. In the movie, the Horntail snaps free from its chains and chases Harry out of the tournament venue, eliciting a chase sequence before Harry wins the competition. Chapter 21, The House Elf Liberation Front. Harry, Ron, and Hermione head to the Owlery to send a letter to Sirius Black. Fresh off the adrenaline rush of surviving the first task, Harry is eager to recount the details to his godfather. His sense of relief and pride is palpable, especially after his dangerous encounter with the Hungarian Horntail. Having guided Harry through the pre-task anxieties, Sirius remains a steady source of comfort for him. Harry's letter is unusually long, as he can't help but detail every moment, every heart-pounding second spent dodging the dragon's fiery breath. The task, though terrifying, is now a memory of triumph, and Harry relishes the chance to share it with Sirius. On the way to the Owlery, Harry updates Ron on his conversation with Sirius during their previous exchange. Sirius had shared some startling information. Igor Karkaroff, headmaster of Durmstrang and one of the Triwizard Tournament judges, was once a Death Eater. The revelation leaves Ron stunned but thoughtful. He recalls that Draco Malfoy had mentioned Karkaroff in a way that now seems suspect, tying it back to Draco's claim that his father is friends with Karkaroff. It dawns on Ron that there may have been more behind Karkaroff's presence at Hogwarts than they initially suspected. The puzzle pieces begin to fall into place for Ron as he realizes Karkaroff's dark past might explain why Harry's name ended up in the Goblet of Fire. However, any grand plans Karkaroff may have seemed to be unraveling since Harry managed to survive the first task with little more than a scratch. In the Owlery, the trio prepares to send the letter. Ron struggles to control Pigwidgeon, his excitable owl who flits about the room, hooting madly in anticipation of his mission. Despite the tiny owl's over-the-top excitement, Ron eventually attaches the letter to Pigwidgeon, and the bird takes off into the night, flying towards Sirius. With the letter sent, Ron attempts to lift Harry's spirits further by confidently asserting that the following tasks in the tournament won't be as dangerous as the first. His optimism is genuine, even though he and Harry are still aware of Ron's guilt over doubting Harry in the lead-up to the first task. Harry, reassured by Ron's renewed friendship, is grateful for the encouragement even as a small part of him acknowledges that the tournament is far from over. Hermione, however, tempers their relief with her usual pragmatism. She warns them that the first task is likely just a taste of what's to come. Her cautious words clash with Ron's optimism, casting a shadow of concern over the trio. Hermione's realistic outlook weighs on Harry, even as Ron tries to deflect her worries with humor. The tension between their perspectives highlights Harry's uncertainty, between wanting to savor the moment of success and the nagging fear that the worst is yet to come. After leaving the Owlery, they return to Gryffindor Tower, greeted by an unexpected surprise, a celebratory party organized by Fred and George. The common room is alive with excitement as filibuster fireworks burst overhead, lighting up the space in vibrant colors. The tables are laden with food and drinks, including butterbeer and pumpkin juice, and the room buzzes with energy. Dean Thomas has contributed by drawing a banner depicting Harry flying on his firebolt, heroically dodging the dragon. In contrast, another banner humorously shows Cedric Diggory's head engulfed in flames. The mood is pure joy, and for the first time in weeks, Harry allows himself to relax and enjoy the festivities. The party becomes a turning point for Harry. After weeks of tension, fear, and isolation, he finally feels content. The weight of the tournament, the strain between him and Ron, and the constant pressure he's been under seem to fade in the warm glow of celebration. Surrounded by his friends and fellow Gryffindors, Harry feels a rare sense of happiness and belonging. He's survived the first task, and for the moment, that's enough. With 3 months until the next challenge, Harry is determined to make the most of this time to relax. Amid the laughter and excitement, Lee Jordan takes hold of the golden egg that Harry won in the first task and urges him to open it. The egg is a clue for the next task, though Harry hasn't had the chance to examine it yet. Encouraged by his friends and swept up in the moment, Harry decides to open the egg in front of everyone. However, the result is not what anyone expects. Instead of revealing a helpful clue, the egg emits a high-pitched, screeching noise that fills the room. The sound is so loud and jarring that it brings the party to a complete halt. Shocked and confused, everyone in the room reacts with horror at the unearthly noise. Various theories begin to emerge about what the noise could mean. Some speculate that it's the sound of a banshee's wail, while Neville Longbottom, always prone to fear, wonders if it's the sound of someone being tortured. He even nervously suggests that Harry might have to endure the Cruciatus curse in the next task, though this idea is quickly dismissed. Despite the attempt to figure out the mystery, the screeching from the egg only leaves them more unsettled. Harry slams the egg shut, ending the terrible noise. Still, the cryptic nature of the clue remains unresolved, casting a lingering sense of unease over the party. Fred and George, ever the pranksters, lighten the mood by introducing their latest creation, canary creams. Neville, ever the unwitting participant, bites into one and promptly transforms into a giant yellow canary. The room erupts in laughter, and after a few moments, Neville molts, shedding feathers and returning to his usual self. The prank is a hit, and Fred and George seize the opportunity to promote their products, announcing that the canary creams are available for purchase. Their entrepreneurial spirit and humor lift the mood, returning the focus to celebration and fun. As the party winds down, Harry and Ron head up to their dormitory, reflecting on the day's events. Harry places the miniature model of the Hungarian Horntail, his keepsake from the first task, on his bedside table. Watching the tiny dragon yawn and curl up to sleep, Harry muses on how his fear of the dragons has faded now that the challenge is behind him. In the warm comfort of the dormitory, Harry finally feels at peace, knowing that, for the time being, the worst is over. The following day brings a sharp change in the weather as December rolls in with harsh winds and biting sleet. Hogwarts students retreat to the castle's warmth, seeking refuge from the cold. Harry notices the Durmstrang ship being tossed about on the lake and wonders how the students from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons are coping with the bitter weather. Meanwhile, Hagrid continues to care for Madame Maxime's giant horses, feeding them barrels of single malt whiskey. The fumes from the whiskey are so strong that students in care of magical creatures feel lightheaded during their lessons. Regarding care of magical creatures, Hagrid's lessons remain as chaotic as ever. The class continues to deal with the unruly blast-ended Scroots, which have grown alarmingly large, nearly 6 feet long. These creatures are increasingly challenging to manage, with thick grey armor and the ability to shoot fire from their rear ends. In an attempt to settle them down for the winter, Hagrid tries to lead the Scroots into pillow-lined boxes, hoping they will hibernate. However, the Scroots are having none of it. Chaos ensues as they rampage through the pumpkin patch, leaving the students scrambling to avoid getting burned or stung. As the situation spirals out of control, Rita Skeeter arrives, her sharp eyes taking in the mayhem. The notorious journalist, known for her sensationalist stories, watches with amusement before approaching Hagrid. She feigns interest in the Scroots, flattering Hagrid and offering to interview him for the Daily Prophet. Despite Harry's unease about Skeeter's presence, Hagrid agrees to meet with her later in the week, unaware of the potential trouble this interview could bring. After the chaotic lesson, the trio heads to divination class, where they study star charts and make predictions. Harry and Ron, having long since given up on taking the class seriously, spend most of the lesson trying to suppress their laughter. Professor Trelawney, ever dramatic, is particularly irritated by their lightheartedness and directs her usual ominous warnings of death at Harry. However, the boys are too amused to take her seriously, finding comfort in the fact that they've survived worse predictions in the past. Later that evening, Hermione pulls Harry and Ron aside, excitement written all over her face. She leads them down to the kitchens, eager to show them a critical discovery. When they arrive at the portrait of the fruit bowl, Hermione tickles the pair, revealing the entrance to the Hogwarts kitchens. Inside, they are greeted by none other than Dobby the house elf. Dobby, now free, is ecstatic to see Harry and proudly announces that he has found work at Hogwarts. Unlike most house elves, Dobby is paid for his work, though he insists on a modest wage. Dobby's newfound independence starkly contrasts with Winky, another house elf who now works at Hogwarts after being dismissed by Mr. Crouch. Unlike Dobby, Winky is deeply unhappy with her freedom, mourning her dismissal and disgrace by her circumstances. Hermione is visibly distressed by Winky's attitude, trying to convince her that freedom is not something to be ashamed of. But Winky's loyalty to Mr. Crouch remains unshaken, and she refuses to embrace the idea of independence. Her misery reflects the deeply ingrained servitude mindset held by many house elves, complicating Hermione's hopes for change. As they speak with Winky, the conversation takes a cryptic turn. Winky hints at secrets surrounding her former master, Mr. Crouch, suggesting that he has hidden motives and unresolved conflicts. She refuses to reveal anything concrete, but her loyalty to Crouch is evident, and her remarks about his disdain for Ludo Bagman add a layer of mystery that intrigues Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Before they leave, Dobby asks Harry if he can visit him from time to time, a request Harry readily agrees to. Dobby's happiness is infectious, and his joy contrasts sharply with Winky's sorrow. As the trio returns to Gryffindor Tower, Hermione expresses hope that Dobby's presence will inspire other house elves to seek freedom. However, Harry and Ron remain skeptical, recognizing that change won't come quickly for those conditioned to view servitude as their life's purpose. The film adaptation omits the house elves subplot, including Dobby's return, Winky's introduction, and Hermione's Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare. However, after publication, J.K. Rowling claimed that Hermione is black, which means nobody taking her seriously about slavery takes on a whole different meaning if she was African. Chapter 22. The Unexpected Task. Harry spends his Thursday afternoon in a transfiguration lesson with Professor McGonagall. The air in the classroom is dense with concentration as students practice complex spells, their wands waving in unison. As the lesson draws to a close, McGonagall approaches the front of the room, her expression unreadable. With the authority and no-nonsense attitude the students have come to expect from her, she delivers a piece of news that instantly transforms the mundane atmosphere. The Yule Ball is to take place on Christmas Day. The announcement stirs excitement across the room, sparking whispers and exchanged glances. The Yule Ball is a long-standing tradition tied to the Triwizard tournament. It is a celebratory event meant to foster camaraderie between the three competing schools, Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. It's a formal occasion that allows students to socialize in a way that is markedly different from their usual routines at Hogwarts. McGonagall's voice rings out, reminding everyone that this festive event is not without its expectations. Students are to uphold Hogwarts' high standards of decorum and conduct during the ball. While all fourth-year students and above are invited, younger students may attend only if an upper-year student asks. For most students, the Yule Ball is a cause for excitement. But for Harry, the announcement sends an immediate jolt of anxiety coursing through him. As one of the Triwizard champions, Harry learns that he is expected to open the ball by attending and dancing with a partner. As the day progresses, the news of the Yule Ball spreads like wildfire through the halls of Hogwarts. Excitement ripples through the student body, especially among the girls, who seem to be in perpetual giddiness. Groups huddle together in corridors and common rooms, whispering about dresses, hairstyles, and, most importantly, who they hope will ask them to the ball. Even though Harry typically avoids such social events and focuses more on Quidditch or his studies, he can't help but feel the weight of this growing anticipation. Hogwarts, which usually becomes quieter as students leave for the holidays, is now bustling with activity. More students than usual are opting to stay at the castle for Christmas, clearly eager to experience the Yule Ball for themselves. Harry's anxiety grows as he realizes that he must find a date soon. He knows exactly who he wants to ask, Cho Chang. Cho, a Ravenclaw student, has caught Harry's eye not only because of her beauty, but also because she's an exceptional Quidditch player. Her graceful flying and kind demeanor have drawn Harry's admiration for some time now. Yet, this admiration only adds to his nervousness. What if she says no? Worse, what if she's already been asked by someone else? Cho is often surrounded by her friends, making it difficult for Harry to approach her. Every time he sees her, she is in the company of other Ravenclaws, giggling and chatting, which makes Harry feel even more self-conscious. Each missed opportunity to ask her only increases his anxiety. Meanwhile, Ron Weasley, Harry's best friend, offers reassurance and teasing. Ron is convinced that Harry, a Triwizard champion, will have no trouble finding a date. After all, Harry's fame and recent success in the first task of the tournament make him a bit of a school celebrity. Ron even jokes that girls will line up to go to the ball with him. But Harry isn't so sure. He can't shake the feeling that finding a date, particularly someone as special as Cho, won't be as easy as Ron makes it sound. As the Yule Ball looms closer, Harry finds himself in increasingly awkward situations. Several girls approach him, shyly asking if he would go to the ball with them. One third-year Hufflepuff girl stammers through her invitation, but Harry, flustered and caught off guard, instinctively says no, not even considering her offer. The girl looks crestfallen as she walks away. Over the next few days, 2 more girls muster the courage to ask him, one from the 2nd year and another from the 5th year. The latter girl is taller than Harry, and the thought of dancing with someone who towers over him fills him with discomfort. Despite these offers, Harry can't stop thinking about Cho, even though he still hasn't worked up the courage to ask her. While the anticipation for the Yule Ball intensifies, Harry notices a subtle shift in the school's atmosphere. Ever since completing the first task, he has seen a decrease in the hostility that had been directed at him, particularly from the Hufflepuff students. He suspects that Cedric Diggory, the Hufflepuff champion, may have asked his housemates to ease up on their treatment of Harry as a way of showing his appreciation for Harry's earlier warning about the dragons. The Support Cedric Diggory badges, which had been ubiquitous in the weeks leading up to the first task, are now less prevalent, and Harry feels a slight sense of relief. Not everyone's behavior has changed for the better, however. Draco Malfoy continues to find every opportunity to taunt Harry. However, Malfoy's insults have lost their edge, and Harry is too preoccupied with other worries, namely the Yule Ball, to give them much attention. Moreover, the media frenzy surrounding Hagrid, which Skeeter had been eager to exploit during her interview, seems to have died down. No further articles about Hagrid have surfaced, much to Harry's relief. As Christmas approaches, Hogwarts is transformed into a winter wonderland. Icicles hang delicately from the banisters, and the Great Hall glows with the warmth of dozens of towering Christmas trees, their branches heavy with ornaments. The entire castle is decked out in holiday splendor, and even the suits of armor have been enchanted to sing carols, much to the students' amusement. Ron is having his own troubles. Although he isn't required to open the ball like Harry, Ron still needs a partner, and the idea of asking a girl leaves him feeling equally daunted. His attempts to find a suitable candidate have been half-hearted at best. Meanwhile, Fred Weasley, Ron's older brother, seems to have no trouble securing a date. Fred casually asks Angelina Johnson, a fellow Gryffindor and Quidditch player, to the ball, and she accepts without hesitation. Fred's success only highlights the struggles that Harry and Ron are facing. With only days left until the Yule Ball, Harry knows he must act quickly. Summoning all his courage, he finally approaches Cho after a defense against the dark arts lesson. His heart pounds in his chest as he nervously stammers his request, and asking her if she would go to the ball with him. To Harry's dismay, Cho apologizes and explains that she has already agreed to attend the ball with Cedric Diggory. The rejection hits Harry hard, and for a moment it feels like the ground has fallen from beneath him. Not only has Cho said no, but she is going with Cedric, the very person Harry had started to respect after the first task. His feelings of admiration for Cedric quickly sour into jealousy. Though Harry had been willing to overlook Cedric's previous victory over him in Quidditch, the fact that Cedric is now Cho's date makes the situation unbearable. Ron, too, faces his own romantic disaster. Smitten by Fleur Delacour, the beautiful Beauxbatons champion, Ron impulsively asks her to the ball, only to be ignored entirely. Fleur doesn't even respond to his question, leaving Ron feeling humiliated. He returns to Gryffindor Tower in shock, hardly able to believe that he had summoned the courage to ask, only to be met with silence. To Ron's surprise, Hermione reveals that she already has a date for the ball, though she refuses to say who it is. Harry and Ron are left dumbfounded by the news, having never even considered the possibility that Hermione might already have plans. In a last-ditch effort to avoid going alone, Harry asks Parvati Patil, a fellow Gryffindor, to accompany him to the ball. Much to Harry's relief, she agrees and even suggests that her sister, Padma, might be willing to go with Ron. Harry takes comfort in the fact that he won't be attending the ball alone, though the lingering disappointment of Cho's rejection still weighs heavily on his mind. In the book, Fred Weasley asking Angelina Johnson to the ball in front of everyone in the Gryffindor common room is not included in the film. Furthermore, Harry's struggles to find a date are condensed in the movie and instead focuses on Cho Chang's rejection, as well as Harry asking out Parvati in the end. Some people have interpreted Cho's rejection in the books as she would have said yes to Harry had Cedric not already asked her. It is said that Daniel Radcliffe and Robert Pattinson formed a close friendship during the filming of Goblet of Fire. Chapter 23: The Yule Ball. The festive spirit that sweeps through Hogwarts during the Christmas holidays brings a sense of joy and anticipation to all students, but none more so than the fourth years, who are eagerly looking forward to the Yule Ball. The ball, a grand event tied to the Triwizard tournament, is the first time in recent memory that Hogwarts has hosted such a significant celebration, and the excitement is palpable throughout the school. Harry, who has spent much of the term worrying about the Triwizard tournament and his unexpected participation, finally allows himself to relax and enjoy the holiday spirit. Alongside his best friends, Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger, Harry embraces the festive atmosphere, spending his days wandering the snowy grounds, lounging in the Gryffindor common room, and indulging in the various pranks that his fellow students are pulling on one another in the lead-up to the ball. Fred and George Weasley, in particular, have become the center of attention with their newest invention, Canary Creams. Despite the cheerful mood in Gryffindor Tower, there is a growing sense of anxiety among the students as they struggle to secure dates for the ball. For Harry, this becomes a source of particular stress. He continues to feel dejected, knowing that Cho Chang is going to the ball with Cedric, but he tries to hide his disappointment by putting on a brave face for his friends. On the other hand, Ron is struggling with his insecurities and frustrations. As the youngest boy in a large family, Ron has always felt overshadowed by his older brothers, and now, with the ball approaching, he finds himself facing yet another situation where he feels inadequate. The issue of his dress robes only exacerbates his anxiety. Unlike Harry, who is able to purchase new dress robes with his money, Ron is stuck with an old hand-me-down set of robes from his great-aunt Tessie. These robes, which are frilly, outdated, and embarrassingly feminine in appearance, become a source of deep shame for Ron. His insecurities about his appearance are compounded by his growing feelings of jealousy over Hermione. As the days before the Yule Ball pass, Ron becomes increasingly fixated on finding out who Hermione is going to the ball with. His curiosity quickly turns to jealousy as he begins to suspect that Hermione may be hiding something from him. Every time he asks her about her date, Hermione deflects the question, refusing to tell him. Outside the castle, the grounds of Hogwarts are transformed by the winter weather into a magical wonderland. Snow falls thickly, covering the lawns, the forbidden forest, and the Black Lake in a pristine layer of white. The Beauxbatons carriage, usually resplendent in its pale blue and golden trimmings, now resembles a giant frosted pumpkin, while Hagrid's wooden cabin looks like a gingerbread house covered in icing. The Durmstrang ship, anchored in the lake, has been coated in a thick layer of frost, its rigging hanging like frozen cobwebs. The magical creatures of the Forbidden Forest leave tracks in the snow, adding to the sense of mystery and enchantment that permeates the grounds. Within the castle, the house elves are working tirelessly in the kitchens, preparing elaborate meals to keep the students warm and well-fed during the cold winter days. Rich stews, savory puddings, and hearty roasts fill the Great Hall, where the students gather for meals. However, only some people are pleased with the Hogwarts fare. Fleur Delacour, the Beauxbatons champion, complains loudly about the food, claiming that it is too heavy and will prevent her from fitting into her dress robes. Her complaints only serve to annoy the other students, particularly Hermione, who finds Fleur's haughty attitude grating. In the days leading up to Christmas, Harry receives a letter from his godfather, Sirius Black, who is still hiding after escaping from the Ministry of Magic. Sirius congratulates Harry on his success in the first Triwizard task, expressing his pride in Harry's ability to outwit the Hungarian Horntail dragon. Sirius had initially considered suggesting a conjunctivitis curse, which attacks a dragon's eyes, but acknowledges that Harry's approach of summoning his broomstick was far more effective. However, Sirius's letter has its warnings. He cautions Harry to remain vigilant, reminding him that the person who entered his name into the Goblet of Fire likely has more plans in store. Sirius urges Harry to keep a close eye on specific individuals they had previously discussed, warning him not to let his guard down, especially now that he's in the spotlight as a Triwizard champion. Harry takes Sirius's warning seriously, but is determined to enjoy the holidays and the ball without worrying too much about the tournament or the threats lurking in the shadows. Hermione, ever the voice of reason, encourages Harry to start working on the clue from the golden egg he received after the first task. The egg, which emits a loud, screeching wail when opened, holds the key to the second task, but Harry has yet to progress in deciphering its meaning. On Christmas morning, Harry is abruptly awakened by the sight of Dobby, the house elf, standing beside his bed, his large green eyes glowing in the darkness. Startled, Harry lets out a yell, nearly falling out of bed in his haste to move away from the unexpected visitor. Dobby, ever apologetic, explains that he wanted to wish Harry a Merry Christmas and give him a gift. Though shaken by the surprise, Harry is touched by Dobby's gesture. The house elf presents Harry with hand-knitted socks, one red with broomsticks and the other green with snitches. Dobby, who loves socks more than any other clothing item, is overjoyed when Harry gives him a pair of old socks in return. After exchanging gifts with Dobby, Harry turns his attention to the other presents at the foot of his bed. As always, Mrs. Weasley has sent Harry a hand-knitted sweater, this time green with a dragon on it, in honor of Harry's first task. Hermione's gift is a book about Quidditch teams, while Ron's is a bag of dung bombs. Sirius, ever the practical godfather, sends Harry a magical penknife with attachments for unlocking doors and untying knots, an invaluable tool for someone like Harry, who often finds himself in tricky situations. The Dursleys, predictably, send Harry their usual insulting gift, a single tissue. Despite this, Harry feels content as he spends the morning with his friends, opening presents and enjoying the warmth of the Gryffindor common room. As the day progresses, the excitement for the Yule ball peaks. Hermione disappears early in the afternoon to prepare for the ball, leaving Ron and Harry to wonder what she's up to. As evening falls, the boys reluctantly get dressed for the ball. Harry's dress robes, though simple, fit him well, but Ron's robes are another story entirely. The second-hand dress robes, with their frilly lace and old-fashioned cut, make Ron feel even more self-conscious. In a desperate attempt to improve his appearance, Ron uses a severing charm to remove the lace, but the result is less than satisfactory. Despite his efforts, the robes still look shabby, and Ron's mood worsens as they head downstairs to meet their dates. In the Gryffindor common room, Parvati Patil is waiting for Harry, looking stunning in bright pink robes with gold accents. Her sister, Padma, meets them in the entrance hall, dressed in equally beautiful robes of turquoise. However, despite their date's beauty, Harry and Ron feel awkward and uncomfortable. Ron, in particular, is too distracted by his jealousy over Hermione to pay much attention to Padma, who quickly grows frustrated with his lack of interest. The entrance hall is packed with students, all dressed in their finest robes and eagerly awaiting the opening of the Great Hall doors. As the champions, Harry, Cedric, Victor Crumb, and Fleur are called to the front to lead the procession. The excitement in the air becomes almost tangible. When Harry spots Hermione, his jaw nearly drops. Hermione, who usually keeps her hair bushy and her appearance practical, has completely transformed. Her hair is sleek and shiny, twisted into an elegant knot, and she is wearing flowing periwinkle blue robes that make her look almost unrecognizable. Even Ron, who had been fixated on finding fault with her date, is left speechless by her appearance. The Great Hall, too, has been transformed for the ball. The long house tables had been replaced with smaller, lantern-lit tables, and the walls are draped with silver frost and garlands of mistletoe and ivy. At the front of the hall, a special table has been set up for the champions and their dates, where they will dine with the judges of the tournament. Dumbledore, ever cheerful, greets the champions with a smile. Still, Harry notices that Mr. Crouch, one of the judges, is absent. In his place sits Percy Weasley, who is eager to tell Harry about his recent promotion to Mr. Crouch's personal assistant. The dinner is strange, with students ordering their meals by speaking to their plates. Dumbledore, always one to embrace the quirks of magic, happily orders pork chops, setting the example for the rest of the table. Harry, though intrigued by the novelty of the dining experience, finds himself distracted by the sight of Cedric Diggory and Cho Chang sitting nearby, and the ongoing interaction between Hermione and Victor Krum. Krum, who rarely speaks, is unusually talkative with Hermione, and it's clear he is smitten with her. Though flustered at first, Hermione seems to enjoy Krum's attention, which only intensifies Ron's growing jealousy. As the meal comes to an end, the Weird Sisters take the stage and the champions are expected to open the dancing. Harry, though nervous about dancing in front of the entire school, is dragged onto the floor by Parvati, who takes charge of the situation. As they begin to dance, Harry does his best to avoid making eye contact with the watching crowd, focusing instead on not tripping over his dress robes. However, Harry's discomfort grows as more students join the dance floor. Seeing his lack of enthusiasm, Parvati eventually leaves him to dance with someone else. At the same time, Ron remains rooted to his seat, glaring at Hermione and Krum from across the room. The tension between Ron and Hermione finally reaches its breaking point when Hermione comes to their table to talk. Ron, unable to contain his jealousy, accuses her of betraying Hogwarts by going to the ball with Krum, a student from Durmstrang. Shocked by Ron's outburst, Hermione defends herself, arguing that the tournament's purpose is to foster international cooperation and understanding. Harry, caught in the middle, feels uncomfortable and unsure of how to mediate the situation. The ball, which had begun with such excitement and promise, ends on a sour note for the trio. As the evening draws close, Harry and Ron slip away from the Great Hall, walking around the castle grounds to clear their heads. In the Rose Garden, they stumble upon an unexpected conversation between Professor Snape and Igor Karkaroff. Karkaroff, clearly agitated, expresses his fear about something dangerous that has been growing more apparent in recent months. Snape, however, dismisses his concerns, telling Karkaroff to flee if he is so worried. As they continue their walk, Harry and Ron overhear a deeply personal conversation between Hagrid and Madame Maxime. Hagrid, in an uncharacteristically vulnerable moment, confides in Madame Maxime that he is half giant, a fact that he has kept hidden from most of the wizarding world due to the prejudice that giants face. Assuming that Madame Maxime is also part giant due to her large stature, Hagrid is surprised when she reacts with anger and denial. Madame Maxime insists she is not a giant but merely has big bones and storms off, leaving Hagrid heartbroken. As the ball comes to an end, the emotional tensions between the trio remain unresolved. Furious with Ron, Hermione storms off to bed, while Ron is left confused and hurt by her reaction. However, before the night ends, Cedric Diggory pulls Harry aside. He offers cryptic advice about the golden egg from the first Triwizard task. Cedric suggests that Harry take the egg with him into a bath, hinting that the hot water might help him understand the clue. Though puzzled by Cedric's advice, Harry thanks him and heads back to Gryffindor Tower, unsure what to make of the evening's revelations. In the book, Parvati and Padma Patil are described wearing colourful dress robes. However, in the film, their costumes were redesigned to align more with traditional Indian clothing to celebrate their heritage. The book also includes scenes with Ludo Bagman and Percy Weasley during the Yule Ball, as they interact with the champions and discuss the tournament. However, these two are not in the film. The actors also had extensive dance rehearsals for the Yule Ball in order to recreate the event described within the chapter. While Emma Watson and Katie Leung or Cho Chang managed to pick up the choreography quite well, Rupert Grint struggled. Chapter 24. Rita Skeeter's Scoop. The atmosphere at Hogwarts the day after the Yule Ball is noticeably quieter, with students waking up later than usual. The festive air that had filled the castle during the holidays has dissipated, leaving everyone lethargic. Hermione, who had transformed her typically bushy hair into a sleek, smooth style for the Yule Ball, casually reveals to Harry that she used excessive Sleek Easy's hair potion for the occasion. However, she admits that using it daily would be too much of a hassle. Meanwhile, Ron's jealousy over Hermione's date with Victor Krum hangs over their interactions, leaving them in a strained but oddly formal state. They have reached an unspoken agreement to avoid discussing the events of the evening, their behavior polite but distant. In contrast to the passive reconciliation between Ron and Hermione, Harry's thoughts are elsewhere, preoccupied with the looming second task of the Triwizard tournament. The holidays have passed quickly, and the once distant date of February 24th seems alarmingly close. While other students begin to turn their attention back to homework and classes, Harry's mind is consumed with the golden egg, the clue for the next task. Each day, he retrieves the egg from his trunk, opens it, and is greeted by the same incomprehensible wailing sound he has heard every time before. The noise is jarring, a cacophony that reminds Harry of musical saws, yet far more disturbing. With each failed attempt to interpret the sound, his frustration grows. Despite Cedric Diggory's hint about taking the egg into the bath, Harry remains reluctant to follow the advice. His resentment towards Cedric, particularly over his relationship with Cho Chang, makes the idea of accepting help from him unappealing. The lingering jealousy and frustration cloud Harry's judgment, leading him to stubbornly ignore Cedric's suggestion in favor of trying to crack the egg's mystery on his own, though with little success. The weather remains bitterly cold as the holiday break draws to a close and the new school term begins. Harry, Ron, and Hermione continue attending their lessons, but Harry focuses entirely on the upcoming task, his anxiety mounting as each day passes without progress. One morning, as they head to their Care of Magical Creatures lesson, the trio expects to see Hagrid as usual, bracing themselves for another of his unconventional lessons featuring dangerous magical creatures. Despite the biting cold, they anticipate the possibility of another encounter with the unpredictable blast-ended Scroots, or perhaps something even more hazardous. However, they are met with an unexpected sight when they arrive at Hagrid's cabin. Instead of Hagrid, a stern-looking witch with closely cropped grey hair and a formidable presence stands waiting for them. She introduces herself as Professor Grubbly Plank, Hagrid's substitute teacher. Her strict demeanor leaves little room for questions, but Harry, worried for Hagrid's well-being, repeatedly asks where he is and what has happened to him. Grubbly Plank's only response is that Hagrid is indisposed, a vague answer that does nothing to ease Harry's concerns. Despite his unease about Hagrid's absence, the Care of Magical Creatures lesson proceeds under Grubbly Plank's instruction, and the students are introduced to a unicorn. This rare and beautiful creature immediately captures everyone's attention. The unicorn's coat is a dazzling white, gleaming against the snowy backdrop of the winter landscape, and its golden hooves leave delicate imprints in the snow. Many of the girls in the class, including Lavender Brown and Parvati Patil, gasp in admiration as they take in the sight of the majestic creature. Grubbly Plank explains that unicorns are more comfortable around women, instructing the boys to keep their distance while the girls are invited to approach the unicorn carefully. Though the lesson is fascinating, Harry's thoughts remain firmly with Hagrid. His unease grows as he wonders whether something terrible has happened to his friend. Could Hagrid have been injured by one of the dangerous creatures he loves so much? The possibility of an accident involving the blast-ended Scroots crosses Harry's mind, but he doesn't have time to dwell on it before Draco Malfoy inevitably intervenes to cause trouble. Ever the antagonist, Malfoy smirks as he pulls out a copy of the Daily Prophet and hands it to Harry. The headline catches Harry's attention immediately: Dumbledore's Giant Mistake. The article, written by Rita Skeeter, is a vicious exposé on Hagrid. In the piece, Skeeter reveals that Hagrid is half giant, a fact that Hagrid has kept hidden from most people. Skeeter portrays giants as brutal, dangerous creatures, implying that Hagrid's giant blood makes him unfit to teach at Hogwarts. She accuses him of recklessly endangering students by exposing them to hazardous magical creatures, painting him as irresponsible and incapable. The article is filled with false claims, including one from Malfoy himself, who states that a hippogriff attacked him during a lesson and that a flubberworm bit his friend Crabbe, an absurd statement given that flubberworms are harmless and toothless. The piece also dredges up Hagrid's past, including his expulsion from Hogwarts in his third year, and suggests that Hagrid only became a professor because of Dumbledore's influence, bypassing more qualified candidates. Harry, who has always felt a strong bond with Hagrid, feels a profound sense of injustice and fury. He knows the article is full of lies, and the way Skeeter has twisted the facts to fit her sensationalist narrative is infuriating. To make matters worse, Malfoy continues to make cruel jokes about Hagrid's size and background, clearly relishing the attention he is getting. As the lesson ends, Harry, Ron, and Hermione are more determined than ever to find Hagrid. Though the lesson with Professor Grubbly Plank has gone smoothly, the trio's loyalty to Hagrid remains unwavering. They are desperate to reassure him that they don't care about his giant heritage and to let him know they support him no matter what. After dinner that evening, they trek through the freezing grounds to Hagrid's cabin, calling out to him and knocking on the door. Fang, Hagrid's enormous boarhound, barks loudly from inside, but no one answers the door. After several minutes of banging and shouting, they are forced to give up and trudge back to the castle, their worry for Hagrid deepening. The following week, Hagrid remains absent from his usual haunts. He doesn't appear at meals or seen tending to the grounds. Professor Grubbly Plank continues to teach the lessons on the care of magical creatures. Though her lectures are well organized and informative, Harry can't shake the feeling that something is missing without Hagrid's presence. Meanwhile, Malfoy seizes every opportunity to boast about Hagrid's absence, making snide comments about his half-breed heritage and mocking his appearance. When a Hogsmeade weekend arrives in mid-January, Harry sees it as an opportunity to continue his search for Hagrid. Despite Hermione's surprise that Harry isn't using the weekend to work on solving the Golden Eggs clue, Harry reassures her, though falsely, that he has a good idea of what the clue means. He's still baffled, but his priority remains to find Hagrid. He hopes that by visiting Hogsmeade, he might stumble upon his missing friend. As Harry, Ron, and Hermione make their way to the village, they pass by the Durmstrang ship, where they spot Victor Crumb swimming in the freezing lake, clad in nothing but trunks. Hermione, who has grown closer to Crumb since the Yule Ball, comments that the cold likely doesn't bother him, given that he comes from a much colder climate. Ron, still nursing jealousy over Hermione's relationship with Crumb, makes a sarcastic remark about the giant squid attacking Crumb. However, it's clear his comment is more from envy than genuine ill will. Once in Hogsmeade, the trio searches the usual places, Zonko's joke shop, Honeydukes, and other popular spots, but there is no sign of Hagrid. Disheartened, they stop by the Three Broomsticks for a drink. The pub is crowded as always, and Harry's hopes of finding Hagrid begin to fade. As they sit with their butterbeer, Hermione suddenly spots a familiar figure in the reflection of the pub's mirror. Ludo Bagman. He's seated in a shadowy corner talking to a group of goblins. Bagman appears tense and strained, much like he did during the Quidditch World Cup, while the goblins watch him with crossed arms and sharp eyes. Bagman, noticing Harry, excuses himself from the goblins and approaches their table. After congratulating Harry on his performance in the first task, Bagman offers to help Harry decipher the Golden Eggs clue, expressing sympathy for the fact that Harry was forced into the tournament against his will. Though Bagman's offer is tempting, Harry, wary of accepting help from someone he barely knows, politely declines. Bagman looks slightly disappointed but doesn't press the issue, leaving the pub as Fred and George Weasley approach him to discuss their matters. As Bagman exits, followed by the goblins, Harry reflects on the odd encounter, wondering why Bagman is so eager to help and what his dealings with the goblins might involve. Hermione, always observant, suggests that there's more to Bagman's story than meets the eye, but Harry remains focused on the more immediate issue, finding Hagrid. However, Rita Skeeter enters before they leave the pub, dressed in bright banana yellow robes and accompanied by her photographer. Her appearance exudes a smug satisfaction, as if she's reveling in the impact of her article on Hagrid. Skeeter wastes no time trying to provoke Harry, Hermione, and Ron, attempting to engage Harry in conversation. Harry, his anger boiling over, confronts her about the article, accusing her of ruining Hagrid's life for the sake of a scandalous story. Hermione, equally furious, jumps in, calling out Skeeter's unethical behavior and lack of compassion. But Skeeter, unfazed, smirks and offers Harry an opportunity to give her an interview about his friendship with Hagrid, framing it as an unlikely bond between a boy and a half-giant. Infuriated, Harry, Hermione, and Ron storm out of the pub, determined to end Skeeter's influence. Hermione, in particular, is livid, vowing to take revenge on Skeeter for the damage she caused to Hagrid and Harry. This time, when they knock on the door, they are met not by Hagrid, but by Dumbledore himself. The headmaster, ever composed, invites them inside. They find Hagrid in a deeply depressed state, his face blotchy and his eyes red from crying. With his usual calm wisdom, Dumbledore reassures Hagrid, reminding him that he has the support of the students and staff at Hogwarts. He insists that Hagrid's resignation is unnecessary and encourages him to return to teaching. Hagrid, overwhelmed with gratitude for Dumbledore's support, expresses his appreciation. He speaks of his late father, who had always taught him to be proud of who he was, regardless of what others thought. Harry feels a sense of relief that Hagrid will return to his position. However, the weight of the golden egg's unsolved clue still looms over him, a constant reminder of the challenges yet to come. In the book, Rita Skeeter writes a sensational article about Hagrid's giant heritage after eavesdropping on his conversation with Madame Maxime at the Yule Ball. The film doesn't include this article. In fact, Rita Skeeter's role is significantly reduced in the film. Following this, the scene where Harry, Ron, and Hermione go to comfort Hagrid is also not included in the movie, and so is Ludo Bagman talking to the goblins. Chapter 25, The Egg and the Eye. Harry Potter continues to find himself deep into the complexities and dangers of the Triwizard Tournament. The second task looms closer than ever, and Harry knows the key to understanding what he must do next lies within the egg's secrets. However, whenever Harry opens the egg, he is met with a loud, screeching wail that fills his ears and reverberates off the walls, making it impossible to make sense of any hidden clue. The noise is shrill and unsettling, leaving Harry frustrated each time he tries deciphering its meaning. Harry recalls advice given by Cedric Diggory. At first, Harry is hesitant to follow Cedric's suggestion. Accepting help from Cedric feels like admitting defeat, a form of weakness. Yet, with the pressure mounting and no better ideas coming, Harry decides to try Cedric's advice. Cedric had mentioned the prefect's bathroom as the best place for some privacy and peace while figuring out the egg's riddle. Although Harry isn't a prefect, he knows that with his invisibility cloak, he can sneak into the luxurious bathroom undetected late at night when the rest of the castle is asleep. Harry, who has become accustomed to sneaking around, knows the risks. Roaming the castle after hours is strictly against school rules, and getting caught would lead to punishment. Filch, the school's caretaker, is particularly vigilant in trying to catch rule breakers, with the assistance of his ever-watchful cat, Mrs. Norris. The pair seems to have a knack for sniffing out mischief, and Harry doesn't want to take any chances. To prepare for his nocturnal mission, Harry takes his invisibility cloak and his Marauder's map, a magical map that shows the entire layout of Hogwarts and the movements of everyone inside the castle. The map will allow Harry to avoid unwanted encounters with staff or other students as he makes his way to the prefect's bathroom. On the night of his planned excursion, Hogwarts is silent and cold, the corridors empty under the moon's pale light. After bidding goodnight to his friends in the common room, Harry waits for the perfect moment to slip out. Once the room is deserted, he throws on his invisibility cloak, the familiar fabric cloaking him from sight, and he grabs the golden egg. Under one arm, he carries the egg awkwardly, and in the other hand, he clutches the Marauder's map. Eventually, Harry reaches the prefect's bathroom, hidden behind a statue of Boris the Bewildered, a confused-looking wizard wearing mismatched gloves. Remembering the password Cedric had given him, Pinefresh, Harry whispers it quietly, and the door swings open. He slips inside, bolting the door behind him. What Harry finds inside takes his breath away. The prefect's bathroom is nothing short of spectacular. It is filled with golden light from a glittering chandelier, and every surface gleams with white marble, polished to a shine. In the center of the room is a massive rectangular bath, so large it resembles a swimming pool. The tub is surrounded by taps adorned with jewels, each releasing a different kind of water or bubbles. On the wall hangs a painting of a mermaid who appears to be fast asleep, snoring softly as her long blonde hair spills over the edge of her rock. Harry can't help but marvel at the luxuriousness of the bathroom. The warmth and comfort contrast the dark, cold corridors he has just navigated. He briefly muses that becoming a prefect might be worth it just to have access to this incredible space. But despite the room's relaxing atmosphere, Harry knows he is here for a reason: to solve the mystery of the egg. Harry places the egg, his invisibility cloak, and the Marauder's map on the side of the bath and approaches the many taps. He turns a few of them on experimentally, and water fills the tub, accompanied by bubbles of all shapes and sizes. Soon, the bath is filled with warm, foamy water, and Harry slips out of his pajamas and into the bath. The water is wonderfully warm, and Harry sinks into it with relief. It's deep enough for him to swim a few laps, which he does, the silky water gliding around him. Harry lets himself relax for a moment, allowing the warmth to soothe his tense muscles. But his mind remains on the egg perched on the bath's edge. Harry knows he cannot afford to be distracted. The second task is approaching quickly, and if he doesn't figure out the egg's riddle soon, he will be at a significant disadvantage. After a few more moments of relaxation, Harry retrieves the golden egg from the side of the bath. He hesitates for a moment, then opens it once again. The same screeching wail fills the bathroom, bouncing off the marble walls. Grimacing, Harry slams the egg shut, the noise too unbearable to listen to for long. He cannot understand how Cedric managed to decipher the clue hidden inside, and for a brief moment, Harry wonders if Cedric had been misleading him. But Cedric had seemed sincere, and Harry knows Cedric wouldn't lie about something this serious. As Harry sits in the bath, contemplating what to do next, he is startled by a soft voice. He turns around quickly and sees the ghost of a young girl hovering near one of the taps. It's moaning Myrtle, the ghost who usually haunts one of the girls' bathrooms at Hogwarts. Myrtle is known for her melancholy and dramatic weeping, but tonight she seems more curious than upset. Harry feels a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Myrtle has been in the bathroom this whole time, possibly watching him, and the thought is mortifying. He sinks deeper into the bubbles, trying to cover himself. Myrtle, however, doesn't seem bothered by his discomfort. She admits that many people use this bathroom, including Cedric Diggory. This catches Harry's attention, and he listens as Myrtle explains that Cedric had also brought the egg into the bath and had figured out its secret. Myrtle gives Harry advice. He should try opening the egg underwater. Though Harry is skeptical, he decides to give it a try. He submerges the egg beneath the bath's surface and opens it once again. To his surprise, the egg emits a haunting, beautiful song instead of the horrible screeching noise. The voices inside sing clearly, and Harry can understand the words. The message is chilling. Something valuable will be taken from him, and he will have 1 hour to retrieve it during the second task. If he fails, the thing he loses will be gone forever. As Harry listens to the eerie song, a sense of foreboding settles over him. The second task is far more dangerous than he anticipated. The idea that something precious will be taken from him fills him with dread. The task also seems to involve water, and Harry is not a confident swimmer. The thought of diving deep into the Hogwarts lake, where merpeople and other creatures dwell, makes him uneasy. However, the song provides vital clues, and Harry now feels better prepared for what lies ahead. Myrtle, pleased that she has been able to help, continues to chat with Harry as he pieces together the details of the task. The voices in the egg clearly belong to underwater creatures, and Harry deduces that the second task will likely involve merpeople. He knows they live in the Hogwarts lake, and while he's heard stories about them, he has never seen them up close. The idea of encountering them fills him with both excitement and fear. After some time, Harry thanks Myrtle for her help and prepares to leave the bathroom. He dries off and gets dressed, feeling a sense of accomplishment after finally uncovering the egg's secret. However, as Harry checks the Marauder's map to ensure the coast is clear, something unusual catches his eye. The map shows a dot labeled Bartemius Crouch moving around inside Professor Snape's office. Harry is immediately suspicious. Mr. Crouch has been ill and hasn't been seen in public for some time, so why is he wandering around Hogwarts at night? Harry's curiosity gets the better of him, and he decides to investigate. He slips the invisibility cloak back on and quietly exits the prefect's bathroom, heading towards Snape's office. But before he reaches it, disaster strikes. Distracted by his thoughts, Harry steps into a trick staircase, which causes his leg to sink into the floor. In his struggle to free himself, he drops the golden egg and it tumbles down the stairs with a deafening crash. The egg bursts open, filling the corridor with its horrible wailing sound. Panicked, Harry tries to retrieve the egg, But before he can do anything, he hears footsteps approaching. Filch, the caretaker, arrives on the scene, assuming the noise is the work of Peeves, the poltergeist. Filch picks up the egg, inspecting it suspiciously. Just as Harry thinks things couldn't get worse, Professor Snape arrives, his expression dark and suspicious. The presence of the golden egg only deepens Snape's curiosity, and he demands answers. Before the situation can escalate further, Mad-Eye Moody appears. With his magical eye, which can see through invisibility cloaks, Moody quickly assesses the situation. Though he knows Harry is there, he does not reveal him. Instead, Moody takes control of the scene, deflecting Snape's suspicions and calming Filch. After Snape and Filch leave, Moody helps Harry out of the trick step and returns the golden egg to him, albeit at the expense of his Marauder's map. As Harry returns to Gryffindor Tower, he reflects on everything that has happened. He now knows the secret of the golden egg, but new mysteries, including Mr. Crouch's strange behavior, have emerged. With the second task fast approaching, Harry feels the weight of the tournament more than ever. The challenges ahead will be difficult, but Harry is determined to face them head-on. The film includes Harry using the prefect's bathroom and solving the egg's clue, but does not show the extended sequence with Filch, Snape, and the Marauder's map. The movie focuses only on the bath scene and leaves out the moment where Harry spots Barty Crouch on the map. The scene where Harry sees a Bartemius Crouch snooping in Snape's office was cut off from the movie. This is another important element that foreshadows Mad-Eye Moody's real identity in the book, but was removed in the movie. Chapter 26, The Second Task. Harry, still anxious, tries his best to prepare for the upcoming challenge in the Triwizard tournament. Despite his best efforts, the answer continues to elude him, and as February 24th approaches, he grows increasingly nervous. Time, which once felt abundant, now seems to slip away with alarming speed, leaving Harry with the unsettling feeling that he is unprepared for what lies ahead. Sitting in Charms class with Ron and Hermione, Harry's mind wanders far from the lesson at hand. The class is focused on practicing the Banishing Charm, the counterpart to the Summoning Charm. Harry used to great effect during the first task. However, Harry is too preoccupied with thoughts of the second task to concentrate. The egg's screeching riddle plays on a loop in his mind, mocking him with its incomprehensibility. Whenever he thinks he might be getting closer to a solution, the puzzle seems to slip further from his grasp, leaving him more frustrated. Sitting next to him, Ron and Hermione continue to offer their help, though their efforts seem increasingly futile. Hermione has practically memorized the library's contents by now. Still, even her extensive research has yielded nothing that might help Harry breathe underwater for an hour, as the egg's clue suggests. Meanwhile, Ron has resorted to speculating wildly, throwing out ideas ranging from using a bubblehead charm to transfiguring himself into a fish. Though appreciative of his friend's support, Harry feels the weight of the impending task pressing down on him, and he can't shake the feeling that he's running out of time. Outside the classroom, the trio spend their free periods in the library, poring over ancient magical texts in search of an answer. The once comforting smell of parchment and old books now fills Harry with dread. The Hogwarts lake, the likely setting for the second task, has become a source of constant fear for Harry. Every time he passes it on the grounds, its icy grey surface seems to mock him, reminding him of the dangers beneath. The stress of the tournament takes its toll on Harry's daily life. He becomes increasingly withdrawn, his usual appetite dwindling as his nerves tighten. Even during mealtimes, when the Great Hall is filled with the clatter of cutlery and the chatter of students, Harry finds it hard to eat. His friends notice the change in him, but they can do little to ease his worries. Despite the mounting pressure, Harry continues to attend his regular lessons, though his concentration often wavers. In Care of Magical Creatures, Hagrid introduces the class to unicorn foals, their golden coats shimmering in the sunlight. Usually such a view would have captivated Harry, but his thoughts are elsewhere today. Ever the optimist, Hagrid pulls Harry aside and offers words of encouragement, reminding him of how he triumphed over the Hungarian Horntail in the first task. But even Hagrid's unwavering belief in him does little to ease Harry's growing sense of dread. With less than a week before the second task, Harry's desperation peaks. Even the restricted section yields no solution. Every book, every spell, every ancient text leads nowhere, and Harry is beginning to lose hope. The night before the second task, Harry is in full panic mode. He knows that the clock is ticking, yet he still has no idea how he will survive underwater for an hour. The fear of failure gnaws at him, and he imagines the humiliation of standing before the judges, admitting that he couldn't even attempt the task. He spends the evening in the library with Ron and Hermione, desperately searching for a last-minute solution. The atmosphere is tense. The three of them, buried in stacks of books, their eyes scanning page after page in search of anything that might help. About halfway through, Fred and George emerge from one of the bookshelves to take Ron and Hermione with them. They mention Professor McGonagall asking for them, though the twins do not know why. This leaves Harry alone, which does nothing to calm his rapidly rising anxiety. As midnight approaches, Harry resigns himself to the fact that he has no solution. He will have to face the lake without a plan. The thought of standing before the judges explaining that he couldn't complete the task fills him with dread. He imagines the smug faces of his detractors, people like Malfoy and Karkaroff, who would revel in his failure. He envisions Fleur Delacour dismissing him as a foolish child, unworthy of the competition. Worst of all, he imagines the disappointment in Hagrid's eyes, the one person who had unwavering faith in him. The shame is almost too much to bear. Harry makes up his mind to stay up the whole night to continue scouring for answers, but ends up falling asleep at one of the library tables, his face pressed against the pages of an old spell book. In this moment of complete exhaustion, salvation arrives in the form of Dobby, the ever-loyal house elf. Dobby immediately wakes Harry, informing him that the second task will begin in 10 minutes. Groggy and disoriented, Harry is on the verge of admitting defeat when Dobby reveals that he has found the solution to Harry's problem. Dobby presents Harry with gillyweed, a slimy green plant that, when eaten, will allow him to breathe underwater by giving him gills. Having overheard the task details while working in the kitchens, Dobby knew that Harry would need a way to survive underwater and took it upon himself to find the magical plant. He says that Harry will need it to get his Wheezy back, which is the one valuable thing that Harry will lose in this challenge. With a start, Harry realizes that Ron has been taken hostage for this very task. With no other options, Harry takes the gillyweed and races down to the lake, his heart pounding with a mix of fear and gratitude. The moment before the task begins is a blur of panic and adrenaline. Harry barely has time to process what is happening as he rushes to join the other champions by the water's edge. Madame Maxime and Karkaroff do not look pleased to see him, as they hoped he will not show up and will therefore be disqualified from the competition. Soon, the second task officially starts, and Harry, feeling utterly unprepared and unsure if the gillyweed will even work, wades into the freezing water. The cold is like a shock to his system, searing his skin as he pushes forward, chewing the slimy plant as fast as he can. At first, nothing happens, and Harry is acutely aware of how ridiculous he must look, standing waist-deep in the lake while the other champions prepare to dive in. The crowd's laughter rings in his ears, a cruel reminder of how close he is to failure. But then, just as Harry begins to doubt Dobby's solution, a strange sensation overtakes him. His throat tightens, and for a moment, he can't breathe. Panic sets in as he clutches at his neck, only to feel the telltale slits of gills forming on either side. In an instant, Harry is transformed. His hands and feet become webbed, and the icy water no longer feels painful. Instead, it feels cool and refreshing as he dives beneath the surface, breathing freely through his new gills. As Harry swims deeper into the lake, the world above fades away, replaced by the eerie silence and cold, dark expanse of the underwater realm. The clarity of his vision, thanks to the gillyweed, allows him to see far into the murky depths where strange, otherworldly shapes loom out of the shadows. The creatures of the lake make their presence known soon enough. Small fish dart around Harry, their silver scales glinting in the dim light, while Grindylows, horned water demons, lurk in the weeds. The knowledge that Ron is somewhere down here, bound and helpless, drives Harry forward. He pushes through the water with determination, though a creeping sense of unease grows with each passing minute. The lake is vast, and its depths are filled with unknown threats. At last, Harry comes upon the merpeople who dwell in crude stone huts at the bottom of the lake. Their appearance is far from the enchanting beauty of the mermaid in the prefect's bathroom. These merpeople are wild, with greyish skin, tangled green hair, and yellow eyes that gleam menacingly. They hold spears and watch Harry with curiosity and suspicion as he swims closer. He knows that the hostages are near. The haunting song of the merpeople has guided him to this point, and now the real challenge begins. As Harry rounds a corner, the sight before him causes his heart to skip a beat. Tied to the tail of a giant stone merperson are 4 hostages: Ron, Hermione, Cho Chang, and a small girl with silvery hair who can only be Fleur Delacour's younger sister, Gabrielle. They float in the water, seemingly unconscious, with bubbles slowly rising from their mouths. Harry's relief at finding Ron is tempered by the realization that he cannot, in good conscience, leave the others behind. Though the rules of the task state that each champion is only responsible for their own hostage, Harry's sense of morality outweighs his desire to follow the letter of the law. He begins to free Ron first, using a jagged rock to cut through the thick, slimy ropes that bind him. The merpeople watch silently, their spears held at the ready, but they do not interfere as Harry works to free his friend. Once Ron is floating freely beside him, Harry turns his attention to Hermione and Gabrielle. However, as soon as he begins to cut Hermione's bindings, the merpeople spring into action, surrounding him and pulling him back. They croak warnings at him, clarifying that he is only to take his own hostage, but Harry refuses to listen. He gestures wildly, trying to convey that he cannot leave the others behind. The merpeople, amused by his defiance, laugh at his efforts, but do not harm him. Just as Harry is about to make another attempt to free Hermione, Cedric Diggory appears, swimming toward them with a look of panic on his face. Using a bubblehead charm, Cedric cuts Cho free and quickly swims away, leaving Harry again grappling with the moral dilemma before him. Moments later, Victor Crumb arrives, though he is in a half-transfigured state. His head has taken on the form of a shark, and he struggles to bite through Hermione's ropes with his awkward new teeth. Harry, fearing that Crumb might injure Hermione in the process, offers him the jagged rock to cut the ropes instead. Crumb frees Hermione and swims away with her, leaving only Gabrielle behind. Time is running out, and Harry knows he must act quickly. Despite the merpeople's protests, he refuses to leave Gabrielle to her fate. Using the jagged rock, he cuts her free and gathers both her and Ron in his arms. The weight of the 2 unconscious bodies makes swimming difficult, and Harry's muscles scream in protest as he kicks toward the surface. The effects of the gillyweed are beginning to wear off, and Harry can feel his webbed hands and feet reverting to their normal state. Panic sets in as he realizes he may not make it to the surface in time. With every ounce of strength he has left, Harry propels himself upward, the light from above growing brighter with each stroke. His lungs burn for air, and his vision begins to blur as the last remnants of the gillyweed's magic fade away. Just as he feels he can go no further, his head breaks the lake's surface and he gasps for breath. Gulping in the cold, fresh air with a sense of relief so overwhelming that he nearly forgets about the task at hand. The cheers from the crowd are deafening as Harry pulls Ron and Gabrielle to the shore. The judges and spectators had feared the worst, but Harry's return with not 1 but 2 hostages brings a wave of excitement and admiration from the onlookers. Fleur, who had been unable to complete the task due to an attack by Grindylows, rushes forward, hysterical and grateful when she sees that Harry has saved her sister. She embraces Gabrielle, tears streaming down her face, and thanks Harry profusely, planting kisses on his cheeks in front of the entire school. Harry, embarrassed and exhausted, accepts her thanks with a sense of quiet pride, though he feels utterly drained by the ordeal. Fleur then turns to Ron, thanking him as well and kissing his cheeks, which causes Hermione to look downright furious. Back on land, the judges convene to award points for the second task. Dumbledore, ever the voice of wisdom and compassion, recognizes Harry's actions as a display of true courage, even if they cost him time in the competition. In the end, Harry is awarded 45 points, placing him in a tie for first place with Cedric Diggory. This causes Ron, Hermione, as well as the other Hogwarts students to cheer. though Crumb looks annoyed at Hermione's lack of attention towards him. As the crowd begins to disperse, Harry, wrapped in a warm blanket provided by Madame Pomfrey, makes his way back to the castle, and he is met with a chorus of congratulations from his fellow students. Ron, Hermione, and even Fleur's sister Gabrielle walk beside him, each filled with admiration for what he has accomplished. Harry, ever humble, brushes off their praise, though a small part of him feels a deep sense of satisfaction. He had not only completed the task, but also in a way that upheld his values and understanding of what was right. And in the end, that was what truly mattered. The book details Harry's preparation for the second task, though these are greatly condensed in the movie. It is also not Dobby who gives Harry the gillyweed, but Neville. The underwater sequences were shot in a large tank at Pinewood Studios. Chapter 27, Padfoot returns. After the second task of the Triwizard tournament, Harry, Ron, and Hermione return to their usual routine at Hogwarts, though the excitement from the Black Lake Challenge still lingers in the air. For Harry and his friends, it is a brief respite from the pressures of the tournament, but the buzz surrounding the events of the second task hasn't faded from the minds of their fellow students. One positive outcome from the second task, at least for Ron, is that he finally shares some of Harry's fame. This thrusts Ron into a rare spotlight as he basks in the attention of his peers, enjoying the novelty of being the hostage in Harry's challenge. It's a welcome change for Ron, who often feels overshadowed by Harry's fame and success. For once, he revels in the admiration and glory that come with being part of Harry's heroic journey. At first, Ron sticks to a truthful account of what happened during the task. He describes how he, along with Hermione, Cho Chang, and Gabriel Delacour, were placed under an enchanted sleep by Dumbledore and kept in the care of the merpeople at the bottom of the lake. This straightforward version of events aligns with what Hermione remembers. Together, they recount the race against time that the champions face to rescue their loved ones from the lake's depths. However, as Ron continues to retell his story, he begins to embellish it, gradually adding more drama to each telling. As his audience grows more captivated, the details of his story grow more exaggerated. Soon, his simple recollection morphs into a far more exciting tale of a daring struggle with the merpeople. According to Ron's revised version, he fought valiantly before being overwhelmed by armed merpeople, who captured him after a long, fierce battle. His classmates, particularly Padma Patil, seem impressed by Ron's tale, which only encourages him to elaborate further with each retelling. Hermione, meanwhile, is less pleased with the attention she's receiving. Her frustration mounts as she continues to be teased about her connection with Victor Krum, who chose her as his hostage for the second task. Rumors swirl around Hogwarts about Hermione and Victor's supposed romantic relationship, fueling relentless teasing from classmates like Pansy Parkinson. The jibes about being Krum's chosen one embarrass Hermione, who dismisses the rumors as absurd. Yet, the jokes and insinuations follow her wherever she goes, much to her irritation. As March arrives, the weather around Hogwarts becomes even harsher. Bitter winds whip through the grounds, making outdoor activities unbearable for most students. The same fierce winds also delay owl post deliveries, with the school owls struggling to navigate through the stormy skies. One morning, during breakfast in the Great Hall, Harry finally receives a letter from his godfather, Sirius Black, something he has been waiting for in quite some time. The owl that delivers it looks battered from the journey, its feathers askew and its eyes wide with exhaustion. The moment Harry opens the letter, the bird immediately retakes flight, keen to avoid another arduous trek through the wind. The contents of Sirius's letter are brief but direct. He instructs Harry to meet him at 2 o'clock on Saturday, at a secluded spot near the end of the road leading out of Hogsmeade, just past Dervish and Banges. He also asks Harry to bring as much food as he can manage. While Harry is thrilled at the prospect of seeing Sirius again, he is equally concerned about the risks his godfather is taking. Sirius remains a fugitive wanted by the Ministry of Magic, and the closer he comes to Hogwarts, the greater the danger of being caught. Despite this, Harry can't help but feel a surge of excitement at the thought of confiding in Sirius once more, a figure who has always been a source of comfort and support. Sirius's letter lifts Harry's spirits for the rest of the week. The thought of meeting with him provides Harry with a much-needed distraction from the worries of the Triwizard tournament. Though Harry is acutely aware of the dangers Sirius faces, the anticipation of the meeting helps him push aside his anxiety. It becomes something to look forward to, a glimmer of hope amid the tension of the tournament. The following Friday, Harry, Ron, and Hermione head to Potions class, one of Harry's least favorite subjects. As they walk through the dungeons toward the classroom, they encounter Draco Malfoy, Pansy Parkinson, and a group of Slytherins, huddled together and laughing conspiratorially. When they spot Harry and his friends, Pansy sneers forward and throws a magazine at Hermione. It's a deliberate provocation, her expression smug and delighted as Hermione catches the magazine, confused but curious about its contents. The magazine turns out to be Witch Weekly, which is known for being a notorious gossip publication. To her dismay, the article is written by Rita Skeeter, the scandalous journalist who has proven to be a thorn in their side all year. The headline reads, "Harry Potter's Secret Heartache," and the article is filled with wild fabrications about Harry, Hermione, and Victor Crumb. In the article, Skeeter claims that Hermione is romantically involved with both Harry and Victor, implying that she is toying with their affections. She describes Hermione as an ambitious but plain girl who has somehow managed to capture the interest of two famous wizards. The article goes so far as to suggest that Hermione might have used a love potion to manipulate Harry and Victor, given her lack of conventional beauty. Pansy Parkinson is quoted in the piece, adding fuel to the fire by claiming that Hermione's romantic success must be due to magical interference, as no one could possibly be interested in her otherwise. Hermione's initial shock quickly leads to outrage as she reads through the article. Though she tries to maintain her composure, it's clear that she is deeply offended by the lies and insinuations. Ron is livid on her behalf, reminding Hermione that he warned her not to provoke Rita Skeeter during their previous encounters. Despite Ron's anger, Hermione tries to laugh it off, dismissing the article as baseless gossip. She insists that it would take a lot more than that for Skeeter to truly bother her. However, their amusement is short-lived when Professor Snape enters the dungeon and immediately notices their lack of attention. Seizing the opportunity to humiliate them, Snape snatches the magazine from Hermione's hands and reads the article aloud to the class. His voice is laced with sarcasm and mockery, and he takes particular pleasure in emphasizing the most embarrassing details, especially those involving Harry and Hermione's supposed romantic entanglements. The Slytherins, led by Malfoy and Pansy, laugh uproariously as Snape gleefully reads through the article, savoring every moment of Harry and Hermione's discomfort. To make matters worse, Snape deducts points from Gryffindor, claiming that their behavior during class is inappropriate. Harry's frustration boils over as Snape continues to belittle them, but he knows there's little he can do to stop the relentless mockery. As the lesson drags on, Snape separates Harry, Ron, and Hermione, forcing them to sit apart for the remainder of the class. Harry is moved to the front of the room, where Snape can watch him closely. Taking advantage of this proximity, Snape confronts Harry, accusing him of breaking into his office to steal potion ingredients. Snape is convinced that Harry is responsible for the recent theft of Boomslang skin and gillyweed, both of which are used in complex potion making, though Harry knows that Snape is partially right. Hermione did steal Boomslang skin from Snape's office in their second year to brew Polyjuice potion. He denies any involvement in the current theft. As for the gillyweed, Harry knows Dobby is the culprit, though of course he says nothing. Despite Harry's denials, Snape continues to press him, his suspicions unwavering. The tension between them escalates when Snape pulls something from his robes and threatens Harry with a vial of Veritaserum, a powerful truth serum that could force Harry to reveal any secrets he's keeping. The threat of Veritaserum hangs ominously over the lesson, and Harry realizes that if Snape were to use it, he might accidentally reveal not only his own secrets, but also those of his friends, including his secret communication with Sirius Black. The thought of betraying Sirius by revealing his location sends a chill through Harry, but he maintains his denial, refusing to give Snape the satisfaction of a confession. Their tense exchange is interrupted when Professor Karkaroff enters the dungeon, looking agitated and nervous. He demands to speak with Snape privately, though Snape tries to brush him off. Karkaroff insists, pulling Snape aside for a hushed conversation. Harry, pretending to work on his potion, watches from his seat as Karkaroff shows Snape something on his forearm, though he can't determine what it is. The secretive nature of their interaction only deepens Harry's suspicions, but he cannot piece together the full significance of what he has just witnessed. The next day, Harry, Ron, and Hermione prepare to meet with Sirius. They gather food from the Hogwarts kitchens, chicken legs, bread, and pumpkin juice, along with a pair of socks for Dobby. After packing everything into Harry's bag, they set off for the outskirts of Hogsmeade, following the path that leads out into the countryside beyond the village. Soon, they spot Sirius in his animagus form, the large black dog known as Padfoot, waiting for them near the end of the road. Sirius leads them on a lengthy trek all the way to a cave hidden in the mountains, where he has been hiding with Buckbeak, the hippogriff. In the cave, Sirius transforms into his human form, and Harry and his friends are struck by how gaunt and unkempt he looks. His hair is long and matted, and the robes he is wearing are the very same ones he wore when he escaped Azkaban. Despite his disheveled appearance, Sirius is in good spirits and thanks them for the food they've brought. He explains that he's been surviving on rats and is reluctant to steal food from Hogsmeade for fear of drawing attention to himself. Seeing the look of anxiety on Harry's face, Sirius assures them that only they and Dumbledore know of his animagus form. Sirius's decision to return to Hogsmeade stems from his concern for Harry's safety. After reading Harry's last letter, Sirius felt it necessary to be nearby in case something went wrong. He shares the latest news he's gathered from discarded copies of the Daily Prophet, focusing on the strange behavior of Bartemius Crouch, a high-ranking ministry official who has not been seen in public for months. Rumors suggest that Crouch is seriously ill, but the ministry has yet to confirm anything. Sirius finds Crouch's absence suspicious, particularly given his history. He tells them the story of Crouch's fall from grace after his son was caught with a group of Death Eaters. Crouch, once known for his ruthless enforcement of the law, had his own son sent to Azkaban, where he later died. This scandal, combined with his wife's death shortly after, tarnished Crouch's reputation and led to his demotion within the ministry. As Sirius paces the cave, he reflects on Crouch's obsessive pursuit of dark wizards, suggesting that this obsession may explain some of Crouch's erratic behavior. However, Sirius believes there's more to the story, particularly regarding Crouch's failure to attend the Triwizard Tournament events. The conversation then shifts to Ludo Bagman and Severus Snape, both of whom Sirius views with suspicion. Sirius finds Bagman's overly friendly demeanor toward Harry concerning, and he questions why Bagman seems so eager to help him. Harry, though initially dismissive of these concerns, begins to reconsider Bagman's motivations in light of Sirius's warnings. The conversation about Snape is more contentious as Hermione defends him, citing Dumbledore's trust in the potions master. Sirius remains unconvinced, recounting Snape's history of fascination with the dark arts and his association with known Death Eaters during their time at Hogwarts. Though Snape was never formally accused of being a Death Eater, Sirius remains skeptical of his loyalty. Before they leave, Sirius gives Harry one final warning, to stay safe and avoid taking unnecessary risks. He insists that Harry not attempt to sneak out of school to meet him again, urging him to send letters instead. He also tells them to call him by the name Snuffles if they are to talk about him in public. After saying their goodbyes, Sirius transforms back into Padfoot and accompanies Harry, Ron, and Hermione as they make their way back to Hogwarts. As they reach the entrance, the familiar delicious smells coming from the Great Hall greet their senses, and Ron notes how much Snuffles must like Harry for him to live off rats. The scene where Snape threatens Harry with Veritaserum is not in the movie, as well as specific details regarding how Crouch sent his own son to Azkaban. Additionally, Harry no longer meets with Sirius after the second task. The film immediately shifts to where Harry finds a maddened Crouch. Chapter 28: The Madness of Mr. Crouch. On a quiet Sunday morning, Harry, Ron, and Hermione cannot shake the nagging thoughts of Bartemius Crouch's mysterious disappearance. As such, the trio heads to the Owlery to send Percy a letter, hoping for some answers. Harry chooses Hedwig, his faithful snowy owl, to deliver the letter. He watches as she takes flight, her white feathers glistening in the sunlight, and feels a growing sense of anxiety. The trio stands watching, silent, until the owl is out of sight, carrying with her their carefully worded message to the ministry. With the letter sent, they decide to visit Dobby, eager to thank the elf for his help during the second task of the Triwizard tournament. Harry has brought him a gift, a pair of socks, knowing how much Dobby treasures them as a symbol of his freedom from the Malfoy family. Harry, Ron, and Hermione head to the Hogwarts kitchens, where the house elves tirelessly prepare meals for the entire school. Upon entering, the house elves greet them warmly, offering tea and snacks. They also bustle about, eager to please, setting a table with swift, graceful movements. Dobby, as expected, is overwhelmed when Harry presents him with the socks. His large, round eyes well up with tears as he clutches the socks to his chest, expressing his joy and undying loyalty to Harry. Despite the lightheartedness in the kitchen, Hermione's thoughts are elsewhere. She has not forgotten about Winky, the house elf who once served Mr. Crouch. Always an advocate for house elf rights, she inquires about Winky's current state. Dobby, clearly uncomfortable, directs them toward a corner of the kitchen, where Winky sits slumped by the fire. Her appearance is starkly different from the other house elves. Her once immaculate uniform is now dirty and torn, her face streaked with dirt and tears. She clutches a bottle of butterbeer in her shaking hands. Dobby explains that Winky has been drinking heavily, and her current state results from her deep, unwavering loyalty to Mr. Crouch. Despite her dismissal, she still views him as her master and feels she has failed him terribly. Hermione is horrified by Winky's condition and even more disturbed that the other house elves seem indifferent to her plight. She cannot understand why they have not done more to help Winky, who is clearly distressed. Dobby tries to explain that Winky's attachment to Mr. Crouch is profound and complex. Although Dumbledore has offered her employment at Hogwarts, Winky refuses to acknowledge him as her new master. She is fixated on the idea that she belongs with Mr. Crouch, even though she no longer serves him. Hearing this, Harry becomes intrigued. He cautiously approaches Winky, hoping she might offer some insights into Mr. Crouch's recent behavior. Winky, however, is barely coherent in her drunken state. When Harry mentions Mr. Crouch's name, her eyes flicker with recognition. Harry explains that Mr. Crouch has not been seen publicly since the first task of the Triwizard tournament, and that the Daily Prophet reports that he is ill. At this, Winky grows louder and more agitated. She begins muttering about how her master cannot manage without her, hinting at important tasks she had been entrusted with, tasks no one else knows about. Harry tries to ask more questions, but Winky is too intoxicated. She hiccups uncontrollably, spilling butterbeer down her front. Her speech becomes increasingly garbled, and before Harry can press further, Winky collapses on the floor, falling off her stool. The other house elves rush to clean up the mess, covering Winky with a tablecloth to hide her from view. Hermione, enraged by the elves' refusal to address Winky's suffering directly, scolds them, her voice filled with indignation. However, her words fall on deaf ears. The other house elves are horrified by her suggestions. They take immense pride in their servitude and view Hermione's ideas as radical and dangerous. Even Dobby, free and paid for his work at Hogwarts, seems uneasy with Hermione's fervent argument. Frustrated by the elves' refusal to listen, Hermione storms out of the kitchen, followed by Harry and Ron. As they walk through the corridors, Ron voices his annoyance with Hermione. He accuses her of ruining their chance to get valuable information from Winky, who might have revealed more about Mr. Crouch's whereabouts had Hermione not upset the other elves. Hermione, however, stands firm in her beliefs. This disagreement creates tension between Ron and Hermione, and the rest of the day is marked by awkward silence as the trio attempts to focus on their homework in the Gryffindor common room. Harry, weary of the constant bickering, eventually decides to take the food they gathered for Sirius and take it up to the owlery by himself. Once in the owlery, Harry prepares a food parcel for Sirius and attaches it to several school screech owls, as Pigwidgeon, Ron's tiny owl, is too small to carry the load alone. As the owls take flight into the evening sky, Harry leans against the windowsill, gazing out over the Hogwarts grounds. Harry wonders if something more sinister is behind Crouch's disappearance. Winky's cryptic remarks about Crouch's inability to manage without her replay in his mind, and Harry cannot shake the feeling that they are a clue to something larger. Harry notices movement near Hagrid's cabin as he muses over these questions. Hagrid is outside, digging near his vegetable patch. Moments later, Madame Maxime, the head mistress of Beauxbatons, approaches him. They exchange words, but Hagrid does not seem particularly engaged in the conversation. After a brief interaction, Madame Maxime returns to the Beauxbatons carriage, leaving Hagrid to continue his work alone. Feeling restless, Harry watches until the sky darkens and the owls in the owlery begin to stir. The following day, the tension between Ron and Hermione has lessened somewhat, and the trio enjoys a relatively peaceful breakfast in the Great Hall. Ron, who had worried that Hermione's outburst might lead the house elves to retaliate by sending substandard food to the Gryffindor table, is relieved when the meal is just as delicious as ever. The arrival of the post owls soon disrupts their quiet breakfast. Hermione, eager to stay informed, has subscribed to the Daily Prophet and looks up expectantly as the owls approach. However, instead of the usual news, she is greeted by a large stack of letters, far more than usual. As Hermione begins to open the letters, her excitement quickly turns to horror. The letters are filled with insults, threats, and vicious accusations. Rita Skeeter's scandalous article in Witch Weekly, which suggested that Hermione was romantically involved with both Harry and Victor Crumb, has sparked outrage among readers. The letters accuse Hermione of manipulating the two boys, with some going so far as to include outright threats. One particularly malicious letter contains undiluted Beauxbatons pus, a highly toxic substance. As it spills over Hermione's hands, painful boils erupt across her skin. Recognizing the substance immediately, Ron urges Hermione to go to the hospital wing. Hermione rushes out of the Great Hall, leaving Harry and Ron behind. As she exits, Ron mutters his frustration, reminding her that he had warned her not to antagonize Rita Skeeter. Picking up one of the remaining letters, Ron reads aloud an angry accusation that claims Hermione is toying with Harry's feelings and threatening to curse her if she doesn't stop. Over the next few days, the flood of hate mail continues. Some of the letters arrive as howlers who explode at the Gryffindor table, screaming insults and accusations for all to hear. The rumors of a supposed love triangle between Harry, Hermione, and Victor Crumb spread quickly throughout the school. Even students who do not regularly read Witch Weekly are now gossiping about the scandal, much to Harry's frustration. He grows weary of denying the rumors, feeling the constant eyes on him wherever he goes. Meanwhile, Hermione becomes increasingly determined to uncover how Rita Skeeter is managing to get her information. Skeeter, supposedly banned from Hogwarts grounds, seems to have knowledge of private conversations and details that should be inaccessible to outsiders. Hermione is convinced that Skeeter must be using some form of magical eavesdropping to gather her information. She throws herself into research, determined to expose Skeeter's unethical practices. Despite the drama surrounding the hate mail and Skeeter's articles, Harry knows that he cannot afford to be distracted. The third and final task of the Triwizard tournament is fast approaching, and he needs to prepare for whatever challenge lies ahead. As the Easter holidays draw near, Harry grows more anxious about the task. He continues to send food parcels to Sirius, keeping his godfather updated on the situation at Hogwarts. Still, the mystery of Mr. Crouch's disappearance and the ever-present threat of Voldemort weigh heavily on his mind. At last, in late May, Harry receives notice that the champions are to gather on the Quidditch pitch for a briefing on the third task. He and Cedric Diggory walk to the stadium together, speculating on what the final challenge might entail. Upon their arrival, they are met with a surprising sight. The once flat Quidditch field has been transformed into a towering maze of hedges. Ludo Bagman, who oversees the Triwizard tournament, explains that the final task will require the champions to navigate the maze. Along the way, they will face various magical creatures and obstacles designed to test their skills and endurance. The goal is to reach the Triwizard Cup, which will be placed at the center of the maze. The first champion to touch the cup will be declared the winner. After the briefing, Victor Crumb pulls Harry aside and asks for a private conversation. Crumb, who has developed feelings for Hermione, is concerned about the rumors circulating in the school. He asks Harry if there is anything romantic between him and Hermione. Although the question takes Harry aback, he quickly reassures Crumb that he and Hermione are only friends. Crumb, visibly relieved, nods, but before they can continue their conversation, something unexpected occurs. From the edge of the Forbidden Forest, a figure stumbles into view. It is Bartemius Crouch, but he looks completely unrecognizable. His clothes are torn and dirty, his face scratched and wild. Harry stares in shock at the sight of the once imposing ministry official, now reduced to a state of madness. Crouch mutters to himself, occasionally barking orders as if he is still at the ministry. His words are a jumble, but they include fragmented mentions of his son and Bertha Jorkins, punctuated by increasingly frantic ramblings about mistakes and dark times ahead. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Harry quickly tells Crumb to stay with Mr. Crouch while he runs to fetch Dumbledore. He races across the Hogwarts grounds, ignoring his rising panic. Along the way, he encounters Professor Snape, who seems more interested in delaying him than helping. But Harry manages to push past him and reach Dumbledore's office, breathlessly explaining what he has seen. Dumbledore immediately follows Harry back to the clearing. When they return, they find Crumb unconscious on the ground and Mr. Crouch nowhere to be seen. Dumbledore swiftly revives Crumb, who explains in a dazed voice that Crouch had attacked him before vanishing into the forest. The situation has taken a disturbing turn, and Dumbledore wastes no time in summoning help. He understands that Mr. Crouch's delirious state and cryptic warnings are likely tied to something far more dangerous than mere madness. Moody arrives at the scene, his magical eye scanning the area for any clues. His grim expression suggests that he too suspects Crouch's behavior is linked to the resurgence of dark forces. Moody offers to lead a search party into the Forbidden Forest, suspecting that Crouch's sudden appearance and erratic behavior may be connected to Death Eater activity or Voldemort himself. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall tends to Crumb, who remains shaken from the encounter but is slowly recovering. The arrival of Karkaroff escalates tensions further. Furious at what has happened to Crumb, he accuses Dumbledore and Hogwarts of foul play, claiming that they are trying to sabotage the tournament. Hagrid, ever protective of Dumbledore, steps in to defend the headmaster and the school, while Moody coldly reminds Karkaroff of his own questionable past as a former Death Eater. Dumbledore, remaining calm, dismisses Karkaroff's accusations, choosing instead to focus on the more pressing issue at hand: Mr. Crouch's disappearance and the implications it carries. He refrains from mentioning Voldemort directly, wary of causing widespread panic, but the tension in his voice suggests that he believes something far darker is unfolding behind the scenes. As Harry returns to the Gryffindor common room accompanied by Hagrid, his mind races with questions. The events of the day, combined with his own strange dreams about Voldemort, leave him feeling uneasy. He wonders how everything ties together: Mr. Crouch's peculiar behavior, Bertha Jorkins' disappearance, and the looming third task of the Triwizard tournament. What had once seemed like an exciting challenge now feels more like a trap, with unknown dangers lurking ahead. The scene where the trio visits the Hogwarts kitchen and Winky's state is removed from the film. The book scene where Hermione gets hate mail is also not shown, as well as the Niffler lesson with Hagrid. Chapter 29: The Dream. Harry, Ron, and Hermione wake early, still haunted by the events of the previous night. They had stayed up discussing the shocking appearance and sudden disappearance of Barty Crouch, but sleep had been hard to come by. Now, the trio stands in the owlery, sending a letter to Sirius Black. They are desperate for advice on how to interpret Crouch's behavior. Harry tries to recall everything he remembers from Crouch's ramblings, feeling unsettled by how the man had kept shifting between confused realities. At times, Crouch seemed to believe that his family was still alive, while at other times he talked about his work at the Ministry as though it hadn't been months since he disappeared. Ron is quick to leap to conclusions, theorizing that Crouch may have been the one to attack Victor Crumb, who had been found stunned beside him in the forest. But Harry and Hermione are cautious. Crouch had been too weak, too disoriented to have hurt anyone, they reason. What weighs most heavily on Harry's mind is how clearly Crouch had spoken Voldemort's name, despite the confusion clouding the rest of his words. As they continue to reflect on the events, Fred and George Weasley arrive in the owlery with a sealed letter. Their presence immediately catches Harry, Ron, and Hermione's attention. The twins are behaving more secretively than usual, and Harry overhears part of their whispered conversation. The suspicion that Fred and George might be involved in something shady begins to take root. Harry can't help but wonder if blackmail is involved. Lately, Fred and George have been obsessed with making money to fund their dream of opening a joke shop after leaving Hogwarts. Their determination to achieve this goal has led them to take risks that seem more serious than their usual pranks and mischief. Ron, feeling uneasy, questions his brothers about what they're up to. However, Fred and George brush him off with their usual carefree attitude, though the evasiveness of their answers only adds to Ron's growing concern. Mischief is one thing, but Ron knows that his brothers may be getting themselves into deeper trouble than they realize. His brothers' behavior leaves him worried about how far they might go to achieve their goal. After sending their letter to Sirius, Harry, Ron, and Hermione decide that they need to learn more about Crouch's disappearance. Their next move is to seek advice from Professor Moody, who has already proven himself to be a valuable ally. They hope that he might be able to shed light on what happened to Crouch. They know that Moody had used the Marauder's map to search for Crouch, but when they finally speak with him, the news isn't what they had hoped. Moody confirms that there was no sign of Crouch on the map. This unsettling revelation leads them to a chilling conclusion. Crouch has either left Hogwarts grounds or been taken by someone else. Moody, always cautious and preaching constant vigilance, seems just as troubled as they are about Crouch's disappearance. He warns them that whatever has happened to Crouch is likely tied to dark forces at work, forces that are growing stronger by the day. However, Moody also reminds Harry that he needs to stay focused on the upcoming third task of the Triwizard tournament. The task, a dangerous maze filled with magical obstacles, is fast approaching, and Harry needs more time to prepare. Moody's advice is clear. Harry must remain vigilant, not just for the tournament, but for the growing threats that lurk around every corner. The very next day, Sirius sends a response to the letter. He berates Harry for agreeing to walk outside with Crumb so late, reminding him that his name wasn't put in the Goblet of Fire by accident. He tells Harry that he expects obedience, that is, to stay inside Gryffindor Tower after class and to focus on practicing spells for the third task. This leaves Harry feeling frustrated, but Hermione insists that he write a letter back to Sirius, promising his godfather that he won't go sneaking off again. Over the next few days, Harry, Ron, and Hermione dedicate themselves to preparing for the third task. The tension at Hogwarts continues to build, and it's clear that everyone is feeling the pressure. The trio spends much of their free time practicing spells in empty classrooms, away from prying eyes. Harry focuses on mastering the Stunning Spell, a critical spell for incapacitating opponents. But practicing the spell takes its toll on Ron, who serves as Harry's target for the practice sessions. After being repeatedly stunned and revived, Ron begins to grow weary and frustrated. The physical strain of the practice sessions is obvious, but they all know that there's no room for error. They must be ready. Hermione, ever the perfectionist, insists on practicing a variety of hexes and defensive spells that might prove useful in the maze. They know that the maze will be full of unpredictable dangers and they need to be prepared for anything. All three understand the importance of their preparation, and so they push through the stress and fatigue. Hogwarts itself, usually a place of comfort and beauty, now feels oppressive to Harry. The grounds are lush and green with the arrival of spring, but Harry feels too weighed down by the constant need to prepare for the third task to enjoy the season. The tension rises to a breaking point when Harry attends a divination class with Professor Trelawney. The room is stiflingly hot, filled with aromatic fumes that make Harry's head swim. As Trelawney begins her lecture on planetary divination, Harry finds it hard to keep his eyes open. His exhaustion catches up with him, and soon he drifts into a vivid, unsettling dream that feels more like a vision than anything else. In the dream, Harry finds himself flying on the back of an eagle owl. The sky around him is bright blue, and below him, a house covered in ivy comes into view, perched high on a hill. The owl swoops down toward a broken window in the house, and Harry is pulled inside, where he witnesses a chilling scene. Voldemort, Wormtail, and the giant snake, Nagini, are gathered in a dark, gloomy room. Voldemort's cold, high-pitched voice fills the room as he speaks to Wormtail, berating him for a mistake. Voldemort reveals that the error has been fixed, though the death of someone has corrected it. Wormtail, groveling at Voldemort's feet, is clearly terrified. Harry watches in horror as Voldemort casts the Cruciatus Curse on Wormtail, causing him to writhe in agony. The pain in Harry's scar mirrors Wormtail's screams, and Harry realizes that this is not just a dream, it is a vision of Voldemort's plans. The pain in Harry's scar becomes unbearable, and he wakes with a jolt. He finds himself lying on the floor of the divination classroom, clutching his scar and surrounded by concerned classmates. His mind races as he tries to make sense of what he just saw. Professor Trelawney, sensing that Harry has experienced something significant, eagerly presses him for details, but Harry is in no mood to humor her. He brushes off her questions and insists that he needs to go to the hospital wing, though he has no intention of actually going there. Instead, Harry remembers Sirius's advice: if his scar hurts again, he should go straight to Dumbledore. Determined to follow that advice, Harry leaves the classroom and heads directly for Dumbledore's office. His mind is still reeling from the vision, Voldemort's anger, the mention of death, the danger closing in on him. It all feels too real. Harry knows now, without a doubt, that Voldemort is gaining strength and the threat is closer than ever. When Harry reaches Dumbledore's office, he realizes he doesn't know the password to get in. Frustrated, he begins guessing, calling out names of various suites until finally, Cockroach Cluster works. The stone gargoyle shifts aside, allowing Harry to enter. As he ascends the spiral staircase, he overhears a conversation from inside Dumbledore's office. Dumbledore, Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge, and Professor Moody are discussing Barty Crouch's disappearance. Fudge, always the politician, seems determined to downplay the seriousness of the situation, suggesting that Crouch might have gone mad. But Dumbledore, ever cautious, is convinced that something far more dangerous is at play. All of a sudden, Moody asks to wrap up the discussion, to which Fudge agrees, thinking they can take this conversation outside on Hogwarts grounds. However, Moody corrects him, stating that it is because Harry is right outside the door. Harry's vision in Professor Trelawney's class and the segment with his scar hurting after he wakes up is removed in the movie. The dialogue in Dumbledore's office regarding giant prejudice is also not shown. In addition, since a lot of the dialogues containing lore were cut off in the movie, the production team briefed Radcliffe on the intricate plot points that don't always make it to the screen, like the importance of Harry's dreams and visions, to make his expression seem more genuine and less confused. Chapter 30. The Pensieve. Harry finds himself in Dumbledore's office, left alone after being instructed to wait while Dumbledore attends to matters outside the castle grounds with Cornelius Fudge and Mad-Eye Moody. Although Harry has been in this office before, this visit feels different. The office exudes an air of serenity with its circular layout and various magical artifacts, yet Harry finds it oddly comforting despite the turmoil in his thoughts. The walls are adorned with portraits of previous headmasters and headmistresses, all fast asleep in their frames. Their slow, rhythmic breathing adds a sense of calm to the atmosphere, contrasting sharply with the unease stirring within Harry. While Harry sits waiting in Dumbledore's office, his eyes wander across the room, absorbing the familiar sights. His gaze is drawn to the sorting hat perched on a high shelf. The sight evokes memories of his very first day at Hogwarts when the hat placed him in Gryffindor House, validating his bravery and determination. In many ways, the hat symbolizes Harry's identity as a young wizard ready to face danger and uncertainty head-on. Next to the hat lies the sword of Godric Gryffindor, encased in glass. This sword holds personal significance for Harry. It is the very blade he used during his second year to slay the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. The sword serves as a powerful reminder of his courage, illustrating that even when faced with overwhelming odds, he possesses the strength to triumph with bravery and resolve. Despite the comforting reminders of past victories, Harry is troubled by the recent events surrounding him. His scar continues to twinge intermittently, a sign that Voldemort's presence is becoming more imminent. He knows he must tell Dumbledore about his unsettling dream, but for now he remains seated, his mind racing with questions. As Harry scans the room, he notices a strange silvery light emanating from a cabinet left slightly ajar. The captivating light shimmers enticingly, drawing Harry closer as if it beckons him to investigate. Without fully realizing it, he rises from his seat and approaches the mysterious cabinet. Inside, Harry discovers a shallow stone basin filled with a swirling silvery substance that defies categorization as either liquid or gas. The contents move and shimmer in a way that captivates his attention, but they also seem to possess a life of their own. Compelled to understand this enchanting substance, Harry feels an urge to touch it. However, the lessons learned from years of navigating the magical world instill a sense of caution within him. Rather than plunging his hand into the swirling surface, he chooses to use his wand to prod it gently. In response, the basin creates an unfamiliar scene before him, an enormous room he has not seen before. Determined to take a closer look, Harry bends down further into the basin, so much so that the tip of his nose touches the swirling liquid. Almost immediately, the surface begins to whirl more rapidly, and before Harry can fully process what is happening, he is drawn headfirst into the basin. The sensation is akin to falling into a cold, dark void, disorienting him as if he is being sucked into a whirlpool. When Harry's vision finally clears, he finds himself in an entirely different location, transported into a large, dimly lit dungeon. The space is circular, with imposing stone walls and rows of benches arranged like a courtroom gallery. The oppressive atmosphere weighs heavily on him, and Harry quickly realizes that he has been pulled into a memory, one belonging to Dumbledore. The people gathered in the room cannot see or hear him. He is merely an observer of the unfolding events. As he surveys the scene, he notices that the room is filled with witches and wizards dressed in formal robes, all of whom are gathered to witness a trial. At the center of the chamber, a large chair is chained, signaling that whoever occupies it is there against their will. The first individual to be brought into the room is Igor Karkaroff, Durmstrang Institute headmaster and a former Death Eater. However, in this memory, Karkaroff appears younger and far more terrified than the man Harry has encountered during the Triwizard tournament. He is flanked by two Dementors, whose chilling presence sends a shiver down Harry's spine. The sight of the Dementors invokes dread in Harry, reminding him of his own harrowing encounters with them during his third year at Hogwarts. Although he understands he is witnessing a memory, the icy aura of the Dementors feels palpably real, evoking memories of fear and despair that they represent. Karkaroff is forced into the chair, and the chains rattle ominously as they snap shut around his arms. The fear radiating from him is palpable as he attempts to negotiate his freedom. Presiding over the trial is Bartemius Crouch Sr. Crouch's reputation as an unyielding enforcer of justice precedes him, and his cold demeanor during the trial reveals his lack of compassion. He listens as Karkaroff, trembling, pleads for leniency and offers to provide names of other Death Eaters in exchange for his freedom. Karkaroff's desperation becomes apparent as he starts naming names, hoping to save himself by implicating his former comrades. He mentions Antonin Dolohov and Evan Rosier, both notorious for their allegiance to Voldemort. However, Crouch shows little interest as Dolohov and Rosier have already either been captured or eliminated. Each name Karkaroff offers is met with disappointment, and Harry can sense the rising panic in Karkaroff's voice as he realizes his information holds little value. In a final, desperate act, Karkaroff accuses Severus Snape of being a Death Eater. This shocking revelation sends shockwaves through Harry, who already harbors deep mistrust towards Snape. The accusation reinforces Harry's suspicions, aligning with the antagonistic relationship he has always maintained with the potion's master. But before the court can react to Karkaroff's claim, Dumbledore stands and defends Snape. Dumbledore explains that Snape, although a Death Eater in the past, switched allegiances before Voldemort's downfall and became a crucial spy for the Order of the Phoenix, risking his life in the process. Dumbledore's testimony successfully clears Snape's name, but Harry is left feeling conflicted. The knowledge that Snape was once loyal to Voldemort raises new questions about his character. Snape's past as a Death Eater complicates his relationship with Harry, compelling Harry to grapple with the reality that people are not always who they appear to be. After Karkaroff's trial concludes, the memory shifts and Harry is transported into another trial, this one featuring Ludo Bagman, the former Quidditch star and head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports. Bagman's trial stands in stark contrast to Karkaroff's. While Karkaroff's trial is fraught with tension, Bagman's is almost lighthearted. Accused of providing information to Death Eaters, Bagman claims he did so unwittingly. His charm and charisma as a Quidditch player seem to sway the jury, allowing him to dodge serious consequences. Bagman maintains a relaxed demeanor during the proceedings, even smiling and joking as the charges are presented against him. Despite the serious allegations, he is acquitted, much to Crouch Sr.'s evident frustration. Crouch believes that Bagman should face the consequences of his actions, but Bagman's popularity and charm allow him to escape punishment. One witch even stands up to congratulate Bagman for his exemplary performance at England's Quidditch match against Turkey, which only serves to infuriate Crouch Sr. Once again, the memory transitions, and Harry finds himself in a grim courtroom for the most disturbing trial yet. This trial involves 4 individuals charged with torturing Frank and Alice Longbottom, Neville's parents, into insanity with the Cruciatus Curse. Among the accused are Bellatrix Lestrange, a devoted follower of Voldemort, and a young man who is revealed to be Barty Crouch Jr., the son of Bartemius Crouch Sr. The tension in the courtroom is palpable as the weight of the accusations settles heavily on Harry's shoulders. Barty Crouch Jr., no more than a teenager, pleads for mercy. He cries out, declaring his innocence and begging not to be sent to Azkaban. His desperation is palpable, and Harry can sense the raw emotion emanating from Crouch Jr. as he tries to convince the court of his innocence. However, Bartemius Crouch Sr. remains unmoved by his son's pleas. The coldness with which Crouch delivers his verdict is chilling, leaving Harry to watch in horror as Crouch Jr. is condemned to a life in Azkaban without any sign of compassion from his father. The chains that bind him seem to reflect the weight of his family's legacy and the darkness that surrounds their name. In stark contrast to Crouch Jr.'s anguish, Bellatrix Lestrange exudes defiance throughout the trial. Her fervent loyalty to Voldemort shines through as she boldly proclaims her allegiance, vowing that the Dark Lord will rise again and reward those who remain faithful. Her fanatical devotion is unsettling, and her confidence in Voldemort's eventual return sends a chill down Harry's spine. For Harry, witnessing this trial is especially painful because of its connection to Neville Longbottom. As the events unfold, Harry realizes the profound impact Voldemort's actions have had on Neville's life. The trial sheds light on the tragic fate of Neville's parents, and Harry feels a surge of empathy for his friend, who has been carrying the burden of this tragedy in silence. When the accused are taken away, Barty Crouch Jr. continues to plead for his innocence. He calls out for his mother, eventually resorting to screaming at Crouch Sr., reminding him that he is his son. However, Crouch Sr. shows no compassion, coldly telling him that he is not his son. This causes Barty Crouch Jr.'s mother to faint, unable to handle the intensity of the situation. As the memory begins to fade, Harry is pulled back into Dumbledore's office by none other than Dumbledore himself. The comforting familiarity of the surroundings, contrasting sharply with the harrowing experiences he has just witnessed. Dumbledore calmly explains that the basin Harry interacts with is known as a Pensieve. This magical object is used by wizards to store and review their thoughts and memories, particularly when those thoughts become overwhelming. He adds that he often uses the Pensieve to make sense of complex situations and to identify connections that may otherwise remain obscured. At this point, Harry feels compelled to share the details of his recent dream involving Voldemort and Wormtail. Dumbledore listens intently, his expression grave as Harry recounts the disturbing imagery and emotions tied to the vision. He explains that Harry's scar serves as a conduit, reacting whenever Voldemort is nearby or experiencing intense emotions, particularly hatred. This bond, as Dumbledore elucidates, is both a gift and a curse. It enables Harry to gain insights into Voldemort's plans, yet it also places him in significant danger. Dumbledore also shares his concerns regarding the increasing number of disappearances linked to Voldemort's return. He mentions Bertha Jorkins, who vanished under mysterious circumstances in Albania, a location that Voldemort is rumored to have used as a hideout. Additionally, Dumbledore references Bartemius Crouch Sr., whose erratic behavior had raised alarms before he disappeared from Hogwarts. The headmaster suggests that these events are likely interconnected, although the Ministry of Magic remains reluctant to accept the reality of Voldemort's return. Then comes the topic of Severus Snape. Though Harry cannot find it in himself to voice out his concerns directly, Dumbledore assures him that Snape no longer supports Voldemort. When Harry asks why, Dumbledore does not answer. Instead, he tells Harry that it is only a matter between him and Snape. Before Harry departs Dumbledore's office, the headmaster advises him against discussing Neville's parents with anyone else. Dumbledore emphasizes that it is Neville's right to reveal his family's tragic history when he feels ready. Harry nods in agreement, profoundly moved by what he has witnessed in the Pensieve. The entire scene in the Pensieve, where Harry and Dumbledore watch Ludo Bagman be questioned, is removed. Dumbledore and Harry also do not discuss Neville Longbottom's past after their time in the Pensieve. Meanwhile, the Pensieve itself was intricately designed to appear both ancient and magical. Chapter 31, The Third Task. In an effort to process these thoughts, Harry shares his feelings with his closest friends, Ron and Hermione, in the Gryffindor common room. They stay up late discussing the implications of what Harry has seen in the Pensieve, particularly the ominous shadow of Voldemort's return looming over them. Dumbledore's grave warnings about the Dark Lord regaining power again hang over their conversation, creating an atmosphere thick with impending doom. Their conversation shifts to the topic of Rita Skeeter. Hermione, who harbors a particular disdain for Skeeter, recalls an earlier encounter with the journalist at the Three Broomsticks. During that encounter, Skeeter had dropped hints about knowing damaging secrets regarding Ludo Bagman, the head of magical games and sports, which would likely shock the wizarding community. Hermione now connects the dots, realizing that Skeeter was referring to Bagman's controversial trial for allegedly passing information to Death Eaters. Despite being acquitted, the near association casts a long shadow over Bagman's reputation. Hermione's mind works rapidly as she pieces together Skeeter's remarks. Winky the House Elf's warnings about Bagman being a bad wizard, and the suspicion that Mr. Crouch may have been aware of Bagman's past. While Hermione remains focused on Skeeter's unethical tactics, Ron interjects with his own theories about Madame Maxime. He speculates that her giant heritage might have implications concerning Mr. Crouch's mysterious disappearance. Hermione quickly counters his assertions, defending Maxime by explaining that admitting to her giant heritage would expose her to the same discrimination Hagrid faced when his lineage was revealed. Despite these distractions, the trio's primary focus is preparing Harry for the third and final task of the tournament, scheduled for June 24th. To aid Harry, Ron and Hermione devote their time to helping him practice essential defensive spells. Hermione, ever the diligent student, takes the lead in instructing Harry on various useful spells. Together, they practice the Impediment Curse, which will allow Harry to slow down any creatures or opponents that attempt to attack him. They also work on the Reductor Curse, which can blast solid objects out of his way, an invaluable skill if the maze is riddled with barriers. Additionally, Hermione introduces Harry to the 4-point spell, a charm that helps him maintain his sense of direction by ensuring his wand points north. Amid the flurry of activity, Harry receives daily letters from Sirius, his godfather, who shares his concerns for Harry's safety. In his correspondence, Sirius urges Harry to concentrate on the task at hand and not to be overly preoccupied with the larger events unfolding outside Hogwarts. He emphasizes that as long as Harry is under Dumbledore's protection, he is safe from Voldemort's direct threat. As the day of the third task approaches, the atmosphere at Hogwarts becomes charged with excitement and anticipation. Students buzz with speculation regarding how the champions, Harry, Cedric Diggory, Victor Crumb, and Fleur Delacour, will navigate the maze. The entire school is abuzz with enthusiasm, and the Triwizard tournament has fostered a sense of unity and friendly competition. For Harry, however, this excitement is laced with nerves. Despite feeling more prepared than he was for the previous tasks, the uncertainty of what awaits him in the maze still gnaws at his gut. Nevertheless, he finds solace in knowing that soon the tournament will conclude, and no matter the outcome, he will no longer bear the burden of being a Triwizard champion. On the morning of the third task, breakfast in the Great Hall is a lively affair. Students chatter eagerly about the upcoming event, and Harry receives a note from Sirius wishing him luck. However, the buoyant atmosphere quickly shifts when Hermione opens her copy of the Daily Prophet. To her shock and dismay, the front-page article, penned by Rita Skeeter, launches a vicious attack on Harry, boldly proclaiming, "Harry Potter, disturbed and dangerous." The article paints Harry as mentally unstable, suggesting that his participation in the tournament poses a risk to others. Skeeter's portrayal of Harry focuses on his ability to speak Parseltongue, a skill associated with dark magic, insinuating that Harry's behavior has grown increasingly erratic. The article even questions Harry's fitness to remain at Hogwarts, casting doubt on his ability to handle the pressures of the tournament. The article ignites a firestorm in the Great Hall, with students from Slytherin, led by Draco Malfoy, seizing the opportunity to mock Harry. Malfoy revels in the article's depiction of Harry as dangerous and unstable, taunting him mercilessly. Hermione, meanwhile, focuses on how Skeeter could have obtained such private information. She suspects Skeeter is employing some form of magical spying, possibly using a bugging device, but she is uncertain of the details. Determined to uncover the truth, Hermione abruptly leaves the table, heading for the library to investigate Skeeter's methods. Later that morning, Harry receives an unexpected visit from Mrs. Weasley and Bill Weasley, who have come to Hogwarts specifically to support him in the third task. Their arrival brings warmth and comfort to Harry, as the Weasleys have always been a source of family-like support in his life. The three spend the morning wandering the Hogwarts grounds, reminiscing about Bill's time at the school. They stroll past familiar landmarks, including the Beauxbatons carriage and the Durmstrang ship, and Mrs. Weasley marvels at the Whomping Willow, which had been planted after her own time at Hogwarts. Bill shares humorous anecdotes from his days at the school, creating a nostalgic atmosphere that envelops them. As the afternoon draws closer, the time for the third task looms nearer. The champions are instructed to gather in a chamber off the Great Hall, where they will have one last opportunity to meet with their families before the challenge begins. Harry especially feels the loss of his parents now, seeing the other champions with their family. Later on, as the champions prepare to head out to the maze, Ludo Bagman enters the chamber, his presence electrifying the air. He addresses them, reminding them of the rules and stakes involved. The first champion to reach the Triwizard Cup at the center of the maze will be declared the winner. He also emphasizes that if any of the champions were to encounter difficulties, casting red sparks with their wands would guarantee them help. Walking onto the Quidditch pitch, Harry is struck by the transformation that has taken place. The familiar field is now unrecognizable, shrouded in the towering dark hedges of the maze. The entrance looms before them like a mouth, ready to swallow them whole. As they approach the starting line, Harry feels the collective gaze of the crowd upon him, a mix of encouragement and expectation flooding his senses. Though he is filled with adrenaline, Harry also feels a sense of dread settling in his chest. Once inside the maze, Harry is immediately struck by a change in atmosphere. The air feels dense and an unsettling silence envelops him. The towering walls of the maze cast long shadows that dance in the dim light. He senses that he is being watched, and an instinctual fear grips him. Pausing for a moment to gather himself, Harry pulls out his wand and mutters the 4-point spell, ensuring he maintains his sense of direction. As he ventures deeper, the silence is abruptly shattered by the sound of rustling nearby. Gripping his wand tightly, Harry feels his heart race at the prospect of an impending threat. Suddenly, a boggart springs forth from the shadows, morphing into a Dementor. Conjuring his happiest memory, the moment he learned he was a wizard, he raises his wand, shouting, "Expecto Patronum." A brilliant silver stag erupts from his wand, charging toward the Dementor. The sight of his Patronus fills him with determination, and he watches in relief as the Dementor falters and retreats, dispelled by the powerful magic. After the boggart encounter, Harry resumes his journey through the maze, facing a series of obstacles. A wall of thorns that he blasts away using the Reductor Curse, a path that shifts beneath him to confuse his sense of direction, and a peculiar golden mist swirling ominously ahead. Curiosity mixed with caution drives Harry toward the mist, and he ponders whether it is an enchantment or something more sinister. Just as he begins to contemplate his next move, a distant scream echoes through the maze, sending chills down his spine. He assumes it is Fleur, so he calls out for her, but there is no response in return. The urgency to help pushes Harry into action, and he quickens his pace, knowing he cannot abandon anyone in need. As he runs toward the source of the sound, the golden mist swirls ominously larger before him. Suddenly, Harry is pulled into the mist. The world around him shifts violently, turning upside down, and he feels as if he is suspended in a topsy-turvy realm. Panic grips him as he realizes he is hanging from the ground, the familiar laws of gravity reversed. To free himself from this enchantment, Harry focuses his thoughts, recalling that the spells he has practiced may not counter this peculiar situation. He remembers Dumbledore's advice about the necessity of remaining calm and trusting his abilities. Summoning his courage, Harry strives to pull his leg free from the grasp of this disorienting force. Just as he does, the world rights itself, and he lands back on solid ground. Regaining his composure, Harry resumes his pursuit. The maze twists ahead, and he takes a right turn, navigating cautiously. As he moves deeper, the shadows grow darker and the atmosphere thickens with tension. After what feels like an eternity of navigating the labyrinth, Harry finally faces another obstacle, a massive blast-ended Scroot. The creature looms large, its armored body and menacing stinger poised for attack. Harry's heart races as he raises his wand and casts the Stupefy spell, but the spell harmlessly ricochets off the Scroot's thick armor, eliciting a snarl of frustration from the creature. It charges at him, and Harry barely dodges its fiery blast. Realizing that conventional spells might not suffice, he shifts tactics and decides to use the Impediment Curse instead. This time, the spell lands true, freezing the Scroot momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Harry bolts past the immobilized creature, aware that it will recover swiftly. As Harry pushes through, he suddenly hears a commotion nearby. The sound of struggle draws his attention, and a sense of urgency compels him to investigate. Rushing forward, he rounds a corner and is met with a shocking sight. Victor Krum is using the Cruciatus Curse on Cedric Diggory. Cedric lies on the ground, writhing in pain, unable to defend himself against the onslaught. The horror of the moment sends chills down Harry's spine as he struggles to comprehend how Krum, once a respected competitor, has turned to such dark magic. Without a second thought, Harry raises his wand and casts the Stupefy spell. It hurtles towards Krum, catching him off guard and breaking his focus. Krum stumbles backward, the curse he is casting dissipating as he is momentarily stunned. With a fierce determination, Harry rushes to Cedric's side, quickly checking to see if he is okay. Despite the pain etched on Cedric's face, there is a flicker of relief as he meets Harry's gaze. They reflect on how they had not expected Krum to turn on them like this. After Cedric casts red sparks to alert the judges regarding Krum's location, the two boys go their separate ways, with Cedric turning right and Harry taking the left path. Eventually, after solving a riddle posed by a sphinx, Harry catches sight of the Triwizard Cup. It glistens under the soft light, adorned with intricate designs that reflect their shared triumph. With a surge of excitement, Harry glances at Cedric, who has caught up and now wears an expression of determination. Together, they sprint toward the cup, adrenaline propelling them forward as they draw closer. The anticipation of winning the tournament fuels their resolve, and the prospect of being declared champions fills them with exhilaration. However, as they near the cup, an ominous shadow looms over them, suddenly interrupting their moment of victory. Before they can react, a massive spider emerges from the underbrush, its eyes glinting with malice. Harry calls out to Cedric just in time so the other boy can dodge the creature's attack. Harry raises his wand, ready to defend himself, but Stupefy and Expelliarmus seem ineffective against the massive creature. An intense fight ensues, with each boy's spell proving useless against such a huge opponent. In a moment of quick thinking, Harry targets the creature's underbelly with a Reductor Curse, and it stumbles backward, dropping Harry in the process. Alongside Cedric's spell, they manage to defeat it together. However, knowing that he is too injured to get to the cup, Harry urges Cedric to take it instead. However, Cedric refuses, noting that Harry has helped him during the first task and he has even saved his life twice, one from Krum's attack and the other from the spider's ambush. The two boys argue about who gets to take it until Harry suggests that they take the cup together. Cedric agrees and helps Harry to the cup, where they each grab a handle. However, the moment their fingers touch its surface, the world around them shifts once again, and they find themselves transported to a dark, chilling graveyard, far from the grounds of Hogwarts. The detailed scenes regarding Harry's preparation for the third task are omitted from the film, as is the sentimental moment when Mrs. Weasley and Bill come to spend time with Harry. The book also includes Harry's struggles in the maze, such as with the boggart and sphinx, but the film only shows him struggling to wade through the maze, and none of these creatures are shown. Chapter 32: Flesh, Blood, and Bone. Harry feels his feet slam into the ground, his injured leg giving way beneath him as he releases the Triwizard cup. Disoriented and in pain, he pulls himself up with Cedric's help. Both boys realize they are no longer on the familiar Hogwarts grounds. The surrounding mountains have vanished, replaced by a dark, eerie graveyard filled with overgrown grass, a distant outline of a small church, and the looming presence of a large yew tree. The atmosphere is unsettling, and both young wizards feel the weight of the eerie silence pressing in on them. Confusion and unease envelop them as Harry wonders if this is part of the Triwizard Tournament task. Cedric shares his uncertainty, and together they pull out their wands, bracing for whatever may come next. Their instincts tell them they are not alone. As they scan the graveyard, a small, hunched figure emerges from the shadows, cloaked and obscured, clutching what appears to be a bundle in its arms. Suddenly, Harry's scar erupts in excruciating pain, sharper than he has ever felt. The intensity overwhelms him, and he collapses to the ground, clutching his head, his wand slipping from his fingers. The agony clouds his mind, and through the haze, he hears a cold, high-pitched voice uttering the command, "Kill the spare." A swishing sound follows, and a flash of green light fills his vision. A voice shouts, "Avada Kedavra," and Cedric falls beside him, lifeless. The shock of Cedric's death crashes over Harry like a tidal wave, leaving him frozen as he stares at his friend's lifeless body, realizing the grim reality of what has just occurred. Wormtail, the cloaked figure, reveals himself as he quickly binds Harry tightly to a headstone marked with the name Tom Riddle. Harry struggles against the bonds, but it's futile. Wormtail's trembling hands work frantically, ensuring Harry cannot move. In a desperate attempt to silence him, Wormtail gags Harry with a piece of black cloth. As he is forced to watch, the bundle begins to stir, and fear grips Harry as he dreads what it might contain. The pain in his scar intensifies when a gigantic snake slithers past him, circling the headstone. Wormtail drags a large stone cauldron into view, lighting a fire beneath it, causing the liquid inside to bubble and spark. Harry watches in horror as the liquid glows with energy. The cold voice urges Wormtail to hurry, and Harry realizes something terrible is about to be revealed. Wormtail carefully unwraps the bundle, revealing a grotesque figure resembling a deformed child with a scaly, hairless body and snake-like face. This horrifying being is Voldemort in his weakened form. Wormtail lifts the creature and lowers it into the cauldron. The thud of its frail body hitting the bottom resonates with Harry's silent prayer for it to drown, but he knows the dark ritual is far from over. Wormtail begins the incantation, trembling as he calls for the bone of the father. The ground cracks open, and fine dust rises from the grave, falling into the cauldron, which hisses and turns a poisonous blue. Wormtail pulls out a silver dagger, his voice breaking as he recites the next part. Flesh of the servant, willingly given. Horror washes over Harry as Wormtail cuts off his own hand, screaming in agony as it falls into the cauldron, which turns a deep red, casting an eerie glow. With a pale face, Wormtail continues the ritual, raising the dagger again to cut into Harry's arm. Pain shoots through him as his blood drips into a vial, and Wormtail pours it into the cauldron, completing the dark ritual. The potion turns blinding white, and, for a fleeting moment, Harry hopes something has gone wrong. But the steam rises, shattering his hopes. A tall, skeletal figure emerges, and Harry realizes Voldemort is fully restored, his skull-like face and scarlet eyes more terrifying in person. Wormtail, trembling with fear, obeys Voldemort's command to robe him. Harry, bound and helpless, could only watch as the dark wizard who has continuously haunted his life now stands before him. Cedric is killed instantly after the cup transports him and Harry in the book. In the movie, however, Cedric gets more screen time and even sees Peter before he gets killed. In addition, Voldemort's snake-like nose as it appears in the movie was not a prosthetic but was digitally removed in post-production. Chapter 33, The Death Eaters. Voldemort fully regains his body, reveling in the sensations that come with his restored form. His long white fingers glide over his body, chest, and face, pale like spiders weaving through the air. His red eyes, with their slitted pupils reminiscent of a snake, glow with intense malice as he flexes his fingers, absorbed in the joy of his return. Ignoring Wormtail, who writhes on the ground in agony, bleeding profusely from the hand he sacrificed, Voldemort's focus narrows entirely to himself and his newfound strength. The great snake, Nagini, slithers back into view, circling Harry while hissing threateningly, but Voldemort remains unfazed by the chaos surrounding him. Instead, he gently caresses his wand, an object of immense power that he has just retrieved from his robes. Wormtail, desperate for recognition, whimpers and begs for his master's attention, his blood-soaked arm a testament to his sacrifice. Voldemort addresses him with cold indifference, dismissing his pleas as he commands Wormtail to extend his left arm. This reveals the dark mark ingrained on Wormtail's skin, the infamous tattoo of a skull with a snake protruding from its mouth. Pressing his long white finger against the mark, Voldemort activates it, sending a painful signal to his loyal followers. Wormtail howls in agony as the mark turns black, but Voldemort's interest lies in the response this will elicit from the wider wizarding world. With cruel satisfaction, he contemplates how many of his Death Eaters will be brave enough to answer the call and how many will cower in fear, reluctant to return to his side. As Voldemort paces around the graveyard, his attention flickers momentarily to Harry, who remains bound to the headstone of Voldemort's late Muggle father, Tom Riddle Sr. Voldemort mockingly recounts his family history, relishing in the murder of his father. He explains how his father, a Muggle, abandoned his mother upon discovering her witch status, fleeing to his Muggle parents and unwittingly sealing his own fate. Voldemort describes his mother's heartbreak and death during childbirth, leaving him to grow up in a Muggle orphanage. In this moment, he feels no sadness, only vindication for the revenge he exacted upon his father, the man who gave him his name, Tom Riddle. The Dark Wizard feels pride in having killed his father, using his bones as part of the dark ritual that restored his own body. The silence of the graveyard shatters as Voldemort's loyal followers, the Death Eaters, begin to apparate around him. Cloaked and masked, they approach cautiously, clearly shocked to see their master restored to his former glory. They kneel before him, kissing the hem of his robes in submission. One by one, they form a circle around Voldemort, Harry, and Wormtail, yet gaps remain for those who have not yet returned or who are imprisoned in Azkaban. Voldemort surveys the assembled Death Eaters with a mix of pride and scorn, welcoming them back after 13 years of absence. He questions their loyalty, accusing them of abandoning him during his time of need, reminding them of their failure to come to his aid when he was vulnerable. Voldemort's voice, though soft, is cutting as he reminds the Death Eaters of their failure. Some tremble visibly under his scrutiny, and a shiver runs through the group as he speaks of their guilt and betrayal. The atmosphere thickens with tension as Voldemort reflects on how they slipped back into the wizarding world, hiding among their enemies, pleading ignorance to avoid punishment. Knowing they feared him, lost forever, he cannot forgive their lack of faith in his return. One Death Eater, Avery, breaks down, throwing himself at Voldemort's feet and begging for forgiveness. Voldemort responds with a high, cruel laugh, using the Cruciatus curse to torture Avery as he writhes in agony on the ground. Harry, watching from his place at the headstone, silently wishes for someone, anyone, to come and stop this madness, but his hopes remain unanswered. Voldemort lifts the curse, leaving Avery gasping in pain. He mocks Avery's plea for forgiveness, insisting that 13 years of abandonment cannot be so easily absolved. Turning his attention back to Wormtail, Voldemort acknowledges that while Wormtail did not return out of loyalty, fear of his old friends drove him back to his master. He reflects on the price Wormtail has paid for his actions, including the loss of his hand, but notes that Wormtail helped restore him to life. A debt Voldemort cannot ignore. In a rare moment of generosity, he rewards Wormtail by conjuring a silver hand to replace the one he sacrificed. The new hand glistens with power, and Wormtail, overwhelmed with gratitude, flexes the fingers and falls to his knees, kissing Voldemort's robes once more while swearing eternal loyalty. Voldemort continues addressing the gathered Death Eaters, turning to Lucius Malfoy, one of his most trusted followers. He acknowledges Malfoy's ability to maintain a facade of respectability in the wizarding world, but reprimands him for failing to seek out his master during his time of need. Voldemort mentions the events at the Quidditch World Cup, noting that while Malfoy participated in the chaos, he did not utilize his resources to find and aid Voldemort. Malfoy, attempting to defend himself, nervously assures Voldemort of his continued loyalty, but Voldemort remains skeptical. As the Dark Lord surveys the rest of the circle, he points out the absence of the Lestrangers, who are still imprisoned in Azkaban. Unlike the others, Voldemort holds them in high regard for their unwavering loyalty. He promises that when the time comes to break Azkaban open, the Lestrangers will be honored for their service. Voldemort also envisions the Dementors joining his ranks alongside other creatures that instill fear in the hearts of wizards. As he walks among the Death Eaters, he acknowledges others by name, including McNair, Crabbe, and Goyle, all of whom pledge their renewed loyalty. He makes it clear that he expects better service from them in the future, warning them that failure will not be tolerated. Voldemort then draws attention to 6 missing Death Eaters, explaining that 3 are dead, 1 too cowardly to return, another has left him forever and will be killed, and the last is his most faithful servant currently at Hogwarts. This revelation shocks the Death Eaters as Voldemort discloses that it was through this servant's efforts that Harry was brought to the graveyard. Harry's presence at Voldemort's resurrection is no coincidence. It is the result of careful planning, with Voldemort manipulating the Triwizard tournament to ensure Harry's capture. Voldemort believes that using Harry's blood in the ritual will grant him additional power, including protection from the ancient magic that Harry's mother left on him through her sacrifice. Voldemort recounts the steps that led to his return, explaining how he survived after his failed attempt to kill Harry as a baby. He speaks of the torment he endured, existing as less than a ghost, unable to perform magic without a body. He recalls possessing animals, particularly snakes, to survive. But these hosts were ill-suited for his needs and died quickly due to their inability to handle magic. For years, he waited for one of his followers to find him and restore his strength, but none came. It wasn't until Wormtail, fleeing from his former friends, sought him out that his return became possible. Wormtail's encounter with Bertha Jorkins, a witch from the Ministry of Magic, proves to be a stroke of luck for Voldemort. Bertha, who possesses valuable information about the Triwizard tournament, is captured by Wormtail and brought to Voldemort. Using powerful dark magic, Voldemort breaks the memory charm placed on her and extracts the necessary information to set his plan in motion. However, the process leaves Bertha's mind and body damaged beyond repair, and Voldemort discards her once she has served her purpose. Voldemort's meticulous plan to use Harry's blood as the key to his resurrection underscores his malevolence. He explains that by using Harry's blood, he will not only regain his body, but also gain the same protection that once kept him from touching Harry. This belief, in his mind, makes him more powerful than ever. He mocks Harry, who has remained bound and helpless throughout this ordeal, reminding him that the protections that once saved his life are now worthless. In a final act of cruelty, Voldemort unleashes the Cruciatus Curse on Harry, inflicting unimaginable pain as the Death Eaters laugh at his suffering. Harry writhes in agony, his scar burning intensely, nearly driving him to unconsciousness. Voldemort eventually lifts the curse, leaving Harry weak and barely conscious. He then taunts Harry further, declaring that he will prove his power by killing him in front of his followers. However, he plans to give Harry a chance to fight, fully aware that Harry stands no chance against him. With that, Voldemort orders Wormtail to give Harry his wand. In the film, Voldemort mainly focuses on Lucius Malfoy after the Death Eaters appear, and a lot of the dialogue between him and his other servants is removed. Chapter 34, Priori Incantatem. Wormtail approaches Harry, still reeling from the loss of his hand, and cuts him free from the gravestone with his new silver hand. Though Harry is now physically unbound, he remains surrounded by the Death Eaters, effectively trapping him in place. His injured leg trembles as he struggles to stand, making any thought of escape impossible. With his snake-like features and cold, red eyes, Voldemort takes his time, relishing the moment. He taunts Harry with mock politeness, insisting they adhere to the old traditions of wizard dueling. Voldemort demands that Harry bows to him, but Harry, determined to resist, refuses. This causes the Dark Lord to use magic to force Harry's spine to bend, making him bow against his will. The Death Eaters laugh, finding amusement in Voldemort's display of dominance. At the same time, Harry seethes with frustration, aware that he is being toyed with. Voldemort continues to mock Harry, suggesting that their duel will be a mere formality, as no one is left to protect him this time. Remembering the lessons from the dueling club at Hogwarts, Harry knows only one spell that might help him, Expelliarmus, but realizes how inadequate it seems against a wizard as powerful as Voldemort. The duel begins in earnest when Voldemort casts the Cruciatus Curse on Harry, inflicting excruciating pain that feels like white-hot knives stabbing every inch of his body. The intensity of the agony is overwhelming, and Harry screams, his body convulsing as the pain consumes him. The torture seems to last an eternity, but eventually Voldemort relents, allowing Harry a brief respite. Shaking uncontrollably, Harry tries to regain his footing. Still, the Death Eaters shove him back toward Voldemort, forcing him to remain in the circle's center. After enjoying Harry's torment, Voldemort asks if Harry would like to experience the curse again, but Harry refuses to beg or plead. Instead, he remains defiant, and determined not to give Voldemort the satisfaction of seeing him break. In response to Harry's stubbornness, Voldemort casts the Imperious Curse, attempting to force Harry to obey. The curse creates a blissful, dreamlike state in Harry's mind, tempting him to surrender and say no to avoid further pain. But deep within, Harry's will to resist remains strong, and he fights against the curse. A voice in his head encourages him not to give in, and with great effort, Harry breaks free with all his strength. Voldemort visibly bristles at Harry's resistance, and the Death Eaters, who had been laughing earlier, fall silent. The tension in the air thickens as Voldemort prepares to strike again. This time, however, Harry is ready. When Voldemort raises his wand, Harry uses his Quidditch-honed reflexes to dive behind the gravestone of Voldemort's father, narrowly avoiding another deadly curse. Voldemort's voice echoes through the graveyard, taunting Harry that there is no point in hiding, promising a swift death if he surrenders. But Harry, fueled by fear and determination, refuses to die cowering behind a gravestone. Summoning every ounce of courage, Harry stands and faces Voldemort head-on, gripping his wand tightly, ready to cast the only spell he knows might offer some defense. As Voldemort prepares to strike, Harry shouts Expelliarmus, just as Voldemort casts Avada Kedavra. The two spells collide in midair, creating an astonishing reaction. A thin beam of golden light connects their wands, and Harry's wand vibrates violently. An electric current surges through him, and he cannot let go despite the intense pressure in his hand. To Harry's surprise, he and Voldemort are lifted off the ground, hovering in midair as the beam of light intensifies. They glide through the air, moving away from the tombstone and resting on a patch of ground free of graves. The Death Eaters, shocked and confused by this unexpected turn of events, begin to close in on the duelers. Some draw their wands, ready to intervene, but an equally shocked Voldemort commands them to stand down. The connection between their wands causes an extraordinary phenomenon. A golden, dome-shaped web of light surrounds Harry and Voldemort, encasing them in a magical cage. The Death Eaters are now outside this dome, their voices muffled as they watch in disbelief. Inside the dome, the tension builds between Harry and Voldemort's wands. Harry struggles to maintain his grip as the beam of light changes, with beads of energy moving along the golden thread, threatening to overwhelm him. With tremendous effort, Harry focuses all his willpower on pushing the beads of light back toward Voldemort. His wand feels as though it will shatter under the strain, but he manages to reverse the direction of the beads, forcing them toward Voldemort's wand. For the first time, Voldemort looks genuinely alarmed as the beads of light draw closer. The first bead connects with Voldemort's wand, causing it to emit echoing screams. A ghostly hand, an eerie reminder of the hand Voldemort created for Wormtail, emerges from the wand, followed by more strange manifestations. To Harry's shock, the next figure to emerge from Voldemort's wand is Cedric Diggory. Cedric's ghostly form steps out, appearing solid and real despite the bizarre circumstances. He urges Harry to hold on, offering words of encouragement. Stunned by Cedric's appearance, Harry remains determined to see the duel through. Next, the spirit of the old man that Harry had only seen in a dream, Frank Bryce, emerges from the wand, his ghost offering Harry support. Frank tells him to keep fighting. Following Frank, the ghostly figure of Bertha Jorkins appears, her wide eyes taking in the scene, encouraging Harry not to give up. More of Voldemort's victims begin to emerge, filling up the dome that surrounds Harry and Voldemort. Eventually, Harry's parents, Lily and James Potter, emerge from Voldemort's wand. With her long hair and kind face, Lily reassures Harry to hold on just a little longer. James, looking much like Harry himself, speaks quietly, advising him to be ready to act when the connection between the wands breaks. He tells Harry they will give him time to escape and that he must make his way to the Triwizard Cup, which remains a Portkey. The appearance of his parents invigorates Harry, providing him with the strength to continue fighting. Despite the overwhelming pressure on his wand, he waits for the right moment. Cedric's ghost makes one final request, asking Harry to return his body to his parents. Though struggling to maintain his grip, Harry promises to do so. At last, Harry summons all his strength, breaking the connection between the wands. The golden dome of light disappears and the phoenix song that had filled the air fades away. However, the spirits of Voldemort's victims do not vanish immediately. They close in on Voldemort, creating a barrier between him and Harry, providing Harry with the cover he needs to escape. Harry runs as fast as he can through the graveyard with the spirits shielding him. He dodges curses and leaps over tombstones, rapidly approaching Cedric's body and the Triwizard Cup. The Death Eaters realize what is happening and begin firing curses at him, but Harry zigzags through the cemetery, avoiding the blasts of magic. He reaches Cedric's body and, with no time to think, casts Accio to summon the Triwizard Cup. The last thing Harry can hear is Voldemort's scream of fury as he feels the familiar jerk behind his navel, signaling that the Portkey is taking him back to Hogwarts. In the book, the Priori Incantatem effect is thoroughly detailed with a golden web surrounding Harry and Voldemort, along with a phoenix song that provides Harry with hope and strength. The film does not recreate the description, simply trapping Voldemort and Harry in a semi-transparent dome. In addition, Frank Bryce and Bertha Jorkins do not appear from the wand. Only Cedric Diggory and Harry's parents appear. Chapter 35, Veritaserum. Harry crashes back to the ground after the Portkey transports him from the graveyard. Disoriented and overwhelmed, he finds himself pressed against the damp grass, the scent of earth filling his nostrils. His entire body aches and his mind reels from the shock of what has just transpired. Despite the confusion and pain, Harry grips tightly onto two things: the cold, smooth handle of the Triwizard Cup and Cedric Diggory's lifeless body. Both serve as painful reminders of the horror he has just witnessed, and he clings to them as if they are the only things anchoring him to reality. The darkness clouding the edges of his vision threatens to consume him, and his scar burns on his forehead, a dull, constant ache. As Harry lies still, engulfed in exhaustion and trauma, the world around him feels distant and surreal. Voices, footsteps, and screams flood his senses, but he struggles to process them. Suddenly, a pair of rough hands grabs him and turns him over, forcing Harry to open his eyes. He stares at the starry sky, with Dumbledore crouching above him, concern etched across his face. Dark, blurry shapes of people press in around them, their footsteps reverberating through the ground beneath Harry's head. It dawns on him that he has returned to the edge of the maze, the very place where his life changed so drastically in such a short time. Despite the pain and confusion, Harry's first instinct is to cling even tighter to Cedric's body. He does not want to let go, knowing he must hold on, for Cedric's sake and his promise to bring Cedric back. Harry's head pounds and his vision blurs, but he raises his free hand to grasp Dumbledore's wrist, whispering with great difficulty that Voldemort is back. The gravity of his words grips Dumbledore immediately. Cornelius Fudge soon appears, his face pale and horror-stricken as he stares down at Cedric's body. The words "Diggory's dead" ripple through the crowd, sending waves of shock and disbelief as people repeat the phrase. Gasps of grief, disbelief, and hysteria fill the night air, and the chaos around Harry grows louder and more suffocating. Despite it all, he holds on to Cedric, unwilling to release him. Dumbledore, always calm in crisis, gently urges Harry to let go, reminding him that he cannot help Cedric anymore. The reality of Cedric's death settles in, a weight too heavy to bear. Still, Dumbledore's firm but compassionate words eventually convince Harry to release Cedric's body. With surprising strength, Dumbledore lifts Harry to his feet, but Harry sways immediately. His head feels like it might explode from the pain, and his injured leg can barely support him. The world tilts, and Harry struggles to remain upright as the crowd surges around them, jostling in their attempts to get closer. The cacophony of the crowd, the shouting, the gasps, the sobs, fades in and out of Harry's awareness. He can hear Fudge mentioning Cedric's parents in the stands, becoming dimly aware of Amos Diggory rushing toward them, overtaken by grief. Suddenly, he feels someone much larger than himself grab him, half carrying him through the throng of people. The man supporting Harry pushes through the crowd with determination, guiding him away from the chaos and toward the castle. As they cross the lawn, past the lake and the Durmstrang ship, the only sounds that register are the labored breaths of the man helping him walk and the clunking sound of his wooden leg on the stone steps. Slowly, Harry realizes it is Mad-Eye Moody who is assisting him. Moody, always vigilant and intense, questions Harry in a low voice about what happened. Struggling to maintain consciousness, Harry answers as best as possible, describing the Portkey, the graveyard, and Voldemort. His words come out fragmented, but the gravity of the situation seeps into every sentence. Moody listens intently as Harry explains how Cedric was killed and how Voldemort used a potion to restore his body. When they finally reach Moody's office, Harry's legs can barely support him, and he collapses into a chair. Moody, always practical, presses a drink into Harry's hands, insisting it will help. The peppery liquid burns Harry's throat, but clears his mind, allowing him to recount more events. His scar pain lessens, and his thoughts sharpen, as he explains that Voldemort took his blood for the ritual. Moody's response is a low hiss, his magical eye locked onto Harry. The conversation shifts to the Death Eaters, and Moody's questions grow more intense, asking how Voldemort treated them and whether he forgave them. It is then that a crucial realization dawns on Harry. There is a Death Eater at Hogwarts who ensured his name was entered into the Goblet of Fire and manipulated events to reach the tournament's final task. Harry tries to stand, desperate to tell Dumbledore, but Moody pushes him back into the chair before he can act. The revelation shakes Harry to his core. Moody reveals that he already knows who the Death Eater is, and it is him. What follows is a chilling confession. Moody explains that he, not Karkaroff or anyone else, was responsible for putting Harry's name in the Goblet of Fire. He details how he manipulated events throughout the school year to ensure Harry reached the final task. He nudged Hagrid into showing Harry the dragons. He provided Cedric with the hint about the egg's clue, knowing Cedric would pass it on to Harry. His voice grows manic as he boasts about guiding Harry through the tasks, ensuring he would have the best chance of winning. Moody even admits to eliminating obstacles along the way, including stunning Fleur Delacour and placing Victor Crumb under the Imperious Curse to remove competition. As Moody continues, Harry's disbelief mounts. This man, the famed Auror who fought against dark wizards, who had been Dumbledore's trusted ally, now reveals himself as one of Voldemort's most loyal followers. The shock of the confession leaves Harry reeling, unable to comprehend how everything had gone so wrong. Moody's voice takes on a dangerous edge as he describes his plan to deliver Harry to Voldemort, the very thing Voldemort needed to return to power. He speaks with a fervor bordering on madness, his magical eye fixed on Harry as he raises his wand to finish what he started. But before he can cast the curse, the door to his office explodes with a blast of red light. Moody is thrown backward and Harry looks up to see Dumbledore, Snape and McGonagall standing in the doorway, wands drawn. Dumbledore's face, filled with cold fury, is unlike anything Harry has ever witnessed. At this moment, Harry understands why Dumbledore is the only wizard Voldemort ever feared. The power and anger radiating from him are palpable, and the air feels charged with tension. Dumbledore's sharp mind pieces together the truth. He explains that this was never the real Alastor Moody. He then retrieves a set of keys from Moody's robes before ordering Snape to fetch Veritaserum, the strongest truth potion, and Winky from the kitchen. He sends McGonagall to bring the large black dog, which is Sirius Black in disguise, waiting at Hagrid's, and to take it to his office. The two leave immediately without question, and Dumbledore explains that the imposter has been using Polyjuice Potion to maintain the disguise, stealing the real Moody's hair throughout the year. The imposter kept the real Moody close to continue stealing his hair and maintain the transformation. As Harry watches, Dumbledore unlocks a mysterious trunk in the office. With each key, the trunk reveals various contents until at last Dumbledore opens the final compartment, showing the real Mad-Eye Moody. Thin, weak, and disheveled, the real Moody has been kept prisoner all year, his magical eye and leg stolen by the imposter to complete the disguise. Meanwhile, the effects of the Polyjuice Potion wear off, and the imposter is revealed to be Barty Crouch Jr. However, Crouch's appearance is drastically altered. Worn by his years of hiding, imprisonment, and the toll of his unwavering loyalty to Voldemort. The hurried sound of footsteps returning to the office breaks the silence. Snape enters, bringing with him the Veritaserum, Winky at his heels. Not far behind is Professor McGonagall. As soon as Winky sees Barty Crouch Jr., her reaction is immediate and heart-wrenching. She lets out a piercing shriek and rushes forward, throwing herself at Crouch's feet. Despite her pleas, Barty Crouch Jr. remains unaffected, his gaze distant and cold as Dumbledore administers the Veritaserum. The potion, clear and precise in its function, forces the truth from Crouch. Winky, kneeling beside him, continues to sob, shaking her head and trembling as her former charge speaks. Her cries seem to fall on deaf ears as Crouch Jr. details how he escaped from Azkaban, a feat made possible by his dying mother's ultimate sacrifice. His confession reveals how his mother, in a desperate act of love, took his place in prison using Polyjuice Potion to switch their appearances. She died in Azkaban under his identity, while Barty Crouch Jr., disguised as his mother, returned to his father's home, where he was kept hidden under the Imperious Curse. Crouch recounts his years of imprisonment under his father's control. Winky had been his caretaker who nursed him back to health and sometimes persuaded his father to grant him small freedoms. Crouch also reveals that Bertha Jorkins, the ministry employee, visited their home once and found out the truth. This caused Barty Crouch Sr. to cast a powerful memory charm on her, so powerful that it damaged Jorkins' memory forever. Eventually, Winky persuaded Crouch Sr. to allow his son to attend the Quidditch Cup while wearing an invisibility cloak in exchange for Crouch Jr.'s good behavior. Crouch details his attendance at the Quidditch World Cup, where he seized Harry's wand and cast the Dark Mark into the sky. When Voldemort learned of Crouch's existence through the tortured memories of Bertha Jorkins, he devised a plan to use Crouch to infiltrate Hogwarts. The confession reveals that with Wormtail's help, Crouch subdued the real Mad-Eye Moody. Crouch took Moody's place at Hogwarts, ensuring Harry's participation in the Triwizard tournament. His ultimate goal was to deliver Harry to Voldemort, using the Triwizard Cup as a portkey to transport him to the graveyard where Voldemort could rise again. Crouch Jr. also reveals that it was he who had stunned Crumb and killed his father. He reveals that Barty Crouch Sr. had been imprisoned back in his home and watched over by Wormtail. After he had escaped, Crouch had to ensure that his father would never be able to reach Dumbledore. therefore resorting to killing him right then and there. He was able to achieve all this without being detected using Harry's Marauder's map. Winky's cries echo in the background, her voice hoarse from grief, but Crouch continues his confession. He speaks of how he transfigured his father into a bone afterwards and buried him in front of Hagrid's cabin while wearing an invisibility cloak. Finally, Crouch Jr. reveals that it was he who carried the Triwizard Cup into the maze before the competition, giving him the perfect opportunity to turn it into a Portkey that would lead to Voldemort. After all that he has done tonight, he believes Voldemort will honor him above all. Barty Crouch Jr. ends his confession with an insane-looking smile as Winky continues to sob at his side. The book gives great detail about how Barty Crouch Jr. escaped from Azkaban with his mother's help, his role at Hogwarts, and the elaborate plot to resurrect Voldemort. It is less detailed in the movie, removing the specifics, especially regarding his time under his father's hold. The scene where Dumbledore opens the 7-locked magical chest to reveal the real Mad-Eye Moody is also in the presence of the other professors instead of just Harry. Chapter 36, The Parting of Ways. The usually serene Dumbledore wastes no time in securing Crouch. He conjures ropes from his wand to bind the man tightly, ensuring he cannot escape. Professor McGonagall, ever the loyal and steadfast deputy, is tasked with guarding Crouch. Though her face is pale and her movements slightly unsteady, she is resolute. Her hands are steady as she points her wand at Crouch, but the look in her eyes reveals the deep unease she feels. Dumbledore continues to issue orders, his calm demeanor hiding the turmoil beneath. He instructs Snape to fetch Madame Pomfrey so that the real Alistair Moody, still trapped in a magical trunk, can be tended to. The revelation that the man they all trusted as Moody was, in fact, an imposter shakes the very foundation of their belief in the security of Hogwarts. This deception, carried out for an entire school year, is a profound betrayal. Snape is also instructed to summon Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic. Despite the chaos of the situation, Dumbledore still attempts to follow proper protocol. He knows that the Ministry must be involved and that Fudge will want to question Crouch himself. The journey to Dumbledore's office feels endless. The corridors, usually so familiar, seem alien to Harry. His body is moving, but his mind is elsewhere, trapped in the graveyard, replaying the horrors of the night. Cedric had been in the wrong place at the wrong time, and Harry couldn't shake the feeling that it was his fault. If only he had taken the cup alone. If only he had insisted. Dumbledore walks beside Harry, his hand resting lightly on the boy's arm, guiding him through the darkened hallways. Dumbledore, more than anyone, understands the weight of responsibility Harry is carrying. As they approach the stone gargoyle that guards the entrance to Dumbledore's office, Harry barely registers the familiar sight. The gargoyle springs aside at Dumbledore's whispered password, revealing the spiral staircase that leads to the headmaster's office. Inside the office, Sirius Black waits. The sight of his godfather, who had escaped Azkaban only a year earlier and lived as a fugitive ever since, brings a flicker of emotion to Harry's numb mind. Sirius, who has been so worried about Harry, rushes to his side the moment he enters the room. His pale face, lined with worry and fear, reflects the depth of his concern. Sirius's hands tremble slightly as he helps Harry into a chair, his voice thick with emotion as he asks if Harry is all right. However, Harry can barely respond. His exhaustion is overwhelming and the weight of everything that has happened feels too much to bear. Dumbledore begins to explain to Sirius what Barty Crouch Jr. has confessed, detailing how he infiltrated Hogwarts and used the Triwizard tournament as a means of bringing Harry to Voldemort. Sirius listens intently, but his attention never strays far from Harry. He can see the exhaustion in Harry's eyes, the way his body sags in the chair, as though the weight of the world is pressing down on him. As Dumbledore speaks, Harry's mind drifts. He doesn't hear most of the explanation. All he can think about is Cedric. Dumbledore, sensing Harry's distress, turns his attention to him. His eyes are filled with understanding, but also with a quiet determination. He knows that Harry doesn't want to talk about what happened in the graveyard, but Dumbledore also knows that it is necessary. Gently, he asks Harry to recount everything that occurred after the Triwizard Cup was touched. Sirius immediately protests, his protective instincts kicking in once again. He argues that Harry has been through enough and that he needs rest, not interrogation. But Dumbledore remains firm, understanding that delaying the recounting of the night's events will only make it harder for Harry in the long run. He praises Harry for showing utmost bravery that night and gently asks him if he can display that same bravery once more. Harry feels a rush of gratitude towards Sirius for trying to protect him, but he also understands that Dumbledore is right. The night's events are still too fresh in his mind, too vivid. If he doesn't talk about it now, the memories will fester inside him, growing darker and more twisted. He takes a deep breath, summoning the strength to speak. As Harry begins to recount the night's events, it feels like he is reliving them all over again. The moment he and Cedric touched the Triwizard Cup, the sudden disorientation as they were transported to the graveyard, the eerie silence that followed, it all comes rushing back. Harry describes the confusion they felt, the growing sense of dread as they realized they were not where they were supposed to be. And then comes the moment when Voldemort ordered Cedric's death. Saying the words out loud makes it all the more real. The flash of green light, the way Cedric's body crumpled to the ground, lifeless. It's all seared into Harry's memory. He describes how Voldemort's voice rang out, cold and emotionless, as he commanded Wormtail to kill Cedric. As Harry continues, he describes the dark ritual that followed. He recalls how Wormtail sliced his arm open to collect his blood, how Voldemort rose from the cauldron, fully restored to his body. The room is silent as Harry speaks. Dumbledore listens intently, his face grave, while Sirius's hand tightens on Harry's shoulder, a quiet gesture of support. The most difficult part of the story for Harry to recount is the moment when his and Voldemort's wands connected. After he states about the golden beam of light that emerged, he finds himself at a loss for words. The connection that formed between them, the way the wands seemed to fight each other, it had all been surreal, impossible to comprehend at that moment. Dumbledore calls it Priori Incantatem, and Sirius looks surprised in return, calling it the reverse effect spell. Harry is then surprised to find out that the core of his and Voldemort's wands both come from forks. Dumbledore's scarlet and gold phoenix. Dumbledore also reveals that he has known about the two wands sharing the same cause, for Ollivander informed him about it when Harry's wand first chose him 4 years prior. Dumbledore explains Priori Incantatem to Harry. If two wands are made from the same core material, then they will not work properly when used against each other. If the wand users insist on battling, however, a very rare effect will take place. One of the two wands will force the other to regurgitate spells it has performed in reverse, starting from the most recent up until the last. This explanation allows Harry to continue to his retelling, and he informs them of the shadows of the people Voldemort had killed emerging from his wand: Cedric Diggory, Bertha Jorkins, his parents. Sirius's grip on Harry's shoulder tightens at the last part, but Harry continues on. He tells them about how Voldemort seemed to fear the shadows, how Harry's father told him what to do, and how Cedric's shadow had made his final request. Harry, exhausted beyond belief, can barely keep his eyes open. At this point, Fawkes lowers itself onto the floor and heals Harry's injured leg with its tears, healing it completely. Meanwhile, Dumbledore praises Harry's bravery, comparing it to the courage of those who fought against Voldemort in the last war. He also senses Harry's exhaustion and insists that he rest for the night. As they make their way to the hospital wing, Sirius walks beside Harry in his animagus form, a large black dog. In the hospital wing, Harry is greeted by Mrs. Weasley, Bill, Ron, Hermione, and Madame Pomfrey. Mrs. Weasley's concern is evident as she rushes to Harry's side, her eyes filled with worry. She fusses over him, smoothing his bed covers and making sure he's comfortable. Her presence is comforting in a way Harry hadn't expected. From there, Dumbledore instructs everyone to give Harry the space he needs to rest, and Madame Pomfrey hands him a goblet of potion for dreamless sleep. Harry drinks it gratefully, feeling the effects almost immediately. His muscles relax, the exhaustion finally taking over. As he drifts into a deep, dreamless sleep, the memories of the graveyard fade, replaced by a comforting darkness. But even in sleep, the weight of what has happened lingers. The peace of the hospital wing is soon shattered by the sound of raised voices. Harry is jolted awake, disoriented at first, but then he recognizes the voices of Fudge, McGonagall, and Snape. The argument is intense, and it becomes clear that Fudge has brought a Dementor into Hogwarts to deal with Barty Crouch Jr. The revelation that the Dementor administered the Dementor's kiss to Crouch shocks everyone in the room. This means that Crouch can no longer give testimony about Voldemort's return, which is a fact that infuriates Dumbledore. Still, Dumbledore urges Fudge to take action, advising him to remove the Dementors from Azkaban and to reach out to the Giants before Voldemort can recruit them. But Fudge, blinded by fear and his desire to maintain his political power, rejects these suggestions. He insists that the only reason why the others can sleep peacefully in their beds is the knowledge of having the Dementors guard Azkaban. He also accuses Dumbledore of trying to cause panic and being unwilling to face the reality of the situation. The confrontation between Dumbledore and Fudge reaches its peak when Dumbledore declares that they have reached a parting of the ways. From this moment on, Dumbledore knows that he can no longer rely on the Ministry to protect the wizarding world. This infuriates Fudge further, but Dumbledore reminds him that so long as they are both against Voldemort, then they will still remain on the same side. This causes an effect on Fudge, though he remains in denial. Finally, Snape steps in. He pulls up the left sleeve of his robe, where the mark of the Dark Lord had been burned into him years ago as a reminder of Snape's former allegiance to the Death Eaters. The mark has become clearer again, a sure sign that Voldemort is growing in power. Snape explains that each time Voldemort touched the mark of any Death Eater, his followers were expected to disapparate and apparate instantly by his side. He also explains that this is the reason why Karkaroff fled the moment he felt the mark burn into his own skin, knowing he had betrayed too many of his fellow Death Eaters to be forgiven by Voldemort. Unfortunately, this still does not convince Fudge entirely. He drops Harry's Triwizard Tournament winnings on his bedside table without ceremony and then leaves. With Fudge gone, Dumbledore immediately begins to put his own plans into motion. He knows the Ministry's denial will slow the response to the Dark Lord's rising power, so he turns to those he can trust. He first instructs Sirius to revert to his human form. Sirius obeys, transforming back into his gaunt and worn human self. This revelation shocks Mrs. Weasley and others in the room, but Dumbledore swiftly cuts through the surprise, focusing on the task at hand. The atmosphere is tense, especially as Dumbledore immediately shifts his focus onto the long-standing animosity between Sirius and Snape, knowing their cooperation is essential for what lies ahead. Dumbledore makes it clear that there is no time for personal grudges and forces the two to reconcile, at least for the sake of the mission. Sirius and Snape, though deeply hostile to one another, are made to shake hands. There is visible reluctance from both men. Nevertheless, Dumbledore's firm words and the looming threat of Voldemort push them to comply. The gesture is stiff and cold, but it signifies their willingness to work together for the greater good, at least temporarily. Once the bitter exchange is settled, Dumbledore begins issuing orders. He instructs Sirius to leave immediately and contact the remaining members of the Order of the Phoenix, the secret group that fought against Voldemort during the First Wizarding War. Sirius, though still simmering with resentment, accepts his role without question. Dumbledore then turns to Snape, asking him if he is ready. Snape immediately answers that he is, all while looking paler than usual. With that, the two men immediately set off to do the task Dumbledore has instructed them to do. Next, Dumbledore orders Bill to contact Arthur Weasley and other trusted allies within the Ministry, then instructs McGonagall to summon Hagrid and Madame Maxime. He then bids goodbye to those who remain, stating that he must now meet with Mr. and Mrs. Diggory. Before he leaves, Dumbledore advises Harry to finish the rest of his potion. Once he is gone, Harry returns to his somber thoughts. He refuses to take the winnings from the competition, stating that anyone else is free to have it. Mrs. Weasley hugs him, and in those few, brief moments, Harry lets the feelings overwhelm him, though he fights to keep them from showing on his face. Following Dumbledore's orders, Harry drinks the potion after, letting sleep take over him once more. Harry's time in the hospital wing is removed from the film. This includes mentions of Fudge administering the Dementor's kiss to Barty Crouch Jr., Snape and Sirius being forced to shake hands, and Harry recovering in the infirmary. Michael Gambon, the actor who played Dumbledore, took on a more intense portrayal of Dumbledore, especially in the later parts of the movie. This opposes how calm Dumbledore is portrayed in the book, even in stressful moments. His more physical and assertive Dumbledore divided fans who prefer his book portrayal. Chapter 37, The Beginning. Harry is in a state of emotional numbness. He struggles to process everything that has happened since he returned from the graveyard. One of the most painful moments comes when he meets with Cedric's parents, Amos and Mrs. Diggory. They are devastated by their son's death, but they do not blame Harry for what happened. Instead, they thank him for bringing Cedric's body back from the maze despite the dangers Harry faced. Mr. Diggory is overcome with grief, weeping throughout the encounter, while Mrs. Diggory's sorrow runs so deep that she can no longer shed tears. She clings to the idea that Cedric died just after winning the Triwizard tournament, suggesting he must have felt a sense of happiness in his final moments. Harry, overwhelmed with guilt and grief, tries to give them the sack of gold he won from the tournament, believing that it should have gone to Cedric. However, Mrs. Diggory refuses, insisting that the money is Harry's and that she could not possibly take it. Afterwards, Harry returns to Gryffindor Tower, where Ron and Hermione wait for him. It is revealed that Dumbledore made a special request. He asked the entire school to leave Harry alone and not to bombard him with questions about what happened in the maze. This request creates an invisible barrier around Harry, as students avoid approaching him, unsure of what to say or how to act. Many of them whisper behind his back as he passes through the corridors, and Harry suspects that some believe the sensationalized accounts written by Rita Skeeter. Others likely have their own theories about how Cedric died, but Harry no longer cares about their opinions. His only comfort comes from being with Ron and Hermione, who offer him the solace of quiet companionship. They talk about other things or sit in silence while Ron and Hermione play chess, and in those moments, Harry feels a sense of normalcy returning. The bond between Harry, Ron, and Hermione deepens during these days as they silently wait for news from outside Hogwarts. Ron reveals that his mother spoke to Dumbledore before leaving Hogwarts, asking if Harry could stay with the Weasleys over the summer. Dumbledore insists that Harry must return to the Dursleys for at least part of the summer, though he does not explain why. Harry trusts Dumbledore's judgment, but he is frustrated by the thought of going back to the Dursleys after everything that has happened. The only other person Harry feels able to talk to is Hagrid. With Defense Against the Dark Arts lessons cancelled due to the absence of a teacher, Harry, Ron, and Hermione decide to visit Hagrid in his cabin one Thursday afternoon. The day is bright and sunny, but the contrast between the cheerful weather and Harry's emotional state is stark. When they arrive at Hagrid's cabin, they are greeted warmly by the half-giant, who pulls Harry into a one-armed hug and ruffles his hair. Inside the cabin, 2 oversized cups sit on the table, evidence that Hagrid has recently had company. Hagrid explains that Madame Maxime, the headmistress of Beauxbatons, had been visiting him, and it becomes clear that the two have reconciled after their earlier disagreement. Hagrid immediately sees through Harry's attempts to mask his emotions, offering him words of comfort. He acknowledges that Harry is not all right after everything that has happened, but assures him that he will be in time. Hagrid reveals that he always knew Voldemort would return one day. He had suspected for years that the Dark Lord was not truly gone, but rather waiting for the right moment to re-emerge. Now that Voldemort has returned, Hagrid expresses confidence in Dumbledore's ability to lead the fight against him. Hagrid's faith in Dumbledore provides Harry with a small measure of reassurance, though the future still seems uncertain and terrifying. During their conversation, Hagrid mentions that Dumbledore has given him a secret task to carry out over the summer. Though Hagrid is tight-lipped about the details, he hints that Madame Maxime might accompany him on this mission. Harry, Ron, and Hermione are curious, but Hagrid refuses to divulge more, insisting that it is a secret. The conversation shifts to lighter topics, and Hagrid even jokes about taking them to see the last remaining blast-ended Scroot, though Harry, Ron, and Hermione quickly decline. As the school year comes to a close, Harry begins to dread the upcoming leaving feast. Harry feels an overwhelming sense of grief and guilt, and he has avoided the Great Hall whenever it is full, preferring to eat at quieter times to evade the stares of his fellow students. When he, Ron, and Hermione enter the hall for the feast, they are met with a somber sight. The usual decorations are missing, and instead, black drapes hang behind the teacher's table as a mark of respect for Cedric Diggory. The atmosphere in the hall is subdued, especially at the Hufflepuff table, where Cedric's absence is felt most keenly. The real Mad-Eye Moody is back at the staff table, though he looks more paranoid and jumpy than ever, having spent months imprisoned in his own trunk by Barty Crouch Jr. Harry notices the empty seat where Karkaroff should be and wonders if Karkaroff is still on the run or if Voldemort has already caught up with him. Madame Maxime is still at Hogwarts, sitting beside Hagrid, and the two appear to be speaking quietly. Harry's gaze shifts to Professor Snape, who watches him with an expression that is difficult to read. The feast begins and the hall falls into a heavy silence as Dumbledore rises to speak. He invites the entire school to stand and raise their goblets in honor of Cedric Diggory, and Harry watches as every student and teacher stands to pay their respects. He catches a glimpse of Cho Chang through the crowd, her face streaked with tears. In a moment of unprecedented candor, Dumbledore tells the school the truth about Cedric's death. Cedric was murdered by Lord Voldemort. The students react with shock and disbelief. Whispers spreading like wildfire through the hall. Dumbledore, however, remains calm and resolute. He refuses to let Cedric's death be written off as an accident, insisting that the truth is necessary to honor Cedric's memory. After paying tribute to Cedric Diggory, Dumbledore turns his attention to Harry. His voice is steady, and he declares to the entire hall that Harry Potter should also be honored. Dumbledore explains that Harry did something incredibly brave. He faced Lord Voldemort and managed to escape. Even more, he brought Cedric's body back to Hogwarts, refusing to leave his fellow champion behind. Dumbledore's words carry the weight of the truth, acknowledging Harry's courage in confronting the darkest wizard alive, a task that very few could ever hope to survive. As Dumbledore speaks, a ripple passes through the Great Hall. Students and teachers alike turn to look at Harry. Following his lead, nearly every person in the hall stands and raises their cups toward Harry, their faces a mix of admiration and solemn respect. Harry feels undeserving of the honor, burdened by the loss of Cedric and the horrors he had witnessed. Nonetheless, he appreciates the gesture, knowing that it comes from a place of acknowledgement of what he endured. However, only some in the hall join in this tribute. At the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, and several other Slytherins remain seated, their goblets untouched. Harry notices this divide and knows that Dumbledore doesn't. The feast concludes, and the next day, Harry, Ron, and Hermione prepare to leave Hogwarts for the summer. The weather is beautiful, a stark contrast to the emotional weight they carry as they board the Hogwarts Express. As the trio wait by the entrance hall for the carriages to take them to Hogsmeade Station, Fleur Delacour approaches them. Her silver hair glints in the sunlight as she smiles warmly at Harry, holding out her hand in farewell. She tells him that she hopes they will see each other again, as she plans to return to improve her English and perhaps find a job in Britain. Harry is surprised but pleased by the gesture, and Ron, clearly flustered, mutters a compliment about her English being already quite good. Fleur gives Ron a dazzling smile, causing him to turn red, while Hermione scowls slightly in response. With a parting glance, Fleur waves goodbye and hurries back across the lawn toward Madame Maxime and the Beauxbatons. Soon after, Victor Crumb makes his way toward them, looking as stern and brooding as ever. He approaches Hermione, asking her if they can have a quick word before he leaves. Hermione, taken aback but composed, agrees and steps aside with Crumb. They return shortly after, with Crumb expressing his respect for Cedric Diggory. Unable to help himself, Ron asks for an autograph before Crumb leaves, eliciting a smile from Hermione. As the train begins its journey and the trio finds a compartment to sit in, they are able to talk more openly about everything that has happened. Hermione reveals that she has uncovered the secret behind Rita Skeeter's ability to gather information for her articles. Rita is an unregistered animagus who can transform into a beetle. Hermione has trapped her in a jar and plans to keep her from writing any more slanderous articles for the foreseeable future. Draco Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle then intrude after Hermione's revelation. Malfoy, as smug and arrogant as ever, tries to provoke them, taunting Harry about choosing the wrong side in the impending war now that Voldemort has returned. He mocks Ron and Hermione, spitting his usual hateful comments about mudbloods and muggle lovers, while hinting that people like them will be the first to suffer under Voldemort's new regime. The tension in the compartment quickly escalates as Malfoy's insults hit a nerve, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione react almost instinctively. In an instant, the compartment erupts with flashes of light as the trio simultaneously hexes Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle. Blinded by the barrage of spells, the three Slytherins crumple to the floor, unconscious and thoroughly jinxed. Fred and George Weasley appear soon after, stepping over the prone bodies of Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle with casual indifference. The twins, impressed by the trio's handiwork, comment on the effects of the spells and even help push the unconscious Slytherins out of the compartment and into the corridor. Harry, Ron, and Hermione finally learn the truth about Fred and George's dealings with Ludo Bagman. The twins reveal that after the Quidditch World Cup, they had placed a bet with Bagman. That Ireland would win the match, but Victor Crumb would catch the snitch. When they won, Bagman paid them in leprechaun gold, which disappeared by the next morning. At first, they believed it was an honest mistake. Still, when they tried to confront Bagman about it, he continuously avoided them and eventually became hostile, claiming they were too young to be gambling in the first place. The twins attempted to get their money back, but Bagman refused to pay them, and they soon discovered that he was deep in debt with the goblins, who had been following him around for repayment. In the end, Bagman tried to gamble his way out of debt by betting on Harry winning the Triwizard tournament outright. But since the result was technically a tie with Cedric Diggory, Bagman lost everything and fled after the third task, leaving the twins empty-handed and furious. The rest of the journey passes pleasantly. When they finally arrive at their destination, Ron and Hermione struggle to leave the compartment with the unconscious Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle still outside. Meanwhile, Harry turns to Fred and George with something important on his mind. Reaching into his trunk, he pulls out the sack of gold he won from the Triwizard tournament and hands it to the twins. Stunned, Fred and George try to refuse, but Harry insists that they take the money to help fund their dream of opening a joke shop. He knows the twins have wanted this for a long time. And in light of the dark times ahead, Harry believes that laughter and mischief will be more important than ever. Though still taken aback by his generosity, Fred and George finally accept the money, promising to put it to good use. Harry says heartfelt goodbyes to everyone before he walks over to Uncle Vernon, telling himself that there is no use worrying about what is set to happen in the future. Harry does not get to meet Cedric's parents in the movie, as this scene is cut off. The subplot regarding Hermione finding out about Rita Skeeter's illegal animagus is also removed in the film. There is also no depiction of Harry passing on his Triwizard winnings to the Weasley twins. And when you get the chance, check out our Game of Thrones inspired Choose Your Own Adventure game here on YouTube by clicking the video link on the screen right now.